failure of their defenses. Confusion, because there should be no one capable of attacking them. Anger, since he had been happily wasting away, giddy as a schoolgirl over discovering long-lost history, all while hell was breaking loose. He was just inside the artifact, mere seconds away. He could have stopped it all. By the time we realized what had happened, we had already lost control. That's why the Tower Master said. Hephaestus stopped talking as his face contorted into a glare, traces of embarrassment and distress shimmering just beneath the surface. The expression was perplexing enough that it knocked Desir out of his downward spiral. After a brief moment, Desir realized the cause. He had not seen him anywhere. There was no sign of Zod to be found. That meant only one thing. Desir's gaze turned to the teleportation gate, striding towards it without hesitation. "No, Mr. Desir. Are you going back to the tower now?" Hephaestus hurried to block Desir's path. Desir shoved him aside, his eyes laden with emptiness, his pupils utterly devoid of light. Eyes deep like an abyss, eyes that threatened to suck the soul out of anyone foolish enough to gaze into them. "Get out of the way." Still, Hephaestus would not give up. He collected himself and began to move towards Desir, but he could not do anything. Desir gathered an unbelievable amount of mana into an array in front of him. King. Teleportation gates boasted the most complicated security spells ever devised, several of them arranged by the great sage himself. Wide-range teleportation magic was extremely powerful and dangerous in the wrong hands, so access was heavily restricted and powerful spells guarded their use from anyone other than those chosen. Desir inverted it within a second. Control of the gate in hand, Desir immediately changed the coordinates to the magic tower's main branch. The teleportation gate did not open. "That won't work, Desir. The tower's gate was destroyed." Hephaestus spoke forlornly towards the bewildered Desir. "And even if you could get there, it wouldn't help at all." "What does that mean?" Desir's voice was laced with a sharp edge. Hephaestus explained, taking a gulp even though his mouth had completely dried out. "I was getting to that before you ran off. Desir, the enemy has artifacts that limit the movement of mana. Because of that, all of the magicians were left powerless." Desir recalled having encountered such artifacts before. Leonhardt Palace, where the emperor of the Hebrion Empire lived. Having been within an anti-magic field before, he was well aware of how helpless the situation must have felt. Just as a knight cared for their equipment, or a blacksmith valued their forge, magicians had a very personal connection with the mana around them. The mana in the atmosphere felt like a second skin or a third arm, something that had always been there since birth, something that was a conscious part of their being. Having the continuous stream suddenly sputter to a stop and solidify in the air was something that would shake any mage to their core. The more powerful the mage, the deeper their connection. It was not an experience that was easy to forget. If the enemy had an artifact that had similar functionality, their defeat was understandable. The mages would have been reduced to infants and the magical defenses would have been rendered useless. Then why is the Tower Master still there? Zod was still a wizard. Great sage or not, if their mana usage had been restricted, Zod was no different than any other human. Someone had to stay and protect the gate to prevent the enemy's pursuit. And the Tower Master took that role. Why? Desir was angry and stopped talking. Because he knew why. He was sure that Zod would have volunteered to play the role. Who the hell is our enemy? Who the hell had artifacts stronger than the Hebrion royal family, and why would they want to attack the magic tower? Various speculations passed through his mind in a short span of time. The enemy is... Hephaestus began to answer in a somber voice. As he continued, Desir's expression paled. An ear-splitting roar, shrieks, and groans mingled throughout Altia. The source came from a tower, one high enough that it pierced the sky. Debris plummeted towards the surface as the magic tower, beloved by all magicians, collapsed. Boom, boom. The explosions showed no sign of ending. Over and over again, the sky was illuminated as a result of the flashes and the explosions devouring the surrounding buildings. At the scene of the explosion, Zod was breathing heavily. he felt simultaneously invincible and awkward due to the feeling of holding his cane in his left hand. Because he was right-handed, he had never held his cane with his left hand before. But it could not be helped. There was nothing where his right arm was supposed to be. Ping! At that moment something flew at him. It was a sword coated in aura. Zod hurriedly arranged a spell array before himself. Iron Flowers, a 6-circle defensive spell. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of flowers bloomed before Zod's eyes. Each and every one of them overflowed with magic, with each petal having the same defensive as a 3rd circle spell. Boom! Shortly after the flowers were in full bloom, the aura-enhanced attack collided with the petals and set off an explosion. This isn't the end. Zod shook his hand. The flowers weaved gracefully under his control. The advantage of this spell was that the numerous flowers could be arranged differently to defend a wide area. Boom! Another explosion rang out. The enemy's follow-up attacks from the sides and rear had been blocked. The number of enemies is 3, no 4. Zod analyzed the enemy's strength as he fended off their blows. Given the aura used in the attack, I should be thankful none of them are king class. The individuals had a considerable amount of skill and worked excellently together. However, if that was the only thing going for them, the tower would not have been defeated. Zod rearranged the position of the flowers in a moment of surprise. The petals began to flutter around him. The atmosphere surrounding Zod had become heavier. The petals failed to withstand the rapidly rising pressure and were all crushed into fragments, scattered to the wind. It was as if a blooming flower began to wilt and fall apart. Zod raised his eyebrows as he looked at the petals that were falling by the second. If this was the result of a spell, it was at least 5th circle. But during the attack, no movement of mana could be felt. This was not the result of magic. This is an ability, not a spell. Within this space where all mana movement was blocked, his enemies were the only ones free to attack and move. If not for their flawless teamwork, he likely could have won by now. Ping! Zod's defensive magic had all but faltered, and already he was under attack. 3 different aura-imbued attacks came from different directions. There was little gap between the manifestation of the ability and these attacks using aura. Of course, Zod would not miss such a timing. Eternal Slumber Freeze. He responded with powerful 6-circle ice magic. A bitter chill spread out around Zod. Everything that came into contact with the cold snap froze in an instant. It was a sub-zero attack. Zod's magic did not just end there, though. He pointed his cane at the ground, as if he were a god inflicting divine punishment on a sinner. Hellfire boom. The atmosphere howled. Eternal fire swept over the city. Blistering heat merged with sub-zero frost, and a massive shock wave knocked back his assailants. The blazing hot wind disturbed Zod's hair and his cutout hem. A chance of victory had been presented with this move. It was an attack that linked 2 6-circle spells. No matter how powerful his opponent was, they could not have gotten away unscathed. Impressive, but it's not enough, old man. A gentle voice came from the other side. Soon after, Zod's vision turned white. Defensive magic was instantly invoked as a result of vast fighting experience. Boom! As soon as the defensive spell was completed, a thunderous explosion burst out. The glare of light shattered the defensive magic, and Zod was thrown back, unable to overcome the shock. His body was thrown against the wall. The 3 fierce attacks had finally demolished what little remained of the magic tower's original structure. Zod swallowed a groan and stood up by leaning on his cane. He looked as miserable as the smashed tower. Glossy black hair moved in the breeze. As soon as Zod saw her, he felt a phantom pain from his now missing right arm. That was because she was the one who cut it off. Priscilla. He and Desir had considered the possibility of a traitor, and though he had done his best to calm Desir down, Zod had never stopped contemplating suspects ever since it occurred to him. Even still, he had ruled out the possibility that the traitor was Priscilla. Even though she was the head of the Church of Artemis, she had an extremely close relationship with Zod, far greater than she did with Desir, who she had only met relatively recently. To think she would do this, Zod looked around. The culmination of his entire life's work lay crumbled and destroyed at his feet. Numerous long-standing studies had been destroyed, and many of the tower's personnel had been brutally slaughtered, including children who were undergoing apprenticeships, all by the woman that stood right in front of him. Priscilla's eyes and mouth painted small smile lines. That the smile was not much different from what had always been directed at him made Zod once again feel distressed. Whether or not she knew how badly she tore apart his heart, Priscilla spoke with some surprise. "You're great, old man. I've already used the choir's chorus, and you're still putting up a fight." Ring. A soft bell rang. The artifact, which she called the choir's chorus, had the ability to limit the flow of mana, ultimately preventing magicians from casting spells. It was truly an artifact that could be called the natural enemy of magicians. A terrifying weapon, especially against the magic tower. It was powerful enough that most of the magicians had been unable to invoke a single spell. Desir was the only exception. As the only seven-circle magician present, he had access to a vast well of mana that would allow him to defend without having to draw from the atmosphere. Still, that vast well was finite. Zod's breathing had long grown ragged. His mana pool had mostly dried up, only a few buckets remaining. Even still, he had employed far more mana than that. Until about 10 minutes ago, Zod had been supplying his spells with mana from a level 1 mana stone, an item so powerful it was often considered a national treasure. Even it had run dry. All this death, all this destruction. Zod struggled to open his mouth. "Why have you done this, Priscilla?" Priscilla and Zod's eyes were inextricably tangled. There was a possibility of interference. "What?" "Desir, who knows the draconic language, and you, who is most versed in modern magical technology, are the biggest threats to my plan." The saint carried on speaking with appalling calmness. "So I have no choice but to kill you." There was a possibility of them disrupting her plan. Hearing such an answer, Zod looked silently at Priscilla. He longed to believe that, in some fashion, Priscilla felt guilty. Zod wanted to understand Priscilla and agree with her. He did not want to hate her. He hoped there was some grand reason behind this. Even though she robbed him of his right arm and destroyed the entire tower, Zod gave her a last chance. But she only proved two facts in her harsh voice. The Priscilla he knew was no longer there, and Zod was no longer her friend. He was a threat that needed to be removed. An unbearable feeling rose. Perhaps it was anger, but he put up with it. He did not allow it to show. That was because he realized what he had to do now. At this moment of Priscilla's conversation, he had to dig up information somehow. For the sake of the person who will continue this fight. "What are you trying to accomplish by doing so, Priscilla?" "To save this world." "Save the world?" Zod's mouth twisted. "Priscilla, have you gone mad? You've committed an atrocity. You're damning mankind to failure, and you're saying it's to save the world." Zod's voice rose somewhat. "You won't understand, at least not now. From your perspective, you'd never realize that this is a necessary sacrifice. That's why I'm not asking for your understanding." Priscilla calmly carried on speaking. "But the moment this world is saved, in the truest sense of the word, you will come to understand why I did this." Zod recalled hearing her argument somewhere. It was the same goal the Artemis system had. Save mankind, no matter the cost. It was likely the same thing Skull Mask had heard from Lunia. "So what, are you just another Skull Mask? Fighting to restore a long-dead civilization, even if it means destroying humanity?" Priscilla's smile fell off her face. For the first time, she showed signs of displeasure. Skull Mask. What an unpleasant man. He wanted to relive the past, fulfill his personal selfishness. Her voice was filled with contempt. "But I'm different. I'm striving for salvation, the best world, for all of humanity. Past, present, and future." At that moment, he could feel the heat behind her cold eyes. "So, please don't forgive me. Curse me until the end. Now, can you please do me a favor and die?" As the conversation drew to an end, Zod had nearly completed the invocation of a spell. Upon hearing Priscilla's answer, Zod's will was reforged anew. She must be stopped here. First, he needed to break through their encirclement. He could run, but the moment he did, Priscilla would restore the gate and begin hunting Desir. That was not an option. Trinity Lightning. Zod invoked one of the strongest six-circle spells. A triangle of lightning formed over Priscilla's head. Shortly thereafter, a vast amount of epilepsy-inducing light began to cascade onto her, creating a scene so bright that even Zod had to avert his eyes. Though his eyes had been spared, his ears were assaulted by the deafening roar that followed. "Didn't I tell you it was no use, old man?" Once the aftermath of the shock subsided, Zod saw 4 knights standing in front of Priscilla. They were protecting her like a wall, each of their aura-imbued shields positioned to defend their leader. Not one of them had received a fatal injury. Is their defense equal to, or perhaps even greater than, the Aurora system? Between their blessing of light, aura, and teamwork, they were an extremely formidable opponent, one that Zod never wanted to face in earnest combat. Though he was shaken, Zod did not hesitate. Before the storm had even lifted, he had already begun arranging another spell. Arcane Blaster 6-circle explosion magic. Boom! A huge explosion swept through, but the knights remained in place and solidified their defenses. The Holy Paladin's Kami defended against his attack, but they did not immediately strike back. Until now, they had been fighting for a quick resolution, hoping to quickly defeat Zod such that they could begin pursuit of Desir, but they had realized that was no longer an option. Zod's counterattack had intensified, and to act rashly against the Great Sage would likely result in defeat. At this point, Desir could be anywhere on the continent, so it was best to ensure that Zod was eliminated, even if it took them a long time to do so. Zod had to fight with the limited mana remaining in his body, since the choir's chorus blocked him from gathering mana from the atmosphere. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to fight in this unfavorable situation. He could not afford to stop casting spells. As soon as he did, they would repair the gate and go after Desir. Every moment he fought was another second that Desir had to formulate and enact a plan. Priscilla and her paladins could simply seize victory by defending Zod's attack and waiting for his mana to run out. However, despite the unfavorable situation, Zod's expression remained calm. As expected, it was a fight that he started knowing that it would be disadvantageous to him. Already determined, Zod was calmer than ever. Elemental punishment. Zod Exarian was the only magician on the continent who could deploy multi-element spells. Materials of different properties resonated in harmony. Flame and wind raged in unison, followed by huge panes of ice that buffeted them from all sides. Boom! The 7th circle spell, its tremendous destructive power unrivaled, shook the entire city. The remnants of the magic tower, which had barely stood until now, finally collapsed in earnest. But the paladins in front of him still remained firm, albeit somewhat worse for wear. Priscilla waved lightly inside the collapsing building. A halo wound around the tower and returned it to the state before the spell had broken it. She restored the building itself. He had intended to take down the entire tower and make a follow-up hit, but was thwarted by her ability. Wheeze. Zod tried desperately to develop more spells, his ragged breath scratching his throat, but his spells failed to eventuate. Slice. Blood spattered in all directions, and Zod's body suddenly fell to one side. Drop. Blood poured down from his severed left leg. Maybe it was because of the continuous invocation of magic. His spell invocation was delayed for a moment, and the paladins did not miss that gap. It's an unbecoming mistake. It was a tone filled with ridicule. Well, it's not like a calculating old man to continue such an unfavorable fight in the first place. Not like me. Zod thought Priscilla's words were not wrong. He would not have tried to fight in the first place if his chances were uncertain. Blood trickled from his 2 severed limbs. His clothes had long been dyed red with blood, and the floor had been slicked with it. It would not have been strange for him to have already drawn his last breath, considering the amount of blood he had lost. Lighting Road. Despite the fact that the chances of victory had already been decidedly tilted against him, he held out. He managed to maintain his posture with the cane in his left hand, and continued to invoke magic, resolving to do so until he died. He was on death's doorstep. Just continuing to live must have been painful. Nevertheless, looking at his serene expression, the saint flapped her eyebrows to an excessive extent. Zod's eyes gleamed with the swagger of someone who was about to clutch victory from the jaws of defeat. How could he be so foolhardy? Really, I don't understand. Priscilla, you've seen me for a long time, but evidently you still don't know me. Oh, did you really think I would fight a meaningless battle? The moment Zod finished talking, the atmosphere changed. Or, to be exact, the mana flow around him changed. It was impossible. Choir's chorus should have completely stopped the flow of mana. Each of the 4 paladins, who had been awaiting his next attack, sensed the oncoming danger and sprung to attack. But it was too late. It had been a long time since Zod finished his preparations. Boom! Storm. A vast amount of mana began to accumulate around Zod, each drop buzzing with energy. Even the holy paladins, with no aptitude for mana, felt as if their skin was crawling in response. The mere movement of the mana gave off intense pressure. The charging attackers began to buckle under the pressure. A sprint slowed to a walk, which then faltered to single footsteps, until they were all kneeling before him, unable to move. No way. Is this even possible? How are you manipulating mana? And even still, where the hell did you get that much of it? You shouldn't be able to stop people with just raw mana. Damn it. How? Priscilla began to lash out in uncharacteristic rage, but in truth her face was pale white. She was terrified. She had been so certain of her absolute advantage, and she had been made an absolute fool. Rustle. A strange feeling gathered at her feet, and her eyes were subconsciously dragged towards it. A small piece of silver was digging into her foot. It was a piece of shrapnel from the choir's chorus, which had begun to crack. The artifact had exceeded its limit, unable to stop the impossible deluge of mana, and was falling apart. Priscilla's eyes widened in horror. Though damaged, the choir's chorus was still functioning. The mana had all come from within Zod. Though it was the only explanation, it was equally impossible. He had clearly already expended most of his mana. How the hell? Priscilla got her answer. The loud snap of bones cracking burst out from Zod, as he winced over in extreme pain. He just used a circle? Correct. That was the answer Zod had come up with. But the slightest opening of his mouth made him cry in pain and throw up blood. As a result, he closed his mouth and answered with his eyes. Mana circles were an organ of ultra-dense mana. They needed to be formed out of mana in order to extend control over it, to perform their duty as a battery and allow their owner to cast spells. The amount of mana required to forge a new mana circle increased exponentially, which in turn allowed the magician to call on even more mana for more powerful spells. Zod had unleashed a flurry of spells just moments before, completely draining his circles of their mana. He was ready to use his most important organ as a sacrifice for an unimaginable amount of mana. He shuffled the alignment of his magical circles. Having reached this far, all of his preparations were now complete. Crash. 7 circles began to collapse like dominoes. First, the 7th circle collapsed, followed by the 6th and 5th circles. The mana circles disintegrated and returned to being just mana. At the same time, the mana bursting forth from his body grew more and more powerful. Cough. The blood he coughed up was mixed with chunks of other organs. He struggled to collect himself. The pain was no longer a sharp stab of distress. It had morphed into an agonizing ache. Every moment, his body begged for death, his very being having long forgotten anything naive as human preservation. Not even someone like Zod had the mental strength to hold it back. So he did not. Tears gouged out his eyes and his mouth forgot what it was like to not taste blood. He openly accepted the wave of misery, and as a reward, barely held onto his sanity. I was off guard. Priscilla blamed herself. She had looked down on the determination of humans too much. She judged that if she took mana away from Zod, a magician, she would be able to subdue him just by dragging his feet. That was a misjudgment. Her opponent was the foremost magician on the continent. It was arrogant of her to believe she had a chance at an easy victory. Even if they suffered losses doing so, they had to make a decision quickly. This is dangerous. The mana Zod had summoned was formulating a single spell, something as strong as Desir had used on the Beast of Revelation, or at least the attack he used to slay Daednut. Either way, this attack was entirely different from any of the spells Zod had invoked so far. Priscilla made a judgment. This magic was beyond the threshold of what humans were capable of, unprecedented both before and after the collapse. Zod looked at Priscilla as his vision began to blur. She was hurriedly beckoning and directing the knights to defend herself. When did this relationship begin? As he cast his mind back, they apparently met each other at a grand council more than a decade ago. To have known each other from then until now, their relationship was anything but short-lived. Rather than being angry at the fact that he had been betrayed, Zod felt despondent at the fact that he had lost his old friend. In fact, when he found out that there was a traitor inside, it was Priscilla who first came to mind. Skull Mask was the Pope of the Holy Kingdom of Artemis. The Holy Kingdom obviously had some connection to the ancient civilization. Somehow the name of the Artemis system had lived on through them. Skull Mask likely learned of the Artemis system through his responsibilities as a pope. And Priscilla Hazelkite was the saint of the Artemis Church that survived to this day. It was natural to think of Priscilla through association of the word Artemis. There was no direct evidence, but circumstances definitely permitted Zod to harbor doubt in his friend. Nevertheless, he did not dare to admit it. Anxiety rose in the corner of his heart, but he forcefully ignored it. But it was impossible to ignore and deny anymore. He had to admit that he no longer had a friend who smiled with a gentle smile and referred to him as an old man. Zod Exarian invoked another spell. The blue mana, too plentiful to all reside within him, was concentrated in front of his staff and began to swirl into the most suitable arrangement for magic. Its form was circular. A singular massive circle encompassed 7 smaller circles within it. Zod Exarian had reached the 8th circle, albeit in an unnatural way. For decades he was celebrated as the only living 7th circle magician, and shortly after sharing that title with Crow Mask, he transcended his limit and reached a level unrecorded by history. This is just a Fegatello attack. It was a chess term. By sacrificing a knight, you could force your opponent to move their king into a disadvantageous position. Against a skilled opponent, having an exposed king meant defeat was certain. Haha! A Fegatello attack to create Zugzwang. Zod faintly smiled when he realized that he was constantly thinking of this situation in terms of chess strategy. Now that he had sacrificed his proverbial knight and outed the enemy king, it was his opponent's turn. They struggled to respond because every option they had was disadvantageous. Zugzwang. In chess, you cannot pass your turn. Even if it means putting your king in harm's way, you have to make a move. Now that I think about it, we met over chess. Desir Arman. Come to think of it now, their meeting was bizarre. After the young student stopped an outsider attack on the Elueli branch of the Magic Tower, he had been offered a small fortune as reward. Instead, he turned down several years' worth of party funds in exchange for the right to request a chess match with Zod. Intrigued by the absurd proposal, he accepted. However, Zod did not accept because he was curious who would win the match. The result was already decided, as Zod was undefeated for the several decades he had been playing. But he was defeated by a young boy he met for the first time. Desir was able to read Zod's mind like it was his own, and he thought of Zod's next move before he even did. A smile leaked out. The two had bonded over that game, and over time, they had grown accustomed to the supernatural way their matches played out. They were more interested in trying to gauge the other's actions than they were winning the game. It was not limited to the realm of chess. It was no exaggeration to say that Desir was the only one who could share ideas with Zod throughout all fields of his expertise, and talk casually with him. It was a relatively short connection, but he was the only one who understood Zod. Now, I've played my final move. As soon as he closed his eyes, part of Zod's swirling mana began to wind around his cane. Soon after, the cane rose into the air and was crushed to dust before scattering. "It's your turn, Desir." And the magic was completed. In a military airfield within the Arunbeth Republic, there were an absurd number of airships assembled. Not just the Republic's military, but additionally the magic towers, had all gathered in one place. Once the signal was given, several hundred engines roared to life. The atmosphere around the airfield vibrated with energy. Forward, the numerous airships were all being boarded by soldiers. They were the troops headed for Altia. Looking down at the scene, Desir bit his lips. "We're taking longer than I thought we would." The enemy had the mysterious ability to neutralize magicians as well as the military might to follow up. To subdue them, they needed knights who could use aura. It took a considerable amount of time to organize the troops required to face the enemy. In addition, the destruction of the teleportation gate in Altia made it clear that support would be further delayed as they were forced to use other means of transportation. As a result, Desir's face showed signs of nervousness. "I want to move by myself, but..." He could not afford to do so. He thought of the reason that Zod made them evacuate in the first place. All he could do, unable to use magic, was earnestly pray that the support would not be too late. It was just then. "It's dangerous. It could be an enemy attack." Everyone ready for impact. A cluster of light had suddenly appeared outside the Arunbeth teleportation gate, taking shape of a strange rod. The body of it was made up of blanksome, and at the end of it was an object with a blue-colored magic stone embedded in it. Desir rushed forward the moment he saw it. "Wait! It's not a dangerous object." He picked up the cane, holding back the soldiers who were ready for battle in case of emergency. It was Zod Exarian's cane, and the light show that he saw just now was definitely teleportation magic. Desir could only infer that Zod had sent his cane here with teleportation magic. At the same time, two questions were placed in his head. Why? And how? Why would Zod, who was busy fighting the enemy, send his cane elsewhere? Altia and Arunbeth were neighboring countries, but in terms of distance, their capitals were not that close. No matter how strong Zod was, it was impossible to send something this far with teleportation magic. Even more so if the enemy had an artifact that limited the movement of mana. Desir looked at the cane for a moment, and then hurriedly moved somewhere. The place where the mirror that holds shadows had been stored. In the rush to evacuate, only a few of the important artifacts had been transferred by high-ranking magic tower officials, who stored them in their dimensional pockets. One of them was the mirror that holds shadows. Arunbeth had provided a large space for the magic tower to recuperate and recover. Within that space was a secure location where the mirror that holds shadows had been placed, along with another artifact. Desir approached the mirror without hesitation and operated it. If something happened, Huang. At first, the mirror was blank, displaying nothing had happened within Altia. What's going on? We still don't know how the mirror works. Is the lack of mana preventing it from gathering information? Suddenly, several notifications began to pour in. Artifact Choir's Chorus has been destroyed. Mana flow has been restored. This is... Desir's face brightened. Since Choir's Chorus was the artifact responsible for the petrification of mana, that meant that the enemy had been defeated, or would be defeated soon. Zod did it. A magician had overcome their greatest weakness. The great sage really knew no bounds. Desir immediately delivered the news to Hephaestus. This information was very useful. With mana restored, magicians would be safe to return to Altia. Their counterattack would be vastly more effective with their firepower and utility. Most of all, the fact that he could head there to help Zod made him happy. Magicians, please rejoin the formation. It's been too long to regroup now. I'll organize a second unit. The Magic Tower magicians are now ready to go to war. The members from the Western Kingdoms Union began to regroup, and the Tower magicians busied themselves preparing for the battle. A new event suddenly appeared in the mirror. The death of the great sage. Zod Exarian has died. Silence came. The noisy surroundings seemed like a lie. Nothing could be heard. Desir read and reread the letters that had appeared on the mirror. His head turned white and his brain struggled to latch onto a single thought. He moved his eyes from side to side and read the short sentence over and over again. He read it and read it again. He reread it a few dozen times, but the sentence never changed. It would never change. The mirror that held shadows only conveyed certain information that remained absolute. A pained guttural groan emanated from within Desir. He realized why Zod sent his cane. At that moment something snapped. Desir could no longer think rationally. Burning emotions engulfed his whole body, and rage filled his head. He moved silently towards the airfield, where the airships were waiting. A minute later, a Runebeth command received a report of an unauthorized takeoff. Rumble. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had just struck. It was one of many side effects after the foundation of the land beneath them had completely collapsed. The center of Altia was once a competitor for the crowning jewel of the continent. A majestic tower, the hub of all magic research and development, once gave the city-state theoretical power equal to a member of the Western Kingdom Union. Now, the striking image had been replaced with another, a massive, bottomless crater. Priscilla looked down at the hole with mixed feelings. Her face was pale and lips were blue. Her legs had lost all strength and she could only keep herself upright by leaning against nearby rubble. But she had survived. She won against the greatest magician on the continent. It was really a close call. If there was only a little bit more magical power in that attack, she would have been wiped away, just like the tower that once stood before her. A slight difference ended up dictating the outcome. Priscilla turned her eyes toward her tightly held hand. As she gently stretched her hand, there was a heap of silver powder on her palm. It was the only remnant of the artifact choir's chorus, which once took the form of a set of silver bells. Priscilla looked at it for a moment and closed her eyes. At that moment, a swarm of light appeared in the air and began to blow through the powder. The power then began to move and within a few moments, regained their original form of bells. Just as the set of bells was half-formed, the light swarm suddenly dimmed and disappeared. The bells that had been forming returned to powder again. A gust of wind came at the worst possible time, and the silver powder was irrevocably scattered throughout the battleground. Priscilla looked at it and her expression gradually hardened, something clearly bothering her. Suddenly, there was a noise behind her. We succeeded in neutralizing the rest of Altia, Holy Saint. It was a sly voice. As Priscilla turned her head, behind her stood a man with a Pierrot mask. In his hands was someone's head. Though she didn't recognize it, she presumed it was the head of Altia's commander. Things here don't seem to have gone as planned. As Pierrot Mask said, the plan itself had failed. Far from achieving its purpose, she lost her secret artifact, and even her personal entourage had died. Nevertheless, Priscilla looked calm. We're lucky to have one. The purpose of their attack was to exterminate Desir and Zod, who would become the biggest obstacles in her plan. Though the cost was high, they had accomplished half of their objectives. Priscilla decided not to be greedy. However, there was one thing that bothered her. The last spell he developed. Priscilla shook her head. No matter how much she assumed, it would be meaningless. Zod was already dead, and there was no way to go back and see what he invoked. Rumble. The ground screamed. The magic that Zod had invoked had dealt a serious blow to the ground that the city was built on. Even though massive damage had been dealt, it was strange that it had not collapsed further. The center of magic engineering, the magic tower, and the city-state of Altia would disappear today, fated to become part of the annals of history. Priscilla turned around. Prepare for retreat. We're already ready. Oh. As soon as Pierrot Mask stopped talking, she heard a deafening ringing. Dozens of large airships floated above them, surrounding Priscilla. No alarm filled her face. This was the Artemis fleet. My entourage died. What about your losses? None. Some good news, at least. Priscilla's mouth curved into a slight smile. It was simply tremendous that they had not suffered any major losses against Altia. Of course, they had assumed victory from the start, but they did not expect to take the city so easily. As soon as that's ready, no army will be able to stop us. Their plan was only half completed, but they had already eliminated one of the two biggest obstacles. Victory was beyond feasible. Their business here was done. The flagship, Brigant, landed, ready for its passengers to board. Rumble. Flames erupted everywhere with a tremendous roar. A heat wave of several thousand degrees melted the ground, and the surrounding rubble began to glow red-hot. The soaring flame became a tidal wave and washed over the Artemis Church's forces. To be exact, it flooded towards Priscilla, burning everything in its path. The paladins of the Artemis Church responded quickly. Hundreds of paladins responded, and a curtain of brilliant light quickly materialized and covered the ship. Crash. But the curtain broke in a flash, unable to hold out for even a moment. The right side of the flagship, swept away by the tidal waves of flames, completely melted and disappeared. "No, that's ridiculous." Screams came from all over the place. Such reactions were usual. Each of the holy paladins gathered were incredibly talented people. It would have been hard for them to understand how their combined defenses had been instantaneously crushed, unable to hold out for even a moment. Priscilla looked up at the sky. An airship was barreling towards Altia at a tremendous speed, and she recognized the face of the one boy standing on the deck. Priscilla's face was distorted with embarrassment. Desir. Desir stood on deck and looked down. His expression was chilled to the bone. As he continued to accelerate the airship's engine, a gale struck Desir's face. His hair and the hem of his clothes fluttered like mad, their magically reinforced fibers threatening to rip. Desir's gaze remained fixed in one place. He was locked on to Priscilla. The moment Desir saw her standing with Pierrot mask, the slightest hesitation he had harbored vanished without a trace. With each passing moment, the airship continued to gain speed, locked in a collision course with Priscilla. Dozens of Artemis Church ships vibrated as they revved their magic engines in unison. "Protect the holy saint. Keep him away from here." The holy paladins did everything within their power to stop the uninvited guest. They redeployed their abilities and set up their defenses once more. A brilliant golden shield began to appear. The remaining half of Brigant was concealed by a wall of pure gold. But they knew from the previous attack that it would not be enough. That was why they began to deploy other defensive measures on the fleet at the same time. That was a mistake. Desir's eyes were wide open when he saw the translucent shield that enveloped each ship. It was the Aurora system. It was the first noteworthy project Desir and Zod had worked on in this world. Together they studied, developed, and perfected the system. These murderers, these bastards, dared to use their research against him after what had happened without the slightest bit of hesitation. Sanity was a concept that Desir had long forgone. Something snapped. Desir could feel something erupting like a volcano inside him, and he fully surrendered himself to the feeling. Normally, anger would cause emotional agitation, which was fatal to any magician's spellcasting. But this was irrelevant to Desir, who had a genius level of computing power. If anything, perhaps the anger would spike his adrenaline and allow him to eclipse his normal limits. He stared forward with bloodshot eyes. The only thing he could think about was toppling the enemy that stood before him. As Desir firmly grabbed his cane, mana began to flow and the airship was perfectly cloaked. Rumble. A large chunk of the pulsating ground was torn off and soared into the sky. It began to collapse in on itself, compressing into a massive sphere nearly 100 feet in diameter. That's all of the paladins of the Church of Artemis knew what this spell combination was. It was because the magic techniques of Desir, who had been designated as a dangerous person, had been deeply engraved in their mind. Spatial Manipulation Unit. Forward. Respond to the debris by covering the shield with aura. The commanders of the fleet began to respond in a hurry. The paladins moved hurriedly to follow their orders. They were somewhat nervous, but outwardly showed no signs of fear. Planning to counter a well-documented attack was easy. The magic had already been thoroughly analyzed and they had prepared countermeasures in advance. These people would not have come ready to kill Desir Arman without preparation. Before they could finish preparing, something changed. Several more large chunks of ground shot into the sky. Gasps of astonishment spread amongst the holy paladins. They were all caught off guard, their minds caught in a panic of disarray. They stared up at the sky blankly, having completely forgotten the need to defend, before someone broke the silence. It's different. Something was different. The magic that was unfolding before their eyes was on a whole different level from what they had prepared for. Rumble. As the number of spheres exceeded 10, the sun was obscured and the sky itself darkened. Some tried to figure out the situation belatedly and make a move, but it was too late. At the moment the last phrase was completed, Desir pointed before him with his cane. Meteor strike. Fire. It was only a simple act, but the aftermath was anything but simple. Duwang. A heavy sound rang out in the sky, with countless meteors showering down. The golden walls, which were many times stronger than their first shield, were torn apart. The defenses, the aurora systems, and the battleships themselves were all swept away. There was only a huge void left in front of Desir. Fragments of airship poured from the sky, a sick twist of wooden and metallic raindrops pelting into the shattered planet. More than 10 ships had been shattered in a single spell, several more severely damaged, and the fleet's formation had been completely torn asunder. Desir quickly broke through their encirclement. Fragments of boat slammed into the side of his airship, but he paid it no mind. Instead, his focus was on his own airship's primary engine. He had been flying well beyond its limits, and was about to give out. The moment it blared its final warning, Desir's eyes shifted towards the remains of Brigant, left completely defenseless. With Priscilla on board, he had no reason to hesitate. Using all the knowledge at his disposal, a vast number of spell arrays appeared around Desir, seemingly without any pattern or reason. A battleship, the Brigant, which sat just beyond the collapsed formation. With Priscilla on board, it was now defenselessly exposed. There was no reason to hesitate. Desir prepared another spell. Using all of the magic he had at his disposal, a vast number of magical spell arrays appeared around him chaotically. Gravity control, the highest tier gravity magic. Rumble. A massive torrent of mana surged around Desir, and a resulting wave of gravity crashed into everything around the Brigant. It may have been the Artemis Church's flagship, equipped with the strongest defensive magic known to mankind, but it meant nothing in front of Desir's wrath. The massive ship literally crumpled like a sheet of paper. The wings were bent awry, the hull was squeezed and flattened, and the entire ship was left structurally unsound. It was only a matter of time before the defensive spell broke down and the ship was completely destroyed. But Priscilla, who was standing on board its deck, was calm. A flash of light burst forth from her hand, as brilliant as several concentrated suns, and an absurd sight followed. Brigant began to quickly cover as the light draped over it. Broken wings, crushed hull, smashed engine. All of them retook their original form, as though time itself was turning back. Even the other half of the ship, which had been melted by Desir's firestorm, was being restored. Crash, crack. Desir's spell continued. The mighty force of gravity continued to weigh into Brigant, continuing to tear into its foundation. Each time it came close to fully breaking the defensive spell, the ship was quickly restored, and the magic remained functional. With each cycle, Desir got further and further away from breaking the spell. The conclusion was obvious. Priscilla's resilience overwhelmed Desir's offense. That could not be. Never in his previous life, nor in his present life, had he ever seen her manifest her ability on this scale and in this way. It was all a lie? She had to have been lying to them. The former Priscilla must have concealed the true strength of her blessing of light right until the end, even when faced with the dragon of destruction. Crack. Brigant's collapse had stopped. At that moment, the Brigant was quickly restored to its original form. Ha! Ha! Desir breathed heavily. The aftermath of casting a spell equivalent to the seventh circle was huge. He felt his legs threaten to collapse underneath him. Nevertheless, it was because of his obsessive desire to enact revenge that he could still stand. Many questions had been raised, but the unparalleled rage was what occupied his mind. He clenched his teeth and supported himself against the railing. He raised his head and stared forward. Fully recovered, the brigand took off and began to widen the distance between itself and Desir's near-engineless airship. The eyes of Priscilla and Desir, standing on their respective decks, met. She was smiling and talking at him.
I'm sorry.
Sorry for what? The lies? Zod's death? Or her betrayal? Blood flowed as fingernails penetrated the palm of the hand that grasped the cane so tightly. You'll understand one day. No, never. Brigant was speeding away from Desir, and he still needed to break through the reformed blockade before he had a chance at catching up to her. However, it was obvious that he would miss Priscilla if he were to deal with every ship in this fleet first. His opponents were not difficult, but they would cost vital time that would give Priscilla time to recuperate her losses. The situation was the worst, but there was still a way. Desir began to channel his cane, mana hole, to quickly gather mana from the atmosphere. Desir's mana circles quickly began to refill themselves, having been drained empty by the strange sound flowing from Desir's mouth. Draconic language was something exclusive to the ancient race of dragons. This was the strongest and simultaneously the worst magic that Desir could develop. To use it now would be akin to suicide. His body was as battle-weary as the airship he stood upon. He had not prepared any artificial magic circles to share the burden, either. However, he did not care. It was just unacceptable. The very existence that took away Zod Exarian's life was allowed to take another breath, and that transgression fueled Desir's blistering determination. As the mysterious voice flowed from Desir's mouth, a supermassive spell array formation arranged in front of his eyes. The way the intricate violet designs interweaved to develop the array was the epitome of beauty. Mana surged from Desir's body into the spell array, his flesh a conduit for the mana hole's near-endless supply. The human body was not a particularly resilient medium, and he felt all the muscles and fibers that held him together begin to burst under the pressure. The outflow of mana was intense enough to strain the holy paladins closest to his airship. But there was a problem. The spell was being arranged into a massive array, which would take an obscene amount of mana and a comparatively long cast time. Even still, it was not for lack of a good reason. The power in this spell would be beyond anything that a single person could cast using the modern magic system. The holy paladins, aware of the strain that Desir's draconic magic put on him, did not miss the opportunity to end his life. The fleet began to converge towards Desir, and within an instant a dozen ships blocked the path between his spell and Priscilla, with more hovering nearby. They bombarded Desir with attacks, encircling his airship on all sides, all to prevent the completion of his magic. Boom! There was a violent sound. Desir's body shook incessantly. The upgraded Aurora system mounted on the airship held out, but it would not last much longer. But it was also impossible to counter their attacks. No matter how strong he may be, it was impossible to complete his spell while also dealing with their fleet. This is our chance. Attack now, he can't respond. And the Church of Artemis had clearly grasped this point. Boom! The airship shook again. The Aurora system's effectiveness had noticeably diminished. They launched attacks at him non-stop, and Desir certainly felt the pressure. There was nothing more annoying than an enemy that knew your weakness. Nevertheless, Desir did not stop casting his spell. Instead, pieing, Desir flexed his left index finger. He activated a spell stored by Memorize. Crack! An electric spell fired from Desir's free hand. It was only one stem at first, but it soon divided into several branches, increasing whenever it collided with the flood of attacks. By the time it bridged the distance, there were several hundred branches, each ship under attack by nearly 20 offshoots. Desir had stored a modified spell in Memorize. It was an upgraded version of Chain Lighting, a fourth circle spell he had modified to use against Skull Mask. In an instant, 5 ships were utterly destroyed and crashed to the ground helplessly. But the remaining ones did not stop pressuring Desir. Memorize has a 5-use limit. Don't stop. For charges left, have 6 of our ships charge. Some ships had closed in on Desir, breaching the minimum distance required to maintain gunfire on Desir. They were using their vessels as a weapon to take down his airship. It was a seemingly reckless charge, but an attack that Desir could not afford to ignore. Desir had no choice but to use the magic stored in Memorize to defend once again. The ships that remained back continued to fire between the gaps, trying their best to wear down the already exhausted Aurora system. There was no way to stop their strategy, built around their readiness for self-sacrifice. It was an extremely effective tactic to force the enemy to consume their limited resources. They had decided to wage a bizarrely fast-paced war of attrition. Would the Artemis Church's ships be annihilated first, or would Desir run out of spells stored in his Memorize? Desir had no other choice but to follow their tempo. He aimed at the approaching ship and deployed another spell from Memorize. Fire. Thousands of fire bolts were created this time. The sky turned red as they were ejected in unison. Boom! Fourth circle magic. Burst fire. It was reinforced by remodeling the formula, and each firebolt had power on the level of a fourth circle spell. Collapse. The ships that were approaching were all burned to ashes and scattered in mere moments. Still, they did not revise their strategy. Like moths running towards an open flame, they constantly swarmed towards Desir. As a result, Desir's airship had slowly accumulated damage, and it would ultimately result in a definite blow. In this moment, he keenly felt the shortcomings of draconic spells. Not only was the casting time enormous, but as the spell array was completed, his body was reaching its limit. The mana hole, which had been supplying the mana so far, stopped operating. The burden on his body increased several times more. His mana circles began to collapse. Bones and organs twisted, and streams of blood gushed out of his body as his blood vessels began to burst. His body could not withstand the invocation any longer. Gradually, his vision began to blur, and even following Priscilla with his eye was difficult. Even if he could not, the end was in sight. Desir's spell was almost complete. As he launched the fourth spell stored in Memorize, the original fleet was left with just 20% of their ships. Crack. That remaining 20% was all they needed. Desir's Aurora system was smashed, and the force field shattered with the echo of broken glass. 10 shots slammed into his airship, and 2 of his 4 auxiliary engines exploded. The airship shook and Desir's body bounced off and rolled across the deck. He managed to stop his fall with the railing. However, his spell array, having neared completion, had disappeared. His concentration had been interrupted by his body being flung around. The spell array required delicate application of mana, a few small flecks of paint to complete the finishing touches, and he had just spilled the entire can on his masterpiece. He bit his lips. Although the spell had ultimately failed to complete, the attempt alone had nearly destroyed his entire body in the process. Half the airship had been wrecked due to the constant bombardment. It was no longer possible to fly it. The ship's altitude began dropping rapidly. Desir clenched his fist. He clung to the railing, desperately trying to keep himself upright. He could not give up like this. His battle was far from over. Even if he could no longer cast any magic, he would never let Priscilla escape. If his airship was destroyed, he would just need to board another one. Fly. Desir's gaze fixated on something approaching him. A small fleet of airships was heading his way. In response, Desir presented them with an outstretched hand. While no spell array appeared, he used all of his computational power to control the airship movement, and in an instant he managed to successfully invert its control system. And the last spell saved in Memorize was deployed. Extremely powerful winds rushed through the battlefield. Artillery shells were thrown off course, and the ship Desir had gained control over rocketed towards him. At that very moment, boom! The airship exploded before him. This was not the result of Desir's actions, though. It self-destructed. Moments after realizing Desir had gained control of it, they blew up their ship without hesitation. Desir was speechless at the absurdity of their actions. After coming back to his senses, Desir was left with only one option. The burning airship was crushed, and his remaining mana had completely dried up now. His last-ditch plan to seize an enemy's ship had been blocked. Desir let go of his cane, a twisted smile covering his face. He had no choice but to admit it. Chasing Priscilla was impossible, but he did not give up. His eyes gazed at something in the distance. I'm backing down now, but one day I'll definitely. Crack. Shortly thereafter, his airship shook greatly. An Artemis ship had rammed into him, dealing significant damage. The engine room had been thoroughly destroyed. The airship plunged headfirst towards the ground, carving out its own burial site as it hit the surface. The world turned dark. That was Desir's last memory. It was late at night when Desir opened his eyes again. A faint magic light illuminated the room. 3 hyacinth flowers, creamy curtains, and a white wall. He woke up in the hospital room of the Adeina National Hospital. Desir lay down on the bed and looked down at himself. He could see that his entire body was wrapped in bandages. He tried to pull himself up, but soon gave up. As he tried to move, he slowly began to feel pain beyond anything else he had ever felt. He groaned subconsciously at the terrible pain that felt like his whole body was being torn apart. You'd better not move too much. Your injuries are pretty terrible. By all accounts, you should have already died. Someone walked out of the shadows. With a body smaller than others, colorful pink hair, and wolf-like sharp features. It was Swan Katarina. It's a miracle you survived that. How many days have passed? Desir cut off Swan as if he didn't want to hear her speak of such things. Swan raised her eyebrows. 3. Desir's forehead wrinkled. More time had passed than he thought. Collapsing in Altia, the death of Zod Exarian, Priscilla Hazelkite running away before his eyes. He clenched his fist as he recalled the last scenes he had been witness to. What happened to Priscilla? You should only concern yourself with your condition, Lady Swan. But, Desir's voice raised by several pitches. There was a mixture of unbearable anger. But instead of answering, Swan calmly took a cigarette out of somewhere and bit it. Calm down, Desir. The moment he met her cold eyes, Desir certainly realized that he had been too excited. He released his clenched fist and took a deep breath. He then spoke again after his rage had somewhat subsided. What happened to Priscilla? Swan finally answered Desir's question while puffing cigarette smoke into the room. We missed her. I'm afraid she's still alive. As soon as he heard the answer, Desir felt his blood pressure rise again, his head filling with rage again. Struggling to keep calm, he opened his mouth. I don't understand. What Priscilla did must have been spread far and wide by now, at least reaching every nation's leaders. And although they ended up allowing them to flee, the Artemis fleet suffered immense damage. It was hard to believe that they could not catch her even after 3 days. That snake-like girl, smiling outwardly, acted like a figure of peace, and made all sorts of plans behind our backs. What are you talking about? Swan opened her communication pad without speaking further. At that moment, a holographic map appeared before Desir's eyes. It was a map of the Hebrion Empire. Swan marked some of the cities on the map. It's like hell out there. More than 5 cities have been completely razed. The number of dead has exceeded 30,000, and the damage is still increasing. The Empire is currently facing its greatest threat since its founding. He did not understand what she was talking about for a moment, but he soon understood what she meant and opened his eyes wide. The Artemis Church, Kansas, a fortress city located in the eastern part of the Hebrion Empire. Kansas was one of the cities allowed to possess their own substantial military power within the empire, an important point directly connected to Dresden, the capital of the empire. At the same time, the walls, which were built with the pinnacle of the empire's technology, had developed something of a legend. They were unconquerable, having proved capable of repelling every enemy attack. No other city in the empire could boast a record even close to this. Those walls had failed. Why the hell is the Artemis Church attacking us? Kansas soldiers were helplessly violated, embarrassed by the unforeseen circumstances. In order to best complement their powerful walls, Kansas's military formation was reminiscent of the Suzongjan fortress. By overwhelming the opponent with an absurd number of extremely powerful archers and magicians, they would be so threatening that attempting to siege the city would be paramount to suicide. We're detecting a surge of mana from their second temple. Reinforcements. The Church of Artemis, which boasted the prestige of being the de facto religion of the continent, had a place of worship in nearly every city, and Kansas was no exception. And the Artemis Church had secretly installed a teleportation gate in their Kansas branch. Their church was located in the center of the city. Kansas, who had been expecting a traditional siege, had been slaughtered from the inside, unable to muster a proper response. Can't breathe, can't breathe, can't breathe. There was an obvious difference in strength between the two forces. Above all, the gap in power between individuals of the two forces was insurmountable. Even well-trained knights would not be a match for paladins who had received the blessing of light. The Artemis Church had always been a symbol of peace. Their paladins had been an extension of that, and as such, no one foresaw the day they might face against them. In hindsight, such a viewpoint was nothing but naive. "Sa save me! Arg!" Screams rang out from all sides. Violent sounds and explosions continued incessantly. Flames shot up and burned the fields and cities that had once appeared to be dyed golden. There was a group of people running through the burning city. 25 of them were mounted on horseback, and though they were not traveling particularly quickly, they were deftly navigating the narrow alleyways of the city. In doing so, they could avoid detection and arrive at their destination as soon as possible. They took advantage of the familiar Kansas geography and hastened towards their destination, taking the shortest possible distance. Of course, they could not avoid all enemies. The sound of galloping horses could not be concealed, even if they tried to hide it. They came here. 30 paladins were waiting in formation. They narrowed the distance little by little with their shields raised. Between the cramped passageway and the sheer number of opponents, avoiding them was not possible. They would have to fight them head-on or abandon the current route. The commander leading the small group on horses frowned. Did they read our minds? The knights had ventured behind enemy lines to destroy the teleportation gate within the church. They assumed that the Artemis Church would not predict such a move, especially when the battle was already heavily in their favor. Despite that, they had determined their exact movements and taken action to prevent it. It would not be easy to avoid a fight from here on now. A knight opened his mouth. "Shall we take another detour again?" In response, the commander pulled out his spear. "This time we break through." As soon as he finished instructing them, the knights all hefted their spears. And at the same time, a multitude of auras, all varying in color and shape, bloomed on each spear. The pupils of the holy paladins blocking their way opened wide. Only then did the paladins realize that the people standing in front of them were different from the other soldiers they had been dealing with up until then. Different may have been an understatement. These were the only soldiers present capable of defeating the Artemis Church, even while on an unfavorable battlefield. They were the Knights of Kansas, a powerful cavalry unit that had nearly reached the end of the Shadow Labyrinth. Boom! Compressed aura tore apart a paladin's shield, replacing the thick steel with blood. The body was stomped into the ground by the following hooves, leaving an unrecognizable mess. "Speed up!" Though they easily broke through, the commander still appeared worried. Desperate pleas for assistance continued to make their way through the communication channels. Not a single encounter was a success. Defeat was obvious. Unfortunate, but not unexpected. Even in the face of defeat, the commander did not give up. There was not a trace of fear in his body. "So long as we destroy the teleportation gate, even if they take the city today, we can reclaim it in the future." Argeria G. Rogran Nimbias, commander of the Knights of Kansas, once again steeled his resolve. "We will not allow the worst-case scenario to happen. The Artemis Church could not be allowed to take the city without incurring serious losses. If Kansas fell with the gate present, their enemies would get their hands on a direct path to the capital, Dresden. So long as we can destroy the church. On the other hand, if they managed to destroy the teleportation gate, their victory would come around sooner or later. Even if Kansas was occupied today, it was isolated, surrounded by a sea of Hebrion reinforcements. Without a teleportation gate, the Artemis Church would run out of supplies and be limited to the troops already stationed within the city. Recapturing it could prove difficult, but it was possible. Therefore, the Knights of Kansas only had one goal. They had to destroy the church. The entire empire depended on it. Fire! Boom!
Aura colliding.
Screaming. Hooves wrenching armor. The sounds of war followed the Knights of Kansas wherever they went. Time and time again, the Knights of Kansas broke through the Artemis Church's defenses. Long gone was their hesitation to engage in battle. They had ditched their roguish tactics and began charging down open boulevard. The Artemis Church had discovered their plans, so the knights were left with only one valid strategy. Argeria raised his spear and shouted, "Break through!" The mounted party blitzed down the once beautiful marketplace. As they gained momentum, the clacking of hooves thundered throughout the trashed stands. The wind ripping past their ears was, in all honesty, terrifying. But nothing could compare to the terror of battle. As they grew closer to the church, so too did the density of their opponent's forces. We already expected this. Even if it meant losing men, breaking through as quickly as possible was the only valid tactic. If they placed forces ahead to intercept them, then they were certainly gathering enough strength to defend the teleportation gate. Now it was only a matter of time. Boom! Every time they broke through the enemy's line of defense, Argeria gave the same signal to his troops. The knights at the front would slow down and allow the rear to eclipse them, giving them their turn on the front lines. In doing so, the front line always remained at their peak and could exert their entire strength when breaking through enemy lines. Cut. Argeria had not reserved himself to the role of commander. He joined the front lines, launching his aura towards enemies before they could even approach him. Any bishop-class knight was capable of engaging in mid-range combat, displaying combat prowess equivalent to third-circle magicians. "Be careful, Lord Crow." Boom! Argeria launched his aura forward, ambushing some of the church's forces who were hiding behind a nearby building. The Artemis Church was powerless to stop the oncoming cavalry. It was clear that the swordsmen stationed in Kansas had not grown soft due to being kept safe by their excellent range defense. Faced with an unexpected counterattack, Artemis's power was dispersed, so their response was inevitably insufficient. It was impossible to stop them with hastily prepared defenses. "I see the church over there," a knight shouted in glee. Just as he said, the Artemis Church began to appear in the distance. However, Argeria's expression was grim. His communication channel, which had been delivering news of despair until now, had gone silent. What that meant was obvious. Kansas had been annihilated. They were the only remaining Imperial soldiers in this city. The clatter of horses' hooves was loud. The air of the burning city was suffocating. "Since our troops have been wiped out, there is little chance that we can survive here even if we succeed." Argeria turned his head towards the side, trying to find the source of the voice. It was Lord Crow, an old war veteran who Argeria had looked up to when he arrived in Kansas. Argeria turned his head again and opened his mouth, looking forward. "Do you regret it?" "Regret what?" "Joining me, following the commands of a rookie on a reckless operation." "Young rookie. Well, I cannot deny it." Lord Crow grinned. "But I don't regret it." Lord Crow's spear briefly brushed past Argeria's side, a small wisp of aura on its tip. Within an instant, the aura expanded into a large hemisphere, creating a shield to the side of Argeria. It was an admirable demonstration of precise aura. The young commander was briefly confused, but ultimately got his answer when an enemy attack arrived a moment later and collided with Crow's aura. Smash! There was a tremendous shock wave. Lord Crow took out a spare spear from his dimensional pocket and threw it in the direction the attack had come from. The spear penetrated the enemy's chest with an accurate hit. If this operation fails, Dresden will be exposed to the enemy and its people will suffer. Lord Crow took out another spear from his dimensional pocket as if nothing had happened. "Whether you are a rookie or not, I understood the meaning of the operation and decided to follow you to the end. So put your thoughts aside and focus on the situation in front of your eyes." Commander. Determination. He was determined to follow the will of Argeria. It was not just Lord Crow. Besides the Knights of Kansas, there were several powerful individuals who were not only stronger than Argeria, but far more experienced. but all of them followed Argeria's lead without much disagreement. It was Argeria who presented the operation with a calm attitude, while everyone was panicked by the church's surprise attack. He was the only one who remained calm in the embarrassing situation, and everyone followed him because they understood the importance of the mission's success. If it were 2 years ago, I would have been flustered. He still remembered the day. The great mother worm. He was an incompetent commander who was unable to do anything but despair in front of a strong enemy. And he admired him because he was so desperate that day. The only person who stepped forward and saved him at that moment. An ideal commander who calmly led everyone despite his personal experiences, remaining resolute even in desperate circumstances. Did I catch up with you, Desir? We've arrived. Argeria awoke from his reverie. As he looked around, he saw a vacant lot boasting a vast area. Statues of the goddess adorned the clearing, but what caught the eye was the immaculate church in the center. All members of the mounted party increased their speed, raising their aura in unison. There was an air of awkwardness coming from them as they galloped towards the church. Someone had strode out of the church to greet them, a holy paladin, clad in pure white. Light flowed through the church's tinted glass and reflected on his armor, resulting in a radiant holy glow emanating from their opponent, with a similar feeling coming from his aura. We must not let our guard down just because there is only one enemy. The Church of Artemis would have figured out how strong the mounted party was by now. The fact that only one person stood before them was testament to the confidence they must hold in his strength. But there's only one enemy. We've reached this far, but we can't back down. No matter how powerful the enemy was in front of them, they could not back down. It was a life-threatening operation in the first place. There was no option for them to retreat. Of course, it was a judgment made because they thought it was possible to prevail. Their opponent, no matter how powerful, could not be any stronger than a king-class knight. The combined strength knights of Kansas were likely just shy of being equivalent to a king-class, but they were accompanied by Lord Crow and a few others. Not to mention they had the advantage of already being at a full charge. Even if he was king-class and the fight took a while, they were confident in their ability to defeat him. Crackle. Aura rose like a flame from Argeria's weapon. He poured all of his energy into this charge, only thinking about knocking down the enemy that stood in front of him. Others also thought the same. The distance between the White Knight and the mounted party quickly shortened, and as soon as the distance became 0, they poured out all of their aura towards the knight in pure white, and blood splashed across the ground. Argeria groaned. At some point he found himself lying on the ground, looking up at the sky. His memory was clear up until the moment he attacked with his sword, but he was not sure what had happened afterwards, as though time itself had skipped forward. He rolled his eyes to the side, seeing Lord Crow collapsed beside him. What's going on? At that moment, Argeria opened his eyes wide as if he could not believe it. Crow's head did not have a body. Argeria spewed blood and struggled to turn around. It was just hell. There was blood everywhere. Dozens of dismembered bodies of horses and humans were scattered everywhere. It was impossible to identify which arm belonged to which torso belonged to which head. Everyone was dead. Every single one of them. Looking in the direction of the footsteps, the knight in pure white was approaching him. The knight in pure white had not a speck of damage on him. He could not understand it. The situation was beyond all comprehension. They were slaughtered effortlessly, and their enemy was left completely unwounded. Most worryingly of all, he had no idea how it happened. Step, step, step. The footsteps grew louder and louder. He could not just sit still and die. Argeria tried to pull himself up, but he could not move. No matter how hard he pushed, he could not put forth enough strength to stand. Only then did Argeria, who looked at his body, realize that nothing existed where his legs were supposed to be. The sound of footsteps stopped for a moment. The knight in pure white stopped before his eyes. Argeria and the White Knight's gaze met, and the sword held aloft by the pure White Knight slowly raised. It can't end like this. Cut. And so Kansas and some other cities fell. Desir's complexion darkened. The situation that Swan talked about was terrible. Damn it. I can't believe we never caught them building teleportation gates. The strength of instantaneous transportation of supplies and soldiers is impossible to understate. Whether you were launching a siege or desperately defending, having a teleportation gate nearby could make a massive difference. To prevent abuse, each country thoroughly restricted access to the teleportation gate, and were careful to prevent an enemy army from simply waltzing into their capital. However, the Artemis Church had secretly installed gates inside several of their churches, spread throughout the continent. As a general rule, churches operated outside the realm of any individual country's restrictions, so no one had noticed their construction. Most large cities in the Hebrion Empire had more than one church, and a majority of the smaller ones had at least one place of worship. Even if they knew exactly which churches had teleportation gates, it would have been nearly impossible to respond to several simultaneous surprise attacks. Even so, however, the Empire was the strongest country on the continent. It was hard to understand how they were being decisively outclassed by a religious group. Central Command is guessing there's something else that Artemis was hiding. Swan read Desir's quizzical expression and began speaking without prompt. Some of our cities had a large enough militia that they were capable of fending off king-class assailants. Even if it was a surprise attack, it's hard to believe that a small-scale raid was capable of defeating them. Desir asked what suddenly came to mind. Is the capital all right? So far, it is guarded by the strongest shield of the Empire. The strongest shield of the Empire. Only then did he feel relieved after hearing Raffaello was stationed there. We've already secured our other cities. Every Artemis church that remains in the Empire has been destroyed, so we won't have to worry about any more internal raids. The problem lies in what happens next. Swan lowered her gaze and connected the fallen cities marked on the holographic map. The fallen cities were all located around Kansas. After confirming it, Desir could tell what Artemis had been aiming for from the beginning. Their target is Dresden, isn't it? Swan nodded at Desir's question. Yes, Artemis is gathering their power around Kansas. They're moving quickly. Central Command's prediction is that they'll begin their march in less than a day. A blurry image was displayed on top of the holographic map. He could see a large collection of airships in the image. Desir found one of the airships familiar amongst them. It was the Brigand. He calmed the momentary fluctuation of his heart and organized the information presented. Artemis's movement was way too fast. It was easy to take down the cities of the Empire with surprise raids, but they also had sustained significant damage. Nevertheless, they were preparing for a grand offensive, as if they only needed to occupy Dresden. Their focus on Hebrion's capital was strange. Even though occupying it would inflict a heavy blow on the Empire, they wouldn't be able to protect it for long. They had amassed heavy casualties in the raids, and would incur even more when they attacked Dresden. Unless they wanted to burn it, temporarily occupying Dresden had no benefit. That being the case, why was Priscilla trying to take the capital? From the installation of the teleportation gates, to the rapid deployment that followed, it was obvious that Priscilla had planned all of this for quite a long time. But there were so many questions her actions raised. The Empire is spread incredibly thin. We can't afford to leave all our forces in the capital, not when there are several cities that are still under attack, and many more that need to be defended. Not a single magician can be wasted, especially not when one of them is the greatest magician on the continent. Having finished speaking, Swan looked directly into Desir's eyes, reproachfully. This is all my fault. Dresden was completely encircled by the Artemis Church's siege, and the Hebrion Empire found themselves in the worst crisis in their history. Across the city, high-ranking officials were scurrying about, doing their best to respond, and the Hebrion Academy was no different. The professors, single-rankers, and notable party leaders had all convened for an emergency meeting. The atmosphere feels heavy. Ron Fizzlebang was there, representing the Starling Party. He glanced around the auditorium with sunken eyes. Everyone else gathered wore their anxiety on their sleeve. It was understandable. It was their first time experiencing a crisis like this after having had more favorable battles than unfavorable ones. Rond, who considered himself to be rather bold after being on several life-and-death battlefields, also could not help but be slightly nervous. The army led by the Artemis Church was mighty. The military force was unthinkable for a mere religious body. They knocked down the knights that the Empire was proud of and kept advancing towards Dresden. What frightened the Empire's people more was their cruelty. Slashing down those who surrendered was far from the ideals that the Artemis Church spread, namely, the virtues of mercy and generosity. Is it their strategy to cause fear? If this was their tactic, it succeeded perfectly. They had successfully made the citizens of the Empire tremble with alarm. What is the current situation like, Professor Platwick? The evacuation is going smoothly, following the lead of the Red Dragon Party. Thanks to His Majesty the Emperor opening up the secondary palace, I think we will accommodate everyone without trouble. Although everyone was inwardly anxious, they remained calm. Now that they helped the people into the Empire's shelter, the Imperial Army could solely focus on their defense. How's the shield preparation going at the Academy? We are prepared to activate all the defensive facilities installed at the Academy. We're building traps in the invasion pathways and reinforcing the defense seals. While helping people take shelter, the Hebrion Academy was also getting ready to defend the Academy itself. Students who could not fight were evacuated and the parties that had enough military force were gathered. The reason why they were getting ready to protect the Hebrion Academy instead of joining the Imperial Army was due to a single message. Rond grasped his communication pad tightly, thinking of the message. Brother! The message was from Desir Arman. His message was filled with unbelievable information. There were many things it talked about, but to put it simply, the Artemis Church was aiming for the Academy. People who received it were flustered, but they quickly began moving as though it were fact. It was hard to believe, but they trusted that man, Desir. They acted on Desir's strategy written in the message. If we want to follow Desir's plan, we'll need to reinforce the Northern Business District. I'll take care of it. I know that area well, so I'm the right person. I'll be in charge of the control tower. Thanks for volunteering. You'd be the perfect person for that, Professor Hersenblanc. Rond felt his heart swelling while watching everyone work tirelessly to follow Desir's instructions. However, not everything was going perfectly. I think Professor Pelstar should take the lead of the core part of this plan. I'm afraid I couldn't. What do you mean? Professor Pelstar adjusted his glasses. He had a terribly bitter smile. To make this work, we'd need professional personnel and high-quality equipment. That's practically impossible with what we can do here. What we're trying to do here is far more difficult than simply breaking out of an artificial shadow world. It's far beyond what I can do alone. Pelstar spoke, his anger seeping out. There was no other option when the foremost authority on shadow world studies said so. That's a shame. Then, we'll need to accommodate for it by reinforcing the East. Professor Lafon, would it be possible if I help? That voice came from someone totally unexpected. Professor Pugman, who had yet to say anything until now, began to speak. Do you know much about artificial shadow worlds? Not directly, but I can be of enough help when it comes to magic stones. You're right, but... Pugman continued with a snort, as though he could read the apprehension in Pelstar's voice. One time I nearly lost my own flesh and blood. Of course, everyone here was aware of that. No one present would forget the massacre brought forth by the outsiders. At that time, I was frustrated with myself, that I was so powerless. I realized how little knowledge I had. As Pugman spoke about it, the entire auditorium grew silent, turning their attention towards him. Hence I studied and studied endlessly, so that I could cope if the same situation happened again. Pugman spoke to the applause of the people gathered. Currently, I should be able to manage a level 3 shadow world on my own. Do you think that'll be enough? Pelstar's eyes enlarged at this declaration. Pugman's self-proclaimed skill was not too far behind Pelstar's. With that, I think we can try. That's good to know. Pugman sat down again with a grin on his face, having left Pelstar in shock. Rond felt like he met Pugman's eyes at that moment. Has he always been like that? When Rond entered the academy, Pugman Naflika was an infamous professor. Though his notoriety had faded, it still existed in hushed rumors. The person before him was entirely different from what he had heard. He was even left reassured for some reason. I can't sit and wait. Clench. Rond clenched his fist and affirmed his determination. It was right then. That'll be all for the basic announcements, everyone. The meeting ended with Justin striking his hammer 3 times. I will deliver the details through the communication pads again. So everyone, back to your positions. That was how the Hebrion Academy set to work. Brigant, the Artemis Church's flagship, was cruising through the dark sky, despite the torrential rain and cutting winds. On top of its bow stood Priscilla Hazelkite, wearing a nun's ceremonial funeral robes, adorned with crimson red trim and a deep black stole. She glanced down with an emotionless face. The lights adorning the Empire's roads were buzzing from afar. The entire city before her had a massive defensive spell array encapsulating it, and numerous knights were standing in formation, ready to block the advancing holy paladins. Finally, the time to act had finally arrived. Their plan had been in the works for several decades. Priscilla had been making connections in secret, growing the power of the Artemis Church across the continent. Powerful knights had left their kingdoms, trading companies gave them good deals, and she had even gained the power of the outsiders. All their previous efforts had culminated together, and they were currently marching towards the finale. We're ready, Saint. 3 figures stood behind Priscilla. One of them was a tall, handsome man. If an angel came down to earth, it would have looked like him. He wore dazzling silver armor. He was the leader of the Paladins, someone who had led the Artemis Church's forces for a very long time. There was another person standing beside her, a man that wore a Pierrot mask. He was leaning precariously far over the railing, unfazed by the prospect of death while staring at her. Finally, there was a single woman dressed in a traditional nun's habit, who had been walking on eggshells for the past hour. Every one of her actions was timid in nature, and she clutched her holy book tightly. Her chest bore a badge with the inscription of an upturned cross, the signal of the inquisitors of the Artemis Church, their most fanatical and devoted followers. They are such pitiful people. Priscilla spoke without looking back. That was extremely generous for a label for an enemy. It was so generous that it was nearly touching. A flock of sheep that shiver with endless fear for a tiny turmoil and struggle eternally. They're the living proof of the absence of the goddess. If any priest of the Artemis Church heard that, they would have been horrified. Nobody questioned her remark, even though what she said was enough to brand her as a member of some cult. Conversely, she was a saint. It's time for the true redemption of mankind that humanity attempted at one time. But, Your Eminence, it was the nun who spoke up. She continued, lowering her head as Priscilla turned her eyes towards her. One thing I'm concerned about is that I am unsure if it's the right thing to do, to use such cruel methods. Her eyes were darting around anxiously. Traces of her fear towards the saint could be seen in her eyes. Sister Rhea, you don't need to be afraid. I understand your concerns. I would have gladly chosen another way if there was one. Priscilla grinned. She asked Rhea, who was about to smile back awkwardly. But sister, look at this world. Are you aware of how much pain there is in this world? Rhea could not help but hesitate at the sudden question. Priscilla's smile started clearing up slowly. The look on her eyes froze icily. Burning, stabbing, cut wounds, lacerations, abrasions, and contusions. The pains from split and torn skin, burst intestines, decapitated heads, and crushed limbs. For a brief moment, the leader of the Holy Paladins and Priscilla made eye contact, before quickly averting their eyes. There's more pain other than what comes from a human's senses. An epidemic, starvation, natural disasters, and catastrophe. Not to mention man-made calamity for the sake of profits and ideology. War. This world is indeed full of immense anguish. Drip. The rain was coming to an end. The moonlight broke through and the clouds soon cleared. Do you think this world is right, sister? I do not. Rhea shook her head. The fear on her face faded away slowly. Rather, it started filling with ecstasy slowly. Priscilla smiled before continuing. This world is wrong. The fundamentals of it are wrong to begin with. We need sincere redemption. This war started in order to do that. That's right. This is a jihad, a mighty holy war, which will redeem all of mankind. Priscilla's tone was passionate. Her whole heart was in it. She gave up everything solely for this. Status as a religious body, honor, friendship, emotions. All of them, because she believed it was right. Trust in me, Rhea. The world will be redeemed by me, and it will be born again as an absolutely flawless world where there is no pain. Ah, Your Eminence. Rhea began to grin with an emotional groan. Her lips stretched up to her cheeks. Her wide veiny eyes were imbued with lunacy. The results of this war will dictate whether we can carry out this world's redemption. Regardless of means or sacrifice, that redemption will be a reward everyone can bask in. So Rhea, as the saint, I command you to treat anyone that blocks your path as a heretic. I will gladly obey your command, Your Eminence. Rhea answered swiftly, grinning from ear to ear and flicking her tongue. Priscilla now turned her eyes from her to look around. While making eye contact with each one slowly, she began to speak again. Today, it's finally time to end this fabricated world. The sky cleared over the eastern ramparts of Dresden. It was silent, save for the icy cold winds ripping through blonde hair. The middle-aged man carried an overwhelming presence, matched only by his gigantic build and piercing blue eyes. He had already saved the Hebrion Empire from a civil uprising in the past, and he wasn't going to let this final gateway fall today. Giltian Zedgar F. Rogfalas. His gaze swept past their front lines and into the slowly fading darkness. Until just now, heavy clouds had swallowed the moonlight and shielded their enemy. The wind continued to blow, fluttering his white blonde hair as though it was a mane on a lion, lying in wait for its prey. Are they coming? Rumble. Beneath their feet, the steel rampart began to tremble with the vibrations of the planet's crust. Though it was faint, the intensity gradually increased. A silver light began to pierce the weakened darkness, the signature shine of the Artemis Church's holy paladins. As they came into view, the silence that had overcome the rampart was replaced with agitation. It was a natural reaction. Anyone who was aware of their opponent's strength would do the same. The army before them was 20,000 strong, and each individual was a well-trained knight capable of using aura. No single army was as powerful as them. Not only were their combat skills frightening, but many of them had received a blessing of light, which granted them abilities verging on the realm of superpowers, far outclassing the versatile uses of aura. Each blessing manifested in a unique variety, but all of them carried unpredictable power that defied any classification system used by the world at large. Their strength lay in a different plane altogether. It's practically like fighting a knight and a magician at the same time, while also dealing with unpredictable variables. Mundane strategies would prove useless against them, as they failed to operate under normal rules. That alone made them stronger than any other foreign adversary that had attacked Dresden in the past. They had instantaneously captured several cities, but that was where their insults would end. Swan. As Giltian spoke, Swan walked forward from the darkness and kneeled down in front of him. Get ready for it. Your wish is my command. Swan faded away somewhere. Then immediately, Buse. An alarm blared throughout the rampart, a starting signal for the individuals positioned in the 5 nearby watchtowers. Each tower hosted 4 magicians, all 6 circle. Together, they accounted for well over half of the magical military force the Hebrion Empire could summon. With the signal given, they all began to invoke a spell. This one consisted of an eerily different magical array. Though they should have been finished being arranged, they all continued to spread out like sentient vines, becoming entangled with one another before becoming entangled with the other watchtowers. The spell arrays of the royal magicians encompassed the sky over Dresden. Other magicians understood the significance and admired it. Enormously complicated spell arrays made by several magicians were connected organically like an orchestra, uniting and completing a single spell. Commence interception. Giltian had given the order. A flash of light sputtered from each lookout tower. Baptism of ruin. The beam swept the ground and stretched out towards the Artemis Church's army. Each soldier no bigger than ants at this distance. Bam! The tremendous blast resounded. The soldiers of the Empire strained themselves to not break formation. Soon the shockwave it left behind as it passed overhead abated, and what they witnessed after they narrowly regained their formation was an immense explosion. Boom! The shocking blast echoed through the mountain range around Dresden. The heat was so powerful that the icy winds were shoved aside as a wave of heat passed over the rampart. Whoa! The magicians quietly marveled at it. What they had just witnessed was 26 circle mages coming together to fire a 7-circle spell, the strongest attack humankind was capable of. Although the spell was completed successfully, Giltian had a dull face. This was not the end of it. He opened his mouth with a calm attitude. Commence. Nuclear stream burst. The sight of not one, but 2 7-circle spells being fired in succession was unreal. The view left behind was nothing short of a disaster. Someone let out a smirk. Well, we might have to draw a new map after this. Before Desir Arman appeared, the only magician in the highest echelon of power was Desir, who was decidedly independent of any one nation's command. Genius was a gift bestowed by the heavens, so all they could do was wait for a transcendent individual to appear. Therefore, Giltian's stopgap was simple: quantity. If they did not have a genius with 1 in a million talent, then they would have to make do with 20 gifted magicians who had 1 in 50,000. With their combined power, they could invoke spells with power that only Desir and Desir Arman could use. As the bombing continued, the frustration on the soldiers' faces diminished. The morale of the army, who had previously cursed their fate, soared endlessly. Meanwhile, Giltian opened his mouth. They betrayed our loyalty. The army gazed at Giltian. His voice solemnly resonated from where he commanded atop the rampart. At the same time, they invaded this land where our families established, harmed our citizens, and also aimed to take control of this great empire. What do they look like in your eyes? Do they deserve mercy? He lifted his sword. Giltian declared in the tense atmosphere. Today those fanatics will pay for coveting our empire. Hebrion soldiers let out a ferocious war cry. The son of Hebrion made his first move. As you would expect of the empire, Pierrot Masque truly admired the enemies in front of him. He expected the strongest country on the continent to mount a valiant defense, but this was far beyond his wildest expectations. Bam! Every moment, every second, the atmosphere was torn apart and the planet itself cried. 7-circle spells, a level of strength considered to be the strongest mankind was capable of, continued to gush forth. It was an enormous show of strength beyond what any other nation was capable of. If the Artemis Church had not thoroughly prepared, they would have already disappeared without a trace under such an onslaught. Boom! Several gigantic crosses, tens of meters wide, floated in the air in front of the Artemis Church's forces. Glance of the Father. It was a technique created through the culmination of hundreds of blessings of light being used in harmony, a power capable of reflecting and offsetting any impact. Though the technique was extraordinarily powerful, it lacked practicality. Having hundreds of paladins gathered in one place, all capable of coordinating with one another for a single technique, was much easier said than done. However, once the burdensome conditions were cleared, the users were blessed with overwhelming defensive might, beyond even the Aurora system, which was the best defensive system their opponents had. Having successfully defended themselves from annihilation, they had bought themselves some leeway. The problem was that the strength of the Empire was more than they had anticipated. Even with their absurd defensive capabilities, they could not fully block several rapid-fire 7-circle spells without taking some losses. We can't afford to lose the glance of the Father. 3rd Division Knights, take turns. As the spells poured down on the cross, it began to crack. That meant part of the shield had already been destroyed. Each time, There were screams resounding from all corners of their formation. Before they even arrived, they had already sustained significant casualties from their previous battles. What's more extraordinary is that they are maintaining this level of bombardment. It was seventh circle magic, the so-called most powerful magic of mankind. The force was great, but the required amount of mana to cast these was also mind-boggling. As Desir nodded gently, Swan spoke unexpectedly. "You know that, huh?" Having regained some reason, Desir was clearly aware of his mistakes. "I'm blinded by anger." No matter how urgent the situation was, he should have judged the situation calmly and picked the best option. However, he completely lost his reason to anger and pursued Priscilla alone, which eventually led to his defeat. If he had moved differently, the current situation might have been different. No, forget that. If he had kept his head straight, he might have been able to eliminate Priscilla on the spot. "Well, I can understand your feelings. I'm just as angry at that bitch." Swan slowly approached Desir and flicked his forehead. "But just as you grieved when you lost Zod, remember that if we lose you, there are people who will be sad." Only then did Desir think of the people who were worried about him and his promise to them. He almost lost his temper and broke his promise. He clenched his fist. "I'll be clear." Desir took a single deep breath. "First of all, I need to do the best I can." He had to regain his composure. He realized at this point that revenge alone was not enough. "First of all, you need to get well." Swan spoke as if she had noticed Desir's feelings. "The situation isn't good, but Hebrion isn't pathetic enough to collapse within a few days. You should focus on recovering first and come back to us as soon as possible. But it will take a while to recover enough to fight." Desir had an accurate grasp of his injuries. Though he had not invoked the spell and missed out on the worst of the injuries, he was still heavily beaten up. Swan was not kidding when she said he should have died. His bones had shattered and his organs were severely damaged. Most notably, Desir had placed extreme strain on his mana circles, and they needed time to recuperate before he could use them properly. It would probably take months for Desir to be able to move on his own, let alone fight on the front lines. "That's why I'm here." Swan grinned and reached out to Desir's neck. Ring. The clear sound of iron resounded. "It's a gift from His Majesty." Desir felt the energy flowing out of the necklace that Swan had hung on him. His breathing had become much easier. He could feel his condition improving little by little. He allowed this artifact to be taken out. Desir knew what the necklace was around his neck. The string was adorned with various red beads, coming together to a blue cross that sat on his chest. Of all the artifacts present on the continent, it was the only one capable of healing its user, the Immortal Rosario. The Immortal Rosario was far short of the restoring abilities Priscilla boasted, but even so, it had the power to imbue its wearer with a continuous regenerative effect beyond what modern medical technology could achieve. Despite its value, it was rarely used. It had been kept hidden, handed down from emperor to emperor. The Immortal Rosario had never left Leonhart Palace because it was impossible to know when it would be needed. For such an artifact to not only be removed from the palace, but to be in a foreign country, being presented to Desir, surprise was an understatement. "You'll get well enough in 2 days. And one more thing." Swan pulled something out of her dimensional pocket. The moment he laid eyes on it, Desir felt his mouth dry. It was Zod's cane, which he had sent to Desir in his final moments. Hephaestus found that the cane had a special password. Desir took the cane that Swan presented. Unlike the last time he held it, the bloodstains had all been wiped away. The surface of it was cold to the touch. Somehow, the cane was heavier than he remembered. "I'm sure the Tower Master left this to deliver something important to you. Now I know for sure." After Swan left, Desir was lost in thought for a moment in the dark room. She has been working on this for a long time. First of all, teleportation gates were not a simple device that could just be installed anywhere. They were something that could not be constructed without meticulous planning, and hiding their existence was substantially difficult. And she was hiding her strength in my previous life. In his previous life, Priscilla's ability while clearing the Shadow Labyrinth was invaluable, but it was completely incomparable to the power she demonstrated during their battle. The power she had displayed when restoring the Brigand in Altia was on a completely different level. Her recovery speed, how thorough it was, and even the ability to restore inanimate objects. None of that was visible in Desir's previous life. Why had she hidden her power? Maybe the timeline didn't change. She might have been planning whatever she's doing now in the last world, but was forced to wait until after the Shadow Labyrinth was cleared. It was clear that he had misunderstood her character, the character of the duplicitous Priscilla Hazelkite. It was obvious that she had been wearing a mask, all for this moment, from the very beginning. But there remained the most crucial question that still remained unsolved. Desir simply could not understand what the hell she was trying to gain by invading the Hebrion Empire. Even if they succeeded in occupying Dresden, it did not mean they would successfully control the empire. It was only a momentary victory, and it was something that would soon be taken away again. Moreover, the Artemis Church was antagonizing every other nation by invading Altia and the empire. The way things are going, the Artemis Church will quickly lose everything they have gained. Priscilla was surely aware that the Artemis Church would collapse no matter the outcome of this incident. There's only one answer. This isn't a war of conquest. Desir knew all too well that Priscilla was not a foolish person. She probably believes that once they capture Dresden, they can overcome everything that will happen after that. Desir was unable to come up with an exact method, but that had to be why she was acting so recklessly. With the resources Priscilla has access to, she shouldn't be able to continue the war after taking Dresden. So, if it is not a war of conquest, and there is something she wants in Dresden that will allow her to continue the war, in a flash of inspiration, Desir recalled someone else's plan. Something capable of transcending physical military power, something that would make a war in the present irrelevant. The Artemis system. Desir hurriedly removed the necklace from his dimensional pocket and activated it. Instantly the scenery around him began to morph and distort until it was replaced by a blanket of white. Looking around, he found what he was searching for. Lunia. Upon seeing Desir, she politely greeted him with a small curtsy. "You're back, user. Nice to see you, Lunia." After a simple greeting, Desir asked without hesitation. "Lunia, I'd like to know if the city called Dresden has means to operate the Artemis system. Even if Priscilla won the battle, their defeat would be imminent. If they used the Artemis system, they could change the past to overcome any burden incurred. But at the moment, the Artemis system was completely dysfunctional. But there were other variables in play. In Altia, Priscilla was clearly working with Pierrot Mask, who had certainly betrayed Skull Mask. Under the circumstances, Desir was now certain that Pierrot Mask had stolen the core of the power source shortly after killing him, and was planning to use that to activate the Artemis system. Lunia closed her eyes in response. Straight away, the circuits that were carved onto her dress and the runic alphabet on her skin began to glow. Her eyes quickly fluttered open, and her mouth soon followed. It existed. Past tense? Does it not exist anymore? To be exact, there used to be facilities capable of activating the Artemis system at the geographical location where Dresden now lies, but they were destroyed during the fall of mankind. It was as he assumed. This was her goal. Skull Mask had been around since the fall of mankind, so he must have known about the facilities in Dresden too. However, Skull Mask had not been able to use them. He worked tirelessly to build a foundation for his plan, going as far as to puppet several nations into working for him. In other words, Skull Mask was dependent on building a new foundation in order to repair the Artemis system. But Priscilla was another story. She had a transcendent recovery ability that she had kept disguised as a healing ability up until now. It was strong enough that she was capable of restoring an entire airship within a second. Perhaps she's trying to restore the operating facility for the Artemis system. Once Priscilla dominated Dresden, she could get the facility back into working condition. With the system fixed, she only needed the means to power it, which Pierrot Mask had obtained. She's probably known about the Artemis system for a very long time. Thinking that the Church of Artemis and the Artemis system were unrelated was optimistic at best, and naive at worst. It was likely that Priscilla had known about the Artemis system since she became the saint, or maybe even sooner. As Desir organized his thoughts, he continued to ask questions. Is there anywhere else with such facilities? In total, there are 4 places from which you can operate the Artemis system. Unfortunately, the other 3 are impossible to access after errors occurred in the reproduction of history. She was referring to the erosion caused by failing to clear a shadow world. This was why Priscilla was aiming for Dresden. Desir spoke with a nod. Tell me the exact place of the facilities for the Artemis system in Dresden. At that moment, the white-colored space distorted and a landscape appeared. The more the view came into focus, the wider Desir's eyes grew. A lakeside by willow trees, a dorm with a pink tone. The landscape was all too familiar. What are the odds? The place where the Artemis system facility was located, the place Priscilla was aiming for, it was the Hebrion Academy. Shortly after recovering from his surprise, Desir quickly calmed down and organized his thoughts. There was no time to waste on such things. Lunia, I have a few more things to check. After finding out what he could, Desir returned to reality and contacted someone on his communication pad. Afterwards, he made his way towards the Magic Tower branch in Adeina. Thanks to the immortal Rosario, Desir had recovered enough for him to move around on his own. But combat was still out of the question. Having arrived at his destination, Desir made his way towards the basement. Given the countless number of branch locations, each magic tower had been designed slightly differently. Some branches had specialized in a certain type of research, and some were used as glorified warehouses, but they all had one thing in common. There was a research department for shadow worlds in their basements. Once the elevator doors parted, Desir was face to face with an impressive array of technological equipment adorning the huge space. Magical transportation tubes shot up and down the walls while several of the consoles whirred in concentration, working tirelessly to discover any incoming shadow worlds or compute equations given by any of the researchers present. As he entered, someone noticed him and approached. It was the second master of the magic tower, Hephaestus. I was waiting for you. Is it ready? Of course. Desir headed to the door-shaped structure in the center of the lab, following Hephaestus's guide. Should we get started right away? Yes, please. As Desir nodded, Hephaestus struck the ground twice with the cane he held. The researchers, who had already been scurrying around, quickly went into double time. Soon the structure in front of him started activating, oozing a symphonic sound. Hephaestus spoke to Desir after inspecting the now-activated gate. All the parameters are as you requested. The clear condition was set to flicking your finger twice in a row, so you can leave whenever you're finished. The giant structure in front of them was the gate that connected to a virtual shadow world. Though Hephaestus acted nonchalant, Desir was very much aware of the tremendous effort and hard work it took to pull off his request. Thank you, Second Master. As part of Zod Exarian's will, you inherited all the rights of the previous Tower Master. Following the Tower Master's instructions is just part of my job as Second Master. Hephaestus made a deep bow to Desir. After Desir bowed back to him to show his appreciation, he strode towards the gate. His vision blackened at the same time. You have entered a shadow world. The familiar notification rang out, but this time it felt a little strange. This was the first time Desir had entered a shadow world since meeting Lunia, and the mental image was a little bizarre. Still, Desir could not afford to waste time over inconsequential oddities. Desir stretched his joints, well aware of what he was about to face. To be exact, the shadow world he was about to enter was created to his specification, and it was the perfect opportunity for him to train. Even though battle would break out between the Artemis Church and the Hebrion Empire at any moment, this was not something he could afford to delay. Let's do my best. Although his body had recovered to be up and about due to the effect of immortal Rosario, it was still too much for him to go into combat. He needed to heal more to be fully prepared, and he had to make the most of his time. In that vein, he chose to spend this limited time on further improving his magic. I need to get stronger than I am now. His most recent spell design was far more convoluted than the original system used to create his first modified spell, Firestorm. He had integrated the Tesseract's spell structure into his draconic incantation, and was able to perform overwhelmingly powerful spells as a result. But he miserably realized that this was not enough. After the violent collision in Altia, he felt that his current self could not reach her. Draconic magic is the only thing capable of overpowering her regenerative power. Draconic magic had a completely different level of power compared to general magic. It was strong enough to knock down the ancient demon, Daednut, and the Beast of Revelation. However, as it had a powerful effect, it also had a few massive drawbacks. The enormous load that it put on its user was beyond what a human body could withstand, and the long time spent casting the spell would put the user at risk. Desir had known those drawbacks for a long time and tried to improve on them. Though he could pull off these spells by using another spell to shift the heavy burden, he had made no progress on hastening the speed he could cast these spells at. It seemed that Desir had hit a fundamental limit, something that was inherent to draconic magic that he could never overcome. Desir had given up to an extent. There was no simple way to overcome such a situation. That was, until he deciphered the code Zod had left within his cane. Desir pulled out Zod's cane from his dimensional pocket. It was adorned with a blood-red stone, carved into the shape of a flower. Zod had transformed the level 1 mana stone to resemble his favorite flower, and the stone had subsequently become known as the Red Spider Lily. Zod had imbued the Red Spider Lily with a highly encrypted cipher, such that no one other than him or Desir could decode it. It had taken him a few hours, but when Desir deciphered the code, he discovered a recording from Zod. Desir's gaze was fixed on the Red Spider Lily for a while. As he placed his hand on it, the reddish energy seemed to flow out, and there was a voice that he thought he would never hear again. "I am so sorry for reaching out to you this way, Desir." Desir softly closed his eyes, listening to the voice. The image of a man slowly appeared, as though he were being painted into the world. The blue eyes that were gently staring at Desir were as deep as the open sea. His wavy hair looked as though it was the crystallization of all the wisdom this world had to offer. Though his presence was overwhelming, there was something disarming about his posture. His half-upturned lips outed his mischievous personality, like a rascal caught red-handed. Zod Exarian. He was Desir's companion, his greatest friend, and his mentor. They stood back to back up until the very end of the Shadow Labyrinth, always pushing one another to do their best. "I am sorry, Zod." Though Desir struggled to let out words, there was no response. His heart ached, wanting to have one last genuine conversation. "It's a shame. There were many things I wanted to do with you, and so many things I wanted to teach you." Desir's eyes started getting tinged with red. He opened his mouth, although he knew there would be no answer. "You're treating me like a kid. Do you think I treat you like a child?" "Of course. I'm a fully grown man." The thread of the conversation oddly matched. The two understood each other better than they understood themselves. Desir could vividly recall what kind of looks Zod had on his face with just the tone of his voice. The Zod in his imagination smiled tenderly. "But it can't be helped. If I had a son, I always hoped that he would have been like you." His gasp outpoured between his tightly sealed lips. Desir could not say anything back this time. If he opened his mouth, even a little, Desir was worried the bitter baggage he held in his heart would gush out. I also, deep down he was of the same mind as him. Zod was his companion, mentor, and something more than that at the same time. The moment he was about to respond, Zod continued. "So I don't want you to overwork yourself." Drip. Zod's last remaining mana, which had been imbued into the Red Spider Lily, began to coalesce around Desir. It swirled over his hair, as though it was trying to pat his head. "That's what I'm asking for the last time. That's all I hope." Drip. Something kept falling from Desir's jawline. "You're worried about other people until the end, you really are." Zod cleared his throat as if he was attempting to change the mood, and spoke with a playful tone. "Well, it's not going to be easy. You always overdo it unless someone stops you." I'll try my best to fix that. Desir wore a bitter smile, thinking back to when he chased after Priscilla without further thought. I guess I should get to the point. By now, you've probably figured out what happened. From this point on, the message would go into the actual reason behind why Zod would go to such lengths to reach Desir like this. Priscilla's healing ability is a lot more powerful than we knew. There's no magic from this time capable of matching her. I worry even your draconic magic might be bested. Desir paid attention to the message with a nod as he had already observed Priscilla's ability. In my last moments, Desir, I sacrificed my mana circles in order to temporarily exceed the 7th circle. In that moment, I found something that could allow you to best her. I diverted some of my mana to encode this message and teleport my cane to you. There was excitement in his voice that he could not hide. What I attained is the essence of magic. There was a torrential downpour. It thundered non-stop in the pitch-black sky. The war situation was as frustrating as the bad weather. So, are we going to withdraw like this? I don't think so. Raffaello smiled slightly at Jean's question. They will not cross here. Hang in there. Ugh! Screams burst and metallic sound from weapons crashing resonated. The side guard and the holy paladins of the Artemis Church had engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle. The Hebrion Empire had attempted to rescue their captives by forfeiting their fortress's safety, and had managed to succeed thus far. However, the Artemis Church had still gotten the result they wanted. While the Empire was distracted with the rescue, they had advanced far further, far faster, and far safer than they would have otherwise. Fortunately, the Royal Guard and Side Guard had halted their advance before they met the fortress gate. But the situation was not great. Raffaello and Jean were at their limits. It's going to be dangerous like this, Raffaello. I am aware. Raffaello shook his head to wipe the blood off his face. The smile on his face was long gone. Although they stopped the Artemis Church's advance, the all-out confrontation against them was inevitable. Retreat was now impossible. It was wrong of them to think that the problem would be solved if they held out for a bit. That damned cross. The ultimate hurdle they needed to overcome to claim victory was the glance of the Father. While holding back the oncoming paladins, Raffaello and Jean were both theorizing how to destroy it, but were ultimately forced to retreat and guard the fortress. If the situation went as planned, the Empire's non-stop 7th circle spells would have been enough to overcome its defensive prowess. However, once they were forced to deconstruct their arrays to rescue the captives, the glance of the Father had recovered to how it looked initially, and further damage had been negated entirely. If they retreated, the Artemis Church would break through the fortress defenses easily. As a result, they continued to fight as fiercely as possible, quickly draining their impressive but limited aura reserves. Although the 2 members of the Royal Guard were extremely powerful, they could not handle an entire military force on their own. His blindingly shiny aura began to fade, and the wheels that were rotating along his sword started losing their speed. Nevertheless, they kept going fiercely and repeatedly cut down the encroaching enemy paladins. Bam! There was a deafening roar. It was the sound of Jean Uremran's swordsmanship, which had the power to tear apart the ground with a single stroke, being blocked. At the end of their line of sight, near the origin of the concerning sound, was a holy paladin in extremely white armor, wielding a long ornate sword. His pure armor, complemented by his white aura, was the personification of the Artemis Church's supposed holiness. He appeared in person. Raffaello frowned. The individual before him was extremely dangerous, and someone he genuinely hoped he would never see on this battlefield. He was the leader of the Artemis Church's holy paladins, Argo. Raffaello had seen him a few times in the past, recalling how he often stood near Priscilla. The last time he had seen Argo was during the Divide War, where he had been an extremely powerful asset on the front lines. If not for his presence, attempting a sneak attack on Divide's capital might have resulted in their entire formation collapsing. Even though the person in front of him had the same face of the man at that time, he did not feel like the same person. The spirit Argo gave off was drastically different to what Raffaello remembered. Was he hiding his power? Dangerous. Every part of his body was screaming at him in warning. Argo quietly wielded his sword, half of his face concealed by its embellished blade. Before he could process what was happening, Argo swung it towards Raffaello. Bang! Raffaello leaked out a groan, the impact surprising him but not inflicting any real damage. Bam! Bam! Every time their blades collided, those who were unfortunate enough to be within 10 feet perished painfully. Their bodies were torn apart and scattered. Their blood was sent soaring into the air, only to rain back down onto the battlefield. Usually, swordsmen of such caliber limited their offensive actions to prevent damaging their own forces, but the situation clearly went against such niceties. Both swordsmen were barely able to defend themselves from their opponent's attacks. When did he? Argo's swordsmanship was so quick that Raffaello's dynamic visual acuity could not keep up. Dodging or parrying was not an option, so he was forced to gather his aura and block it. Gosh! At a glance, Raffaello seemed to be fending off Argo easily, but the reality was much more dire. Raffaello was already exhausted from the long battle, and his aura had been drained dry defending the fortress. Every time Argo's sword connected with his own, his wrists ached from the resulting vibrations and his stance buckled. Suddenly, Argo left an opening. His continuous attacks had halted for just a moment, and Raffaello moved to take advantage of it. Unfortunately, that was a trap. A short blast of aura, highly compressed into a high-pressure bullet, was launched towards Raffaello. Argo had aimed to capitalize on the brief moment it would take Raffaello to shorten the gap, opting to use the time to gather the aura that had been pressing inside him. For this, if he had not been so exhausted, he would not have fallen for mental warfare at this level. Raffaello attempted to react in a hurry, blaming himself, but it was too late. Raffaello was forced to misposition to dodge the attack, and Argo's sword was on track to pierce through the royal guard's core. Sorry to interrupt your fight. A ridiculous number of blades, composed of pure aura, fell from the sky. Each of them were aimed towards Argo, and each of them were peerless and forceful. This was the signature technique of Jean Uremrin, who had surpassed even the sword grandmaster in terms of offensive ability. Galaxy Sword. Argo quickly withdrew his sword and stepped back to dodge the attack. Kaboom! The ground burst, and a strong dust-laden wind gushed out of the spot where Argo once stood. In a mere moment, the whole area had been devastated, but it was not enough. Such an attack was impressive, but an ultimately ineffective blow to Argo. It simply bought a little time, allowing Raffaello to step back and take a breather. You can't afford to get stuck here. Raffaello nodded at Jean's communication. He was right. With just one of the royal guardsmen dedicated to withholding Argo, the side guard's formation had already significantly fallen apart. At this rate, it would not take long for their formation to collapse completely. This is war, after all. The enemy was too strong to insist on one-on-one combat. Raffaello wanted to face him alone in his heart of hearts, but he could not afford to waste any more time. He had to sort this out fast. After Raffaello sent Jean a signal, the two master swordsmen teamed up to take on Argo. Kaboom! Again there was a desperate battle. Unlike before, this time Jean stepped in so that two members of the royal guard stood against a single person. As befitting their strengths, Raffaello concentrated on their defense, while Jean was in charge of attacking Argo. The strongest sword and shield of the Hebrion Empire, and quite possibly the continent, were pitched against a single superpower-wielding fanatic. However, the situation did not change. We're in a stalemate. No, we're slowly losing ground. Over time, Argo slowly dominated the battle against the two royal guardsmen. Raffaello could not believe his eyes. Not only was there a person who could match them in terms of strength, but they were being eclipsed. Their foe was a tier above the best swordsman on the continent, and their exhaustion was no excuse. Have you still not realized? Argo spoke as if declaring something. What? Before they could even answer, Argo's sword darted towards the side of Raffaello. Bam! Raffaello stepped back, pushing away his flood-like attack. He needed to build some distance if Jean wanted to attack. As Argo was pushed away, he reinforced his body with aura, and persistently closed the gap with Raffaello, despite the shield's best effort to do otherwise. Clang! Argo's and Raffaello's swords scraped against each other yet again, the immense pressure threatening to finally decommission Raffaello. For a brief moment, Argo's lips twitched before him. As soon as you chose a head-on-head fight, you lost. Right after his mocking voice echoed. Kaboom! Bang! Jean and Raffaello overheard a faint blast echo out. On a battlefield, such a sound was common, but the concern came from its location. It can't be! Raffaello's face crumpled. An incoming communication rang out. The eastern blockade has fallen. Dresden is under attack. The church's bombardment of Dresden never ceased. After the eastern line fell, their forces moved to encircle Dresden in earnest, the river and mountains protecting the cityscape now irrelevant. Though the majority of their firepower was focused on the southern front, where the Hebrion Empire had chosen to regroup, they did their best to exert pressure across the entire city. A few airships attempted to control the skies over the city, but it was impossible for them to survive outside the safety granted by the glance of the Father. Imperial magicians did their best to concentrate their fire on any vessel that approached, and each airship that ran the gauntlet was inevitably shot down in quick order. Just when the situation could not get any worse for the Empire, it did. Another group of airships had taken advantage of the ensuing chaos to approach from the west, crossing over the huge river and heading straight towards the city. The magicians split their efforts between the two sides, and did their best to take the new fleet down in the same manner. Kaboom! The airship was blasted apart, with fragments pelting the buildings below. The magicians were relieved that the oncoming ships did not have any unexpected defensive measures. This is ridiculous! While the ground troops rejoiced, an agitated voice coming over the communication channels painted a wildly different story. Once the dust clouds cleared, all bore witness to the vessel still continuing onward, despite having burst apart just moments ago. Though that was surprising, the emotion that overtook the Imperial soldiers was dread. Behind that vessel lay a mighty flagship. That ship! It's the Brigand. The Saintess is coming herself. As soon as the flagship was identified, all commanders were sent an emergency alert. Bring it down no matter what. We cannot allow it to enter the city. Unparalleled amounts of artillery fire decorated the night sky. Even still, it was not enough to counter the true regenerative power of the Saint of the Artemis Church, and the airships still continued to close the distance. Strangely enough, something began to drop from the Brigand. Small fist-sized pieces of rock tumbled off the deck, headed straight down towards the rolling waters below. Splash! Their path only slightly changed by the tide. The rocks fell deep towards the bottom of the river. Though a few noticed the occurrence, no one cared about such a seemingly insignificant event. After all, no one expected it to lead to such an extravagant outcome. Splash! Suddenly stone pillars jutted from the waters where the rocks fell, creaking as they soon reached several meters tall. After a brief rest, they once again grew and shifted, stretching straight up towards the sky. Their shape almost looked like the framework for a gigantic weapon, but it soon started to take the form of a structure. What the hell is? Attack! Don't let it get any closer. Commotion erupted across the western wall. The structure had originally only occupied the space of the river, but it continued to expand, and was now starting to encompass the same area as their western defenses. Splash! The building could no longer fit within the confines of the river. There was a horrifying noise as the walls of Dresden were literally gobbled up. What happened? Respond. What's going? We lost contact. There's no response. The Imperial communication channel fell into utter disarray. All contact with the West had been lost. Creak. The bizarre structure, which had seemingly appeared out of thin air, instantly tore down Dresden's defenses and gobbled up their entire western wall. Now that it was finished forming, any historian or member of the Artemis Church could tell you what building had replaced Dresden's western wall. It was the headquarters of the Artemis Church, the Basilica of the Sacred Family. Priscilla leisurely strolled through its ornate doors, exiting the temple and walking a near-literal red carpet into Dresden. Nobody could stop her. The only ones who stood a chance, the Royal Guard, were stuck in the southern battlefield. We're finally here. I have to say, Dresden really doesn't live up to the hype. Pierrot mask behind her spoke with derision, his personal guard lurking in the shadows behind him. Excellent, Your Eminence. Rhea smiled with a blush too. Behind her were many heresy investigators standing in line. Do not lower your guard. It's just started. Though her compatriots were eager to get started, Priscilla's face was still stiff with unease. Desir Arman, just how much of our plan have you predicted? What's your next move? The most dangerous man had not yet shown up. Dresden's western forces had immediately fallen. Their proud wall turned to dust in an instant. Dark smoke curled up from beneath the foundation of the basilica, the remains of human life and stone coalescing into one ominous plume. Reinforce the front. Someone splint my ankle. Nevertheless, the imperial military reassembled their troops and regained their formation. They're the Empire indeed. Priscilla generously heaped praise on them. Not only did they have to defend Dresden, but they also had to combat the spontaneous surprise attacks throughout their empire, having to compete with the Church's secret teleportation gate network. The Hebrion Empire's military was extremely fragmented, a deliberate ploy set up by the Artemis Church, and yet they still continued to defend with a staggering number of forces. Even then, they could not stop them. The military forces that broke through the west of Dresden were considered the elite of the Artemis Church. There were hundreds of knights led by 12 cardinals and paladins, as well as heresy investigators. Every one of them was skilled enough to deserve the title of elite. But among them all, only one individual was necessary to stop the imperial army from blocking their path.
Bod.
The heresy investigator, Rhea. With each step she took, a white hyacinth bloomed beneath her feet. They sprouted forth, buds forming shortly thereafter, and then fully blossomed within a second. Although it appeared to be a harmless flower bed, the following sequence was anything but aesthetic. The hyacinths refused to allow anything other than Rhea to touch them, and anything that got too close to them would suddenly vanish, as though they never existed to begin with. Stomp. Rhea continued to walk forwards, getting rid of anything that blocked her way. Stop her. An ashen-faced imperial commander, who was responsible for guarding the now-collapsed west, desperately shouted out orders. However, there was no way that soldiers who failed to understand her ability could stop her. For a long time, screams emanated from anywhere she passed. Before long, the ruined cityscape was left silent, save for the Artemis Church and one Hebrion commander. The officer unsheathed his sword with shaky hands, valiantly pointing it at the head inquisitor. Rhea simply smiled gently and held her hand out. A single white hyacinth petal grew out of her wrist, elegantly detaching itself and riding the winds towards the commander's sword, landing gently on the hilt. Arg! He threw away his sword with a scream. Whoosh! The pure white petal had formed a brilliant flame, which instantly enveloped the entire sword. The entire weapon burned to nothingness, not even leaving behind ashes, failing to survive the even distance between the commander's hand and the ground. If he had waited even a moment longer, that flame likely would have spread to him too. What kind of power? The officer's eyes were laden with fear. His whole body was shaking, but not because of the display. He began to feel a slight pressure around his legs. He did not need to look down to know what it was. Snap! Rather than instantly burning him alive, the flower simply encased him in a thick stem, preventing any movement. Rhea slowly meandered towards him, bending over to pluck the elegant flower off of his body. I call this baptism of fire. No matter the heresy it needs to cleanse, these beautiful hyacinths never stop growing, and will swallow anything it deems necessary of purification. Her smiling eyes changed ever so slightly. Her composed, pretty face had a sinister, sadistic undertone. Rough. Ugh! Rhea slowly grabbed his face with her hands. He tried to turn his head away, but the stems of the flower caught his neck and face and began to open his mouth by force. Rhea used the opportunity to shove the flower down his throat. If you were a devout man, one of true faith, then you will not be purified. You'll be unharmed, right? Clap. Rhea clapped in declaration. The flowers burst into flames, opting to slowly burn the Imperial captain rather than obliterate him. For a few seconds, he screamed in unimaginable agony, as his flesh melted and fused together and his eyeballs liquefied in their sockets. Within 10 seconds he went limp, and the flames charred the corpse, leaving behind black ash which scattered to the wind. Rhea watched the insignificant dust trail through the sky, a wicked grin etched deep into her face. "Arg! Please spare." Floral flames engulfed the reinforcing units, devouring everyone in its path. Screams echoed from both near and afar, and Rhea's face was twisted in sick ecstasy. How beautiful it is! The Imperial army did their best to fight the fire. Soldiers threw buckets of water, magicians cast ice spells, and so forth. But no matter what they did, their efforts were pointless. The baptism of fire was a holy blaze that wouldn't extinguish unless its target was fully incinerated. It was a flame that existed alongside the very laws of nature. Hyacinths bloomed along the western wall, claiming the portion of the city as its own territory. "Excellent, Rhea." Priscilla came up and stood by her. "I'm honored, Your Eminence." Before their conversation could continue, a new group of combatants approached the head inquisitor. The number of people summoned was truly flattering. Had they mustered everyone they could? "I think this is going to be the last one." Rhea groaned with pleasure and walked towards them. All of a sudden, the temperature around her dropped sharply. "What?" Frozen world crack. The ground froze and a tremendous chill rushed towards the Artemis Church members, freezing the hyacinths that were eating away at Dresden. "My baptism was neutralized?" Rhea was greatly agitated. There was no ice magic that could stop her baptism of fire. Frozen palace. Even Zod Exarian rarely performed seventh circle magic for the sake of efficiency. If he could achieve the same effect with multiple lower circle spells, there was no point wasting mana on a higher circle spell. "Deploy! Put them all in. There's no reason to go easy." Despite that, the Empire was firing several seventh circle spells back to back. So, how did the Empire compensate for this inefficiency? Magic stones. The Hebrion Empire had an enormous stockpile of the gems, each with a considerable quantity of mana stored within them. Each of the stones were worth more than their weight in gold and were being consumed at an alarming rate. With each spell cast, the magicians were fed enough magic stones to exceed the annual budget of a small kingdom. It was an unglamorous way of fighting, but it was only possible for a nation like the Hebrion Empire, which had long dominated as the strongest of mankind, accumulating untold wealth over the centuries. Under the sun of the Empire, the capital has been reborn as an impregnable fort. Dresden was indeed a fortress blessed with natural advantages. In the north, there was Lagran, the third largest mountain range on the continent, which made it impossible for foreign enemies to invade through. Simultaneously, the huge river that began in Lagran wrapped around the west and the south of Dresden. The channel was deep and wide, so any infantry would need a bridge or boats to cross, which would make them sitting ducks. If they were to head to Dresden, their only route was via the east. Unfortunately, their fortress city, Kansas, had already fallen. Between there and Dresden lay wide-open plains, giving advancing armies no room to hide. If they wanted to attack the Hebrion capital with infantry, they would have to pass through there. Having only one attack route, the Artemis Church's troops were forced into an unfavorable fight from the outset. We prepared airships to overcome this, but Priscilla worked tirelessly to build a substantial air force, one that even the Hebrion Empire could not match, but she had lost more than half of it to Desir in Altia. In the end, they succeeded in taking out Desir, but it was at an extravagant cost. They lost their advantage against Dresden. They were left with no choice but to brute force their way through the east. They had to advance, even though they knew they were at a staggering disadvantage. That was the current war situation. Giggle. Though they were faced with such a disadvantage, Pierrot Masque's lips curled up in glee. It'll all be worth the effort. The situation was definitely unfavorable. They had only barely managed to fend off the sustained shelling of the Empire, but it was clear that they could not last for much longer. However, Pierrot Masque was not interested in waiting till then. As he gesticulated madly in the air, tens of cards were summoned in his hands. They appeared to be just paper cards, but each card was an A-tier artifact containing a vast amount of dimensional space. As the cards began to rotate around him, strange appendages began to force their way out. They writhed and morphed, a nauseating cacophony of snapping bones and wriggling flesh echoing out as they stretched and popped into place. After the unholy sight concluded, they had a human-like shape. Okay, let's get it started. Pierrot Mask grinned at the humanoids that stumbled before him. A wicked grin adorned his face, one that unnerved even his allies. Capriccio, it was time for the play to begin. Giltian sat perched atop a watchtower, overviewing the fortress that had been constructed outside Dresden. Lined up beside him were none other than his royal guard. Something is closing in. The first person to notice the unexpected change was Jean Uremrin, the sword of the royal guard. He was an old man of at least 40 years with a black eye patch covering one of his eyes, and a gray beard that reached his chest. Jean quickly gathered his aura, and recognized the phenomena faster than any detection spell could be invoked. Nearly 4,000 troops. Raffaello next to him added, after recognizing it a bit slower than him. His face hardened. It was a very serious matter. The scale of the army they faced had increased. Their sudden surge in military strength would certainly affect the progress of the battle. Giltian opened his mouth. Are they hand-picked soldiers that they were hiding? I don't believe so. They seem extremely crude for that. Jean Uremrin denied it calmly. They're too slow to be vanguards, and they aren't wearing anything to suggest affiliation with the church. They're also approaching without formation, so I don't think they're even a disciplined unit. What he said astonished the others present. He had precisely figured out their movement at a distance that was impossible to visually confirm. Even Raffaello was shocked. All he could do was sense their approaching presence, but he had not been able to detect that level of detail. But now was not the time to be in awe. If what Jean said was true, there was only one possible answer, and it was the worst-case scenario for the Empire. Stop the bombardment. With Giltian's order, the torrential bombardment stopped in an instant. As the magic circle that filled the sky deactivated, the spell arrays broke, which resulted in mana fragments scattering throughout the sky, their blue light refracting across the battlefield. Raffaello's eyes glanced over the approaching horde, unable to hide his anxiety. Even Giltian, remaining composed as ever, had an air of nervousness about him. Their worst fears had become reality. Your Majesty, they are people of the Hebrion Empire. This was the official report of the Imperial magicians, their targets finally within range of their detection spells. Is this certain? That we can affirm. They must be members of the Imperial army from the cities that have been conquered. Although Giltian doubted the authenticity of the information, nothing changed. Raffaello could not help but murmur. I thought they all died. That was what everyone thought. As the distance between them narrowed, people standing on the walls of the fortress could hear their voices. They were wailing. They were fleeing from something, crying for help. They were indeed running towards here with all of the energy they could muster. There was a slight gap between the Artemis Church and them, a vague space that seemed to offer them the chance of saving those people, while simultaneously being close enough to threaten sudden retaliation if they did so. They could not continue their bombardment, as that would destroy the captives, but neither could they open the gates of the fortress to save them because the Artemis Church was close enough behind that they could force their way in too. Raffaello groaned, realizing the Artemis Church's intention. It's toxic. This was such a toxic, poisonous strategy. They were being forced to choose between saving the captives they thought had died or ignoring them and slaughtering them with their own hands by restarting the bombardment. We have to save them. He wanted to open the gate and demand they be saved. However, Raffaello could not voice this desire. There was a difference between ideals and reality. They had to not only stop the bombardment but also open the gate to embrace them. Doing so would destroy the Empire's defensive line. Ever since they had stopped bombarding, they had already incurred a massive loss. They would need to spend time to rearrange their 7 circle spells. All while the unrestricted Artemis Church was able to advance at twice the speed. Their defenses, which had previously been half-broken, were restoring themselves significantly. Realistically, the best choice the Empire could make was the heartless one. They had to give up on the captives, give up on their people, and block the enemy's advance. Giltian rose to the position he had now because he could make dispassionate decisions better than anyone else and ensure the best possible outcome each time. There was no way he would get carried away by his feelings. Raffaello had to stay silent because he knew that all too well. Open the gate. Resounding shock kept the top of the watchtower silent. The Emperor, who only sought the practical advancement of the Empire, was taking an enormous risk to save captives. Why the hell? Before Raffaello could squeeze out a question, Giltian continued. Funny. Giltian had a cynical smile that was immensely icy. Did they think they could win with such a disgraceful tactic? He was not shaken in the least. This was not a decision made out of rashness. He held his stoic composure, the signature demeanor the world at large renowned him for. Raffaello smiled. Yes, that is my master. Raffaello, Jean. Yes, your majesty. The two royal guards kneeled down at his call. It's time for us to show them there's more to our power than just magic. The Artemis Church's plan had been a success. By using the captives as bait, they succeeded in goading the Imperial army into opening their fortress. Moreover, they had stopped using their seven-circle magic, likely out of fear of killing their comrades. They had given up their defense's advantage and laid down their weapons, all to save a few thousand lives. It's time. The paladins all rushed forward, their leader having given the signal they had long awaited. Despite their heavy silver plate armor, they marched as quickly as lightweight infantry, their natural speed reinforced through their various supernatural powers. Make sure to avenge your sorrow, the head inquisitor, Rhea, commanded the holy paladins. Soon after, the Imperial army was pelted by supernatural powers. Strange lights flashed through the sky, flickering back and forth, before smashing against the Dresden fortress and dismantling large parts of its defensive magic. The Empire's magicians swiftly counterattacked in response. Blizzard storm, lightning spree bam bomb. The air froze and thunderbolts raged before exploding into flashes of light that illuminated the battlefield. Endless magic and supernatural powers ravaged the surroundings, enough so that the dead of night was illuminated like day. It was not an exaggeration to say that the outcome of a firefight during a war would typically determine the victor. Hence, the Hebrion Empire had always devoted a large portion of its effort to training magicians. Their absurd efforts were well worth it whenever Hebrion went to war. However, they had lost the initiative in this fight. Is it impossible to break them? If we continue to pour in all our effort, eventually, if the Imperial magicians wanted to return fire without harming the captives, they would have to refrain from using high-circle spells. As a result, they had opted to take on a massive handicap. Being at a higher circle was meaningless if they could not cast spells commensurate with their skill. As a result, the glance of the father was able to restore itself and remained unharmed throughout the rest of the exchange. It would be one thing if the Empire was only struggling on the offense. Supernatural powers were battering the fortress of Dresden with their eccentric nature and surprising power. It was not easy to defend or attack without understanding the fundamental capability of their enemy. Additionally, the war had broken out without warning, so they were also lacking in terms of preparation. Anthem of Gavalel Bam. As the defense magic that was encircled the fortress cracked and partially fell, 3 magicians swayed then died on the spot. Although it was only one area that had fallen, this was a clear warning that the Empire's defense was close to collapsing. Things were no less frustrating when it came to rescuing the captives. They had been released from the clutches of the Artemis Church, however. It was absolute pandemonium. Many were trampled under the feet of the desperate horde of men, horses, and the wounded. Their screams and groans mingled into an unholy cacophony. We have injured men. Please move a little slower. Get away. Don't stand in my way. I can't break away like this. This is just a pointless death throw. There is no way we can get out alive. They were all certain death awaited them, and when you thought about it, that was obvious. The Artemis Church's paladins that were chasing behind were marching terribly fast, and they had no way to survive the aftermath of any attacks. All they could do was front a desperate struggle in an attempt to live just a little bit longer. Swoosh! An ear-piercing screech swirled past the ears of the captives, the source being somewhere behind them. Shortly thereafter, several streaks of light simultaneously appeared above them, shredding apart the atmosphere. When the defenseless Hebrion prisoners noticed the attack, they all stopped moving. There was no point in trying to dodge or resist the attack. Being touched by those beams was no different from a death sentence. Attacking unarmed prisoners of war. Is this the creed of the Artemis Church? It was the voice of a jaunty young man. Their fear-sealed eyes gradually widened at his presence. His blonde hair was their saving grace, a new sun to blot out the enemy's death rays. Seriously, this is just comically evil. There was not a single citizen in the Empire who would fail to recognize his voice. In fact, it would be difficult to find someone on the continent who wasn't aware of his name. Raffaello Scherreiger. All it took was the rising slash of his blade. Rumble. With an enormous gust of wind and a blinding light, the streaks of light were ripped apart and disappeared into the sky. People who witnessed the overwhelming prestigious glory in front of them could not close their mouths nor avert their eyes. Raffaello smiled sweetly, looking at them. Don't worry about these guys, and keep moving forward. You're safe now, I promise. Stamp. They stared blankly at their hero, so caught up in the moment that they had not noticed what was happening around them. Several thousand knights appeared and began encircling them, but not to constrain them. The charcoal-colored suits of armor, emblazoned with a golden lion, were there to protect them from the outside forces. They were the side guard, a group of powerful soldiers formed to assist the royal guard however they needed. As the strongest knights of the Empire entered formations to guard the captives, the screams vanished and order was restored within moments. The prior scene of agony and terror disappeared as if it were a dream. Although they could not immediately flee the battlefield, their hope of survival had bloomed. Raffaello let out a grin, looking at them. Well, the pressing issue has been solved for now. You're definitely perfect for the role. Raffaello shrugged as if he easily agreed with Jean Uremren's compliment. Not just anyone can be the figurehead of the royal guard. You've become cheeky since I last saw you. Cheeky? Me? Never. So, what are we doing now? Jean stared at the battlefront. The military force of the Artemis Church densely occupied the entire widespread plains. Hebrion's fortress was under non-stop bombardment from the enemy. In terms of numbers alone, the church had the advantage. Are we going to retreat while guarding the captives? No can do. Raffaello chuckled and pointed his sword forward. I figured you'd say so. Raffaello took action first. Aura began wrapping around his body and blade, gradually forming a wheel around him. 1 to 2. From 2 to 3. The more wheels there were, the more intensely the aura glowed as strong gusts of wind were summoned. Once there were 5 wheels in total, Raffaello swung his sword, the S-class artifact Graham, towards the oncoming barrage of attacks. The wheels, which had previously been spinning around the sword, were rocketed forward with a thundering noise as though they had burst forth under extreme pressure. Bam! A flash of light filled the sky with a boom resounding shortly afterward. The once noisy battlefield was left with a deafening silence. One strike from the Sword Grandmaster had managed to neutralize the combined strength of countless paladin abilities. In their bones, the soldiers of the Artemis Church knew they wouldn't be able to proceed unless they took care of Raffaello Scherreiger, and thus began to charge. Now it was Jean's turn to shine. His gaze locked on the approaching front line. He drew the gigantic saber strapped to his back. As the paladins felt his determination rise, they in turn began to gather their aura. The combining colors and swirls seemed like an impenetrable fortress, capable of blocking any enemy attack, or even capable of being used as a weapon. Even faced with such a powerful opponent, Jean calmly waiting in place, letting the gigantic fortress approach him. Once they entered his striking range, swish, a sharp wind swept the plains clear. Rumble. With the sound of thunderbolts, A river of blood trailed behind the sword's blade. The weapons, blood, and the pieces of flesh remaining from the paladins were scattered through the tall grass. It was hard to believe that this happened with a single blow. But Jean was not done swinging. Rumble. The sword was brandished continuously, cutting everything smoothly. The ground was torn apart in mere moments due to the unbelievably fast speed of his swings, his sword appearing to move in all directions without hindrance. This level of swordsmanship seemed impossible, something that a human would be incapable of reaching. It was his swordsmanship, the sword of the royal guard. He was the perfect person to be given that title within the Empire. Bam! Only 2 people made their moves, but the battlefield had changed drastically. Jean Uremren's attack and Raffaello's defense were harmonized together and formed a complete square. The bombardments from Artemis were simply neutralized and the encroaching paladins were intercepted by his invincible swordsmanship. Realistically, though, it was impossible for just 2 people to take on the entire forces of the Artemis Church. Phew! Raffaello let out a sigh. There were only a few times in his life where he had been forced to consume that much aura in such a short span of time. Even still, he would not stop. He knew that pausing for even a moment would endanger the thousands of lives behind him. Once the progress of the battle turned around due to Jean and Raffaello's hard work, the leader of the paladins made a decision. To the center. Until that order was given, Artemis's troops were widespread across the plains, doing their best to completely dominate the eastern flank of Dresden. Soon after, both flanks of the military began to converge towards the center, focusing all their attacks on the 2 members of the Royal Guard. Pikemen took the front lines, opting to take the brunt of the damage to protect the paladins who were strategically positioned at regular intervals. Every time Jean Uremren was injured, the number of casualties they suffered decreased. His power was still mighty, but with fewer people getting minced, the surviving paladins approaching Dresden significantly increased. Their commanding officer is indeed talented. Raffaello had to give a small acknowledgement to their commander. Their ability to read the situation and come up with the best possible response was indeed very excellent. So, are we going to withdraw like this? I don't think so. Raffaello smiled slightly at Jean's question. They will not cross here. Hang in there. Ugh! Screams burst and metallic sound from weapons crashing resonated. The side guard and the holy paladins of the Artemis Church had engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle. The Hebrion Empire had attempted to rescue their captives by forfeiting their fortress's safety, and had managed to succeed thus far. However, the Artemis Church had still gotten the result they wanted. While the Empire was distracted with the rescue, they had advanced far further, far faster, and far safer than they would have otherwise. Fortunately, the Royal Guard and Side Guard had halted their advance before they met the fortress gate. But the situation was not great. Raffaello and Jean were at their limits. It's going to be dangerous like this, Raffaello. I am aware. Raffaello shook his head to wipe the blood off his face. The smile on his face was long gone. Although they stopped the Artemis Church's advance, the all-out confrontation against them was inevitable. Retreat was now impossible. It was wrong of them to think that the problem would be solved if they held out for a bit. That damned cross. The ultimate hurdle they needed to overcome to claim victory was the glance of the Father. While holding back the oncoming paladins, Raffaello and Jean were both theorizing how to destroy it, but were ultimately forced to retreat and guard the fortress. If the situation went as planned, the Empire's non-stop 7-circle spells would have been enough to overcome its defensive prowess. However, once they were forced to deconstruct their arrays to rescue the captives, the glance of the Father had recovered to how it looked initially, and further damage had been negated entirely. If they retreated, the Artemis Church would break through the fortress defenses easily. As a result, they continued to fight as fiercely as possible, quickly draining their impressive but limited aura reserves. Although the 2 members of the Royal Guard were extremely powerful, they could not handle an entire military force on their own. His blindingly shiny aura began to fade and the wheels that were rotating along his sword started losing their speed. Nevertheless, they kept going fiercely and repeatedly cut down the encroaching enemy paladins. Bam! There was a deafening roar. It was the sound of Jean Uremren's swordsmanship, which had the power to tear apart the ground with a single stroke, being blocked. At the end of their line of sight, near the origin of the concerning sound, was a holy paladin in extremely white armor, wielding a long ornate sword. His pure armor, complemented by his white aura, was the personification of the Artemis Church's supposed holiness. He appeared in person. Raffaello frowned. The individual before him was extremely dangerous, and someone he genuinely hoped he would never see on this battlefield. He was the leader of the Artemis Church's holy paladins, Argo. Raffaello had seen him a few times in the past, recalling how he often stood near Priscilla. The last time he had seen Argo was during the Divide War, where he had been an extremely powerful asset on the front lines. If not for his presence, attempting a sneak attack on Divide's capital might have resulted in their entire formation collapsing. Even though the person in front of him had the same face of the man at that time, he did not feel like the same person. The spirit Argo gave off was drastically different to what Raffaello remembered. Was he hiding his power? Dangerous. Every part of his body was screaming at him in warning. Argo quietly wielded his sword, half of his face concealed by its embellished blade. Before he could process what was happening, Argo swung it towards Raffaello. Bang! Raffaello leaked out a groan, the impact surprising him but not inflicting any real damage. Bam! Am. Every time their blades collided, those who were unfortunate enough to be within 10 feet perished painfully. Their bodies were torn apart and scattered. Their blood was sent soaring into the air, only to rain back down onto the battlefield. Usually, swordsmen of such caliber limited their offensive actions to prevent damaging their own forces, but the situation clearly went against such niceties. Both swordsmen were barely able to defend themselves from their opponent's attacks. When did he? Argo's swordsmanship was so quick that Raffaello's dynamic visual acuity could not keep up. Dodging or parrying was not an option, so he was forced to gather his aura and block it. Gosh! At a glance, Raffaello seemed to be fending off Argo easily, but the reality was much more dire. Raffaello was already exhausted from the long battle, and his aura had been drained dry defending the fortress. Every time Argo's sword connected with his own, his wrists ached from the resulting vibrations and his stance buckled. Suddenly, Argo left an opening. His continuous attacks had halted for just a moment, and Raffaello moved to take advantage of it. Unfortunately, that was a trap. A short blast of aura, highly compressed into a high-pressure bullet, was launched towards Raffaello. Argo had aimed to capitalize on the brief moment it would take Raffaello to shorten the gap, opting to use the time to gather the aura that had been pressing inside him. For this, if he had not been so exhausted, he would not have fallen for mental warfare at this level. Raffaello attempted to react in a hurry, blaming himself, but it was too late. Raffaello was forced to misposition to dodge the attack, and Argo's sword was on track to pierce through the Royal Guard's core. Sorry to interrupt your fight. A ridiculous number of blades, composed of pure aura, fell from the sky. Each of them were aimed towards Argo, and each of them were peerless and forceful. This was the signature technique of Jean Uremrin, who had surpassed even the sword grandmaster in terms of offensive ability. Galaxy Sword. Argo quickly withdrew his sword and stepped back to dodge the attack. Kaboom! The ground burst, and a strong dust-laden wind gushed out of the spot where Argo once stood. In a mere moment, the whole area had been devastated, but it was not enough. Such an attack was impressive, but an ultimately ineffective blow to Argo. It simply bought a little time, allowing Raffaello to step back and take a breather. You can't afford to get stuck here. Raffaello nodded at Jean's communication. He was right. With just one of the Royal Guardsmen dedicated to withholding Argo, the side guards formation had already significantly fallen apart. At this rate, it would not take long for their formation to collapse completely. This is war, after all. The enemy was too strong to insist on one-on-one combat. Raffaello wanted to face him alone in his heart of hearts, but he could not afford to waste any more time. He had to sort this out fast. After Raffaello sent Jean a signal, the two master swordsmen teamed up to take on Argo. Kaboom! Again there was a desperate battle. Unlike before, this time Jean stepped in so that 2 members of the royal guard stood against a single person. As befitting their strengths, Raffaello concentrated on their defense, while Jean was in charge of attacking Argo, the strongest sword and shield of the Hebrion Empire, and quite possibly the continent, were pitched against a single superpower-wielding fanatic. However, the situation did not change. We're in a stalemate. No, we're slowly losing ground. Over time, Argo slowly dominated the battle against the 2 royal guardsmen. Raffaello could not believe his eyes. Not only was there a person who could match them in terms of strength, but they were being eclipsed. Their foe was a tier above the best swordsman on the continent, and their exhaustion was no excuse. Have you still not realized? Argo spoke as if declaring something. What? Before they could even answer, Argo's sword darted towards the side of Raffaello. Bam! Raffaello stepped back, pushing away his flood-like attack. He needed to build some distance if Jean wanted to attack. As Argo was pushed away, he reinforced his body with aura, and persistently closed the gap with Raffaello, despite the shield's best effort to do otherwise. Clang! Argo's and Raffaello's swords scraped against each other yet again, the immense pressure threatening to finally decommission Raffaello. For a brief moment, Argo's lips twitched before him. As soon as you chose a head-on-head fight, you lost. Right after his mocking voice echoed. Kaboom! Bang! Jean and Raffaello overheard a faint blast echo out. On a battlefield, such a sound was common, but the concern came from its location. It can't be! Raffaello's face crumpled. An incoming communication rang out. The eastern blockade has fallen. Dresden is under attack. The church's bombardment of Dresden never ceased. After the eastern line fell, their forces moved to encircle Dresden in earnest, the river and mountains protecting the cityscape now irrelevant. Though the majority of their firepower was focused on the southern front, where the Hebrion Empire had chosen to regroup, they did their best to exert pressure across the entire city. A few airships attempted to control the skies over the city, but it was impossible for them to survive outside the safety granted by the glance of the Father. Imperial magicians did their best to concentrate their fire on any vessel that approached, and each airship that ran the gauntlet was inevitably shot down in quick order. Just when the situation could not get any worse for the Empire, it did. Another group of airships had taken advantage of the ensuing chaos to approach from the west, crossing over the huge river and heading straight towards the city. The magicians split their efforts between the 2 sides, and did their best to take the new fleet down in the same manner. Kaboom! The airship was blasted apart, with fragments pelting the buildings below. The magicians were relieved that the oncoming ships did not have any unexpected defensive measures. This is ridiculous! While the ground troops rejoiced, an agitated voice coming over the communication channels painted a wildly different story. Once the dust clouds cleared, all bore witness to the vessel still continuing onward, despite having burst apart just moments ago. Though that was surprising, the emotion that overtook the Imperial soldiers was dread. Behind that vessel lay a mighty flagship. That ship! It's the Brigand. The Saintess is coming herself. As soon as the flagship was identified, all commanders were sent an emergency alert. Bring it down no matter what. We cannot allow it to enter the city. Unparalleled amounts of artillery fire decorated the night sky. Even still, it was not enough to counter the true regenerative power of the Saint of the Artemis Church, and the airships still continued to close the distance. Strangely enough, something began to drop from the Brigand. Small fist-sized pieces of rock tumbled off the deck, headed straight down towards the rolling waters below. Splash! Their path only slightly changed by the tide. The rocks fell deep towards the bottom of the river. Though a few noticed the occurrence, no one cared about such a seemingly insignificant event. After all, no one expected it to lead to such an extravagant outcome. Splash! Suddenly stone pillars jutted from the waters where the rocks fell, creaking as they soon reached several meters tall. After a brief rest, they once again grew and shifted, stretching straight up towards the sky. Their shape almost looked like the framework for a gigantic weapon, but it soon started to take the form of a structure. What the hell is? Attack! Don't let it get any closer. Commotion erupted across the western wall. The structure had originally only occupied the space of the river. So are we going to withdraw like this? I don't think so. Raffaello smiled slightly at Jean's question. They will not cross here. Hang in there. Ugh! Screams burst and metallic sound from weapons crashing resonated. The side guard and the holy paladins of the Artemis Church had engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle. The Hebrion Empire had attempted to rescue their captives by forfeiting their fortress's safety, and had managed to succeed thus far. However, the Artemis Church had still gotten the result they wanted. While the Empire was distracted with the rescue, they had advanced far further, far faster, and far safer than they would have otherwise. Fortunately, the Royal Guard and Side Guard had halted their advance before they met the fortress gate. But the situation was not great. Raffaello and Jean were at their limits. It's going to be dangerous like this, Raffaello. I am aware. Raffaello shook his head to wipe the blood off his face. The smile on his face was long gone. Although they stopped the Artemis Church's advance, the all-out confrontation against them was inevitable. Retreat was now impossible. It was wrong of them to think that the problem would be solved if they held out for a bit. That damned cross. The ultimate hurdle they needed to overcome to claim victory was the glance of the Father. While holding back the oncoming paladins, Raffaello and Jean were both theorizing how to destroy it, but were ultimately forced to retreat and guard the fortress. If the situation went as planned, the Empire's non-stop seventh circle spells would have been enough to overcome its defensive prowess. However, once they were forced to deconstruct their arrays to rescue the captives, the glance of the Father had recovered to how it looked initially, and further damage had been negated entirely. If they retreated, the Artemis Church would break through the fortress defenses easily. As a result, they continued to fight as fiercely as possible, quickly draining their impressive but limited aura reserves. Although the two members of the Royal Guard were extremely powerful, they could not handle an entire military force on their own. His blindingly shiny aura began to fade, and the wheels that were rotating along his sword started losing their speed. Nevertheless, they kept going fiercely and repeatedly cut down the encroaching enemy paladins. Bam! There was a deafening roar. It was the sound of Jean Uremrin's swordsmanship, which had the power to tear apart the ground with a single stroke, being blocked. At the end of their line of sight, near the origin of the concerning sound, was a holy paladin in extremely white armor, wielding a long ornate sword. His pure armor, complemented by his white aura, was the personification of the Artemis Church's supposed holiness. He appeared in person. Raffaello frowned. The individual before him was extremely dangerous, and someone he genuinely hoped he would never see on this battlefield. He was the leader of the Artemis Church's holy paladins, Argo. Raffaello had seen him a few times in the past, recalling how he often stood near Priscilla. The last time he had seen Argo was during the Divide War, where he had been an extremely powerful asset on the front lines. If not for his presence, attempting a sneak attack on Divide's capital might have resulted in their entire formation collapsing. Even though the person in front of him had the same face of the man at that time, he did not feel like the same person. The spirit Argo gave off was drastically different to what Raffaello remembered. Was he hiding his power? Dangerous. Every part of his body was screaming at him in warning. Argo quietly wielded his sword, half of his face concealed by its embellished blade. Before he could process what was happening, Argo swung it towards Raffaello. Bang! Raffaello leaked out a groan, the impact surprising him but not inflicting any real damage. Bam! Bam! Every time their blades collided, those who were unfortunate enough to be within 10 feet perished painfully. Their bodies were torn apart and scattered. Their blood was sent soaring into the air, only to rain back down onto the battlefield. Usually, swordsmen of such caliber limited their offensive actions to prevent damaging their own forces, but the situation clearly went against such niceties. Both swordsmen were barely able to defend themselves from their opponent's attacks. When did he? Argo's swordsmanship was so quick that Raffaello's dynamic visual acuity could not keep up. Dodging or parrying was not an option, so he was forced to gather his aura and block it. Gosh! At a glance, Raffaello seemed to be fending off Argo easily, but the reality was much more dire. Raffaello was already exhausted from the long battle, and his aura had been drained dry defending the fortress. Every time Argo's sword connected with his own, his wrists ached from the resulting vibrations and his stance buckled. Suddenly, Argo left an opening. His continuous attacks had halted for just a moment, and Raffaello moved to take advantage of it. Unfortunately, that was a trap. A short blast of aura, highly compressed into a high-pressure bullet, was launched towards Raffaello. Argo had aimed to capitalize on the brief moment it would take Raffaello to shorten the gap, opting to use the time to gather the aura that had been pressing inside him. For this, if he had not been so exhausted, he would not have fallen for mental warfare at this level. Raffaello attempted to react in a hurry, blaming himself, but it was too late. Raffaello was forced to misposition to dodge the attack, and Argo's sword was on track to pierce through the royal guard's core. Sorry to interrupt your fight. A ridiculous number of blades, composed of pure aura, fell from the sky. Each of them were aimed towards Argo, and each of them were peerless and forceful. This was the signature technique of Jean Uremrin, who had surpassed even the sword grandmaster in terms of offensive ability. Galaxy Sword. Argo quickly withdrew his sword and stepped back to dodge the attack. Kaboom! The ground burst, and a strong dust-laden wind gushed out of the spot where Argo once stood. In a mere moment, the whole area had been devastated, but it was not enough. Such an attack was impressive, but an ultimately ineffective blow to Argo. It simply bought a little time, allowing Raffaello to step back and take a breather. You can't afford to get stuck here. Raffaello nodded at Jean's communication. He was right. With just one of the royal guardsmen dedicated to withholding Argo, the side guards' formation had already significantly fallen apart. At this rate, it would not take long for their formation to collapse completely. This is war, after all. The enemy was too strong to insist on one-on-one combat. Raffaello wanted to face him alone in his heart of hearts, but he could not afford to waste any more time. He had to sort this out fast. After Raffaello sent Jean a signal, the two master swordsmen teamed up to take on Argo. Kaboom! Again there was a desperate battle. Unlike before, this time Jean stepped in so that two members of the royal guard stood against a single person. As befitting their strengths, Raffaello concentrated on their defense, while Jean was in charge of attacking Argo. The strongest sword and shield of the Hebrion Empire, and quite possibly the continent, were pitched against a single superpower-wielding fanatic. However, the situation did not change. We're in a stalemate. No, we're slowly losing ground. Over time, Argo slowly dominated the battle against the two royal guardsmen. Raffaello could not believe his eyes. Not only was there a person who could match them in terms of strength, but they were being eclipsed. Their foe was a tier above the best swordsman on the continent. An ice fortress skyrocketed to be several meters high in a flash, cutting off the Artemis Church's path. Above them stood a young girl with dazzling white blonde hair, fluttering in the harsh current. She looked down at Rhea, both literally and metaphorically, with a mixture of disdain and resolve in her eyes. It was you! Rhea understood how her fire had been blocked once she discovered the cause was a jest Rogfala's. Her spells were incomparable to ordinary ice magic. With the appearance of a single person, the fate of the Western Front was up for debate. The sky-high ice fortress had trapped the Artemis Church, keeping their attacks from affecting the city at large. With the additional time bought, the Imperial soldiers began to reinforce the structure, operating out of a jest's frozen palace, as though it were a genuine fortress. Boom! 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 The Imperial magicians gushed forth with their bombardment spells without worrying after securing a safe area to attack from. In response, Rhea hurriedly began issuing orders of her own. Fleet artillery, though they had not brought as many ships as planned, their crew was still composed of heresy investigators with the same blessing of light bestowed onto the paladins. With proper use, it wouldn't be difficult to break through the enemy's defenses. Under Rhea's order, the airships began loading and aiming their cannons, aiming for structurally important areas of a jest's palace. Before she could give the order to open fire, something drew near Rhea, and her hyacinths bloomed to protect their progenitor. Trickle. A streak of flesh blood ran down her cheek. Whatever approached her had grazed the flesh beneath her eye before the flames could burn it. "How dare you!" Rhea roared in anger. "Shame. It was a chance to pierce a hole in your pretty forehead." The voice of a cheerful girl reached Rhea. The sound was carried by the wind, masking both her distance and direction. "You're confident as always, starling party." Priscilla spoke icily. Her wandering gaze finally rested when it met with a jest, who stood atop her fortress. "Still, this is painful to watch. Don't you know that buying time is pointless? I'm simple and unsophisticated, so I don't know what you're talking about." Whoosh. Priscilla's hair began to flutter. "But I definitely know one thing for sure." As Priscilla followed the direction of the wind, she saw something in the sky. Although it was pitch-black night, she could make out the shape of a huge thundercloud. Within the turbulence, the Artemis airships began to lose their stability and trembled. "Pretty soon, you'll all be begging to leave." Atop the Besward bakery, several hundred meters away from the front line, Romantica Lades stretched across the tacky business sign. She softly gestured with her hand, as though signaling for the commencement of an orchestra. The concerningly strong winds began to intensify. The gigantic airships were thrown about, forced to crash into each other and burst, or began to plummet towards the ground, unable to maintain their altitude. Boom! Priscilla raised her eyebrows. The defensive systems protecting the Artemis fleet were rendered useless. Her spells did not directly attack the fleet, but undermined their very functionality and prevented them from flying at all. In this situation, Priscilla's healing ability was of no use. If flying was impossible, restoring them would only be a waste of her effort. Rather than be enraged, Priscilla just scoffed and opened her mouth. "Bring me her head. Your wish is my command." As soon as her voice was heard, Priscilla's shadow morphed and conglomerate into a thick shadow beneath her. After a brief moment, the shadow pulsed out from her in a rapidly expanding ring. Finally, it came to a stop right in front of Romantica, who had completely erased her presence using the blue rose. That was an adorable attempt. Boom! The roof Romantica was standing on was smashed and hundreds of wires burst out. Every one of them had an enormous amount of aura infused in them, so it was equivalent to nearly 30 knights attacking her together at once. Considering how close the distance was, no magician could have warded off that attack. The corners of the lips underneath his mask turned up. "What did you say again?" "Oh right, pretty soon you're going to beg to leave." A flash of silver and blue flew past Romantica. Clang. Several sharp metallic sounds encapsulated the rooftop, silver flashes blocking and cutting the wires that were heading towards Romantica. It was fantastic swordsmanship, with unparalleled accuracy capable of blocking every single wire near her, countering each wire precisely as necessary. "Fantastic! I was wondering when I would get to see you again." Pierrot Mask eagerly tore his gaze from the wires, his vision enraptured by a much more beautiful work of art. "Pram Schneider." "I figured you'd be here, Pierrot Mask." Pram swung his sword casually and shook off the cut wires that had accumulated around his blade. He set his eyes, which were sparkling like crystal, on Pierrot Mask, standing between him and Romantica. "Ho-ho, that's great." Pierrot Mask let his ridicule show and took one step forward. "I'm so glad you came here to see me. After last time, I really wanted to kill you myself." Soon something black and mysterious spilt out of his shadow and wrapped around his body. It soon solidified after forming a bizarre shape. Gulp. Pram swallowed his worries and grasped his sword tighter. It was not just Pierrot Mask's appearance that changed. As he continued to gather aura, the air around the three of them began to pulse, and the pressure exerted by the sheer quantity of his aura made breathing difficult. "He's a monster." In that moment, Pram realized that their past interaction had only revealed a fraction of Pierrot Mask's true power. What he used now was not just vastly stronger, but it was incredibly different in nature. Is this even the same person? Pram knew he couldn't afford to lose the initiative in this fight. Giving Pierrot Mask even a moment's reprieve could very well result in Pram's death. As he gripped his blade tightly, the world stopped around him. In this paused world, only Pram's sword could move. The first blow struck diagonally across Pierrot Masque's chest. The second blow arced upwards from below, and the final thrust aimed to skewer Pierrot Masque's head and rip it straight off his body. 3 continuous attacks were launched towards Pierrot Masque, each coming from a different direction with no gap between the strikes. Swoosh! Pram's thrust had evolved such that it concerned even Raffaello, a sword grandmaster who specialized in defense, the so-called strongest shield of the Hebrion Empire. An inhumane amount of aura poured into Pierrot Masque. Wires, which had been deeply implanted into the surrounding stone, were violently ripped out of place, and Pierrot Masque, the target of the man-made disaster, was launched several meters away. I just need to maintain the distance between him and Romantica. Despite achieving his original goal, Pram's face was laden with worry. From that attack, Pram realized that his refined skills wouldn't leave a lasting impact on Pierrot Masque. His third blow was supposed to pierce his defenses and reap his life, and even though his blade clearly made contact, all Pram had felt was the emptiness of air. "I'm sorry, but..." Pierrot Masque spoke, walking out of the dusty clouds. "That is not going to work." Crash. Countless wires soared up and decimated the roof beneath where Pram stood. If he moved a moment later, Pram would have been ripped to pieces. You cannot win Pram Schneider. He could fight him on relatively even grounds in Pittsburgh, but against the current version of him, he could not even imagine himself surviving this encounter. Well, that's okay. However, Pram refused to give up. He glanced behind him, confirming that Romantica still had control over the skies of Dresden. "I don't need to win this fight. It'll be our victory when your plan fails." Bomb! Silver light and gleaming wire collided with one another midair. While Pram restrained Pierrot Masque, the Artemis Church started their siege of Agest's frozen palace. Crack, crack. Countless spell arrays appeared over the frozen fortress, varying between first circle and fourth circle. It was safe to say, between the nearly 10,000 arrays, that Agest was casting every single ice spell under her belt. Agest's frozen palace was still staggeringly powerful. It was an infinite computational structure, which allowed her to perform countless magic spells in parallel as long as she had the mana to support the spell arrays. After lots of hard work, the current rendition of the spell allowed her to thoroughly dominate everything near her, establishing an absolute zone of supremacy where Agest could exist unchallenged. By combining that with Frozen World, Agest had created the ultimate battleground for both attacking and defending. Around her frozen palace lay an area just over 100 meters in radius, a region that lay impassable to her foes, lest they wished to be instantly frozen to death. By combining the two effects, she could invoke thousands of spells until her mana ran out, severely harming the enemy's numbers, while also preventing their movement, effectively guaranteeing the lives of her comrades. Most notably, her biggest contribution was in preventing the spread of Rhea's baptism, which had decimated the Imperial army stationed on this front. In order for the Artemis Church to pass through the ice stronghold, they needed supporting firepower from their airships, and unfortunately Romantica had taken control of the air, so it was impossible for them to operate their airships safely. In order to regain control over the airships, the Artemis Church had sent Pierrot Masque to assassinate Romantica, but his attempt to do so was hindered by Pram. The Starling Party worked together perfectly. If things continued unchecked, the Artemis Church would not be able to break through the Starling Party. Priscilla sighed quietly. 3 single individuals had managed to ruin their plan, overcoming the gap between their military forces. We should have taken them out at the same time as Zod and Desir. She had known there would be some sort of resistance, but the fighting power of the Starling Party was beyond her expectations. She contemplated her next move silently, and finding a solution, spoke to the head inquisitor in a low voice. "Rhea, I permit you to unseal your power." "Thank you, Your Eminence. I was hoping you would let me put these heretics in their place." Rhea smiled in delight and made a cross gesture above her forehead. At that instant, a petal blew in from afar, landing where she gestured on her forehead and catching alight. Crackle. The horrible pain from it searing her skin did nothing to erase her mad smile from her face. Rather, it only seemed to intensify it. My holy mandate is to purify all impurities in this world. Once the fire was put out, there was a ghastly cross-shaped scar seared into her forehead. Frightful red energy appeared and wrapped around her entire body as blood vessels rose to the surface of her skin. It seemed as though lava was flowing over her body. Rhea raised her hands as if she was praising the goddess. I shall fulfill my mission even if this body is burned and my spirit suffers for eternity. Crackle. A flame appeared in her hand before quivering and transforming into a long hammer. Cadite Eos, Navit enim domina casunt ias. Kill them, for the goddess knows those that are her own. Following her gesture, the flowers beneath her burst into flame and blazed far more intensely than previously. Whistle. The flames began to stroke the stronghold of ice, powerful enough to withstand its chilling factor. Steam began to burst from the newfound seams. Crack. Despite the cracks and thick fog that now encompassed the palace, it failed to collapse. It slowly recovered, reinforced by a jest spell arrays, so it continued to endure the steady rate at which it melted. Even still, Rhea smiled at the scene unfolding before her. It would be awfully anticlimactic if such a symbol of infidelity was toppled easily. Ready to join the fray herself, Rhea declaratively pointed her huge hammer at the stronghold. Erit enim tunc tribulatio magna qualis non fuit ab initio mundi usque modo nec fiat. For at that time there will be great distress, the kind that has not taken place since the beginning of the world, and never will again. Fluttering petals appeared from all directions and gathered in front of Rhea before forming a giant flower bud. Ajest's eyes widened. The energy she felt it exuding was beyond extraordinary. Take shelter, everyone. She also jumped down from the fortress immediately after giving the order. At the same time, the flower bud unfolded and bloomed. Bomb! There was a tremendous burst in the sky. The moment the flower bloomed, a blaze that had been nurtured inside the bud erupted and everything standing before it was vaporized. Even the ice stronghold could not handle such an attack. As one side of the fortress fell, the stronghold slowly collapsed in a chain reaction. Obviously, Ajest would no longer be able to cast spells using such a ruined structure, no matter how good she was. A pathway forward had been opened, and Priscilla intended to take it. Rhea, clean up after yourself. Yes, Your Eminence. I will follow you soon. As Priscilla walked forward, paladins with golden insignias quickly followed along behind her. The heat wave had completely obliterated everything left in its wake, neutralizing the situation without further conflict. We must block them quick. Princess Ajest. The imperial officers called out to Ajest in panic after Priscilla broke through, but she did not show any sign of moving. She dryly answered, staring at one person in particular. We can't fight them with our current military force. What do you? While the commander commented, a giant ice shield appeared in front of Ajest. Bomb! The blast resonated and the tendrils of flame stretched over the lip of the shield. Urgh! Despite Ajest blocking a majority of the blast, the imperial soldiers suffered greatly under the radiant heat. Unwilling to break eyesight with her target, Ajest wordlessly unleashed the center of ice, allowing a cold breeze to protect the imperial military from further hardships. The enemies of the saint should know their place. I would ask you to kill yourselves to atone for your sin, but that would take the fun out of doing it myself. As the cool fog that formed after the clash of heat and cold lifted, the imperial army was presented with Rhea's lunatical smile, reinforced by her silver-clad heresy investigators. Until the Starling party had joined the battle, the imperial military had been overwhelmed by just this one person. Even with their arrival, it would still be incredibly difficult for the gathered forces to directly face their enemies in combat, and that was without factoring in Priscilla's restorative ability. But if the saint is allowed into the city, there's nothing to worry about. There was firm faith in her eyes. Everything is going according to his plan. With the ice fortress destroyed, Priscilla was able to proceed without hesitation. The noise of battle faded behind her, and the center of Dresden was utterly silent. After being trapped in the throes of battle for far too long, the calm, wide-open boulevards of the Empire was a relaxing change of pace. There would be no military forces gushing towards her, or sudden magical bombardments attempting to kill her and her followers. There was only silence. They had finally broken through the final line of defense the Empire could muster. Priscilla lifted her head and looked at the huge iron gate before her, only visible under the faint light of the street lamp. A giant lion was engraved upon it, representative of its placement within the heart of the Hebrion Empire, and a fitting emblem for the pride manor imbued within the graduates from the world's best academy. Together, the magicians and knights of the Hebrion Academy were responsible for clearing the majority of the continent's shadow worlds. It's been a long battle. In the end, their plan was perfect. They blocked off their enemies' supply routes, prevented their capital from receiving additional reinforcements, and used decades of planning and gathering of individuals with the blessing of light to bolster their military strength. Of course, the Hebrion Empire was strong, and they had hit far more snags than they originally account for. But they overcame everything and reached here eventually. As Priscilla was close to her destination, she began to walk impatiently, much unlike her usual self. She approached the Academy's main gate with an outstretched hand, the cool iron nearly within reach. Thud! Something sparked under Priscilla's foot. Something invisible was stopping her from moving forward. As she squinted and looked around, there was a translucent layer. Hebrion Academy was an international cornerstone, and thus had a defensive barrier placed around it, reinforced and restructured by Professor Bridget year after year. The barrier was very exquisite and solid, even though it was made by a single professor. Professor Bridget was actually one of the few hundred Fifth Circle magicians on the continent. The magic shield she established with the culmination of all of her heart and soul was powerful, sure, but it would only delay the inevitable. Despite the final stage of her plan being riddled with yet another unforeseen circumstance, Priscilla did not lose heart. In the end, the only emotion she was left with was pity. The imperial military, the once strongest force on the continent, had been conquered in less than a week. The professors and students of Hebrion Academy, however powerful, would not be able to stop them. Seeing them try to resist the obvious fate that awaited them was only pitiful. Oh! Still, something was strange. Despite the defensive barrier being active, there were no combatants in the courtyard. Given the situation, the once relaxing calmness began to feel eerie. Surely they didn't think a thin barrier would block the entirety of the Artemis Church. Besides, why was the barrier even active? Was it accidentally left on? Or is there something else? While Priscilla stood there and agonized, one man approached her. "Your Eminence, you don't have to report, Cardinal Ninahart." Beneath her feet, the natural flow of mana began to mutate. Not only did it circulate bizarrely, but a vast amount of it began to gather beneath her. The area around them began to grow darker, but the streetlight beside her hadn't dimmed or been shut off. Once Priscilla realized the cause, she panicked. A shadow world? Shatter. Noises echoed as if a million windows broke simultaneously in every direction. Shortly after, everything was plunged into pitch-black darkness. Darkness consumed half of the Hebrion Academy. The research lab, training grounds, and dormitories were all eroded away by the generation of a shadow world. Under normal circumstances, this would be a cause of substantial concern, but the current situation called for celebration. "I never thought we'd succeed. This was perfect." Above them stood a young girl with dazzling white blonde hair, fluttering in the harsh current. She looked down at Rhea, both literally and metaphorically, with a mixture of disdain and resolve in her eyes. "It was you." Rhea understood how her fire had been blocked once she discovered the cause was a jest Rogfala's. Her spells were incomparable to ordinary ice magic. With the appearance of a single person, the fate of the Western Front was up for debate. The sky-high ice fortress had trapped the Artemis Church, keeping their attacks from affecting the city at large. With the additional time bought, the Imperial soldiers began to reinforce the structure, operating out of a jest's frozen palace, as though it were a genuine fortress. Boom! 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 The Imperial magicians gushed forth with their bombardment spells without worrying after securing a safe area to attack from. In response, Rhea hurriedly began issuing orders of her own. Fleet artillery. Though they had not brought as many ships as planned, their crew was still composed of heresy investigators with the same blessing of light bestowed onto the paladins. With proper use, it wouldn't be difficult to break through the enemy's defenses. Under Rhea's order, the airships began loading and aiming their cannons, aiming for structurally important areas of Ajest's palace. Before she could give the order to open fire, something drew near Rhea, and her hyacinths bloomed to protect their progenitor. Trickle. A streak of flesh blood ran down her cheek. Whatever approached her had grazed the flesh beneath her eye before the flames could burn it. How dare you? Rhea roared in anger. Shame. It was a chance to pierce a hole in your pretty forehead. The voice of a cheerful girl reached Rhea. The sound was carried by the wind, masking both her distance and direction. You're confident as always, starling party. Priscilla spoke icily. Her wandering gaze finally rested when it met with Ajest, who stood atop her fortress. Still, this is painful to watch. Don't you know that buying time is pointless? I'm simple and unsophisticated, so I don't know what you're talking about. Whoosh. Priscilla's hair began to flutter. But I definitely know one thing for sure. As Priscilla followed the direction of the wind, she saw something in the sky. Although it was pitch-black night, she could make out the shape of a huge thundercloud. Within the turbulence, the Artemis airships began to lose their stability and trembled. Pretty soon, you'll all be begging to leave. Atop the Besward bakery, several hundred meters away from the front line, Romantica laid stretched across the tacky business sign. She softly gestured with her hand, as though signaling for the commencement of an orchestra. The concerningly strong winds began to intensify. The gigantic airships were thrown about, forced to crash into each other and burst, or began to plummet towards the ground, unable to maintain their altitude. Boom! Priscilla raised her eyebrows. The defensive systems protecting the Artemis fleet were rendered useless. Her spells did not directly attack the fleet, but undermined their very functionality and prevented them from flying at all. In this situation, Priscilla's healing ability was of no use. If flying was impossible, restoring them would only be a waste of her effort. Rather than be enraged, Priscilla just scoffed and opened her mouth. Bring me her head. Your wish is my command. As soon as her voice was heard, Priscilla's shadow morphed and conglomerate into a thick shadow beneath her. After a brief moment, the shadow pulsed out from her in a rapidly expanding ring. Finally, it came to a stop right in front of Romantica, who had completely erased her presence using the blue rose. That was an adorable attempt. Boom! The roof Romantica was standing on was smashed and hundreds of wires burst out. Every one of them had an enormous amount of aura infused in them, so it was equivalent to nearly 30 knights attacking her together at once. Considering how close the distance was, no magician could have warded off that attack. The corners of the lips underneath his mask turned up. What did you say again? Oh, right. Pretty soon you're going to beg to leave. A flash of silver and blue flew past Romantica. Clang. Several sharp metallic sounds encapsulated the rooftop, silver flashes blocking and cutting the wires that were heading towards Romantica. It was fantastic swordsmanship, with unparalleled accuracy capable of blocking every single wire near her, countering each wire precisely as necessary. Fantastic! I was wondering when I would get to see you again. Pierrot Mask eagerly tore his gaze from the wires, his vision enraptured by a much more beautiful work of art. Pram Schneider. I figured you'd be here, Pierrot Mask. Pram swung his sword casually and shook off the cut wires that had accumulated around his blade. He set his eyes, which were sparkling like crystal, on Pierrot Mask, standing between him and Romantica. Ho-ho! That's great. Pierrot Mask let his ridicule show and took one step forward. I'm so glad you came here to see me. After last time, I really wanted to kill you myself. Soon something black and mysterious spilt out of his shadow and wrapped around his body. It soon solidified after forming a bizarre shape. Gulp. Pram swallowed his worries and grasped his sword tighter. It was not just Pierrot Mask's appearance that changed. As he continued to gather aura, the air around the three of them began to pulse, and the pressure exerted by the sheer quantity of his aura made breathing difficult. He's a monster. In that moment, Pram realized that their past interaction had only revealed a fraction of Pierrot Mask's true power. What he used now was not just vastly stronger, but it was incredibly different in nature. Is this even the same person? Pram knew he couldn't afford to lose the initiative in this fight. Giving Pierrot Mask even a moment's reprieve could very well result in Pram's death. As he gripped his blade tightly, the world stopped around him. In this paused world, only Pram's sword could move. The first blow struck diagonally across Pierrot Mask's chest. The second blow arced upwards from below, and the final thrust aimed to skewer Pierrot Mask's head and rip it straight off his body. 3 continuous attacks were launched towards Pierrot Mask, each coming from a different direction with no gap between the strikes. Swoosh! Pram's thrust had evolved such that it concerned even Raffaello, a sword grandmaster who specialized in defense, the so-called strongest shield of the Hebrion Empire. An inhumane amount of aura poured into Pierrot Mask. Wires, which had been deeply implanted into the surrounding stone, were violently ripped out of place, and Pierrot Mask, the target of the man-made disaster, was launched several meters away. I just need to maintain the distance between him and Romantica. Despite achieving his original goal, Pram's face was laden with worry. From that attack, Pram realized that his refined skills wouldn't leave a lasting impact on Pierrot Mask. His third blow was supposed to pierce his defenses and reap his life, and even though his blade clearly made contact, all Pram had felt was the emptiness of air. I'm sorry, but Pierrot Mask spoke, walking out of the dusty clouds. That is not going to work. Crash! Countless wires soared up and decimated the roof beneath where Pram stood. If he moved a moment later, Pram would have been ripped to pieces. You cannot win, Pram Schneider. He could fight him on relatively even grounds in Pittsburgh, but against the current version of him, he could not even imagine himself surviving this encounter. Well, that's okay. However, Pram refused to give up. He glanced behind him, confirming that Romantica still had control over the skies of Dresden. I don't need to win this fight. It'll be our victory when your plan fails. Bomb! Silver light and gleaming wire collided with one another midair. While Pram restrained Pierrot Mask, the Artemis Church started their siege of Agest's frozen palace. Crack, crack. Countless spell arrays appeared over the frozen fortress, varying between first circle and fourth circle. It was safe to say, between the nearly 10,000 arrays, that Agest was casting every single ice spell under her belt. Agest's frozen palace was still staggeringly powerful. It was an infinite computational structure, which allowed her to perform countless magic spells in parallel as long as she had the mana to support the spell arrays. After lots of hard work, the current rendition of the spell allowed her to thoroughly dominate everything near her, establishing an absolute zone of supremacy where Agest could exist unchallenged. By combining that with Frozen World, Agest had created the ultimate battleground for both attacking and defending. Around her frozen palace lay an area just over 100 meters in radius, a region that lay impassable to her foes, lest they wished to be instantly frozen to death. By combining the two effects, she could invoke thousands of spells until her mana ran out, severely harming the enemy's numbers, while also preventing their movement, effectively guaranteeing the lives of her comrades. Most notably, her biggest contribution was in preventing the spread of Rhea's baptism, which had decimated the Imperial army stationed on this front. In order for the Artemis Church to pass through the ice stronghold, they needed supporting firepower from their airships, and unfortunately Romantica had taken control of the air, so it was impossible for them to operate their airships safely. In order to regain control over the airships, the Artemis Church had sent Pierrot Mask to assassinate Romantica, but his attempt to do so was hindered by Pram. The Starling Party worked together perfectly. If things continued unchecked, the Artemis Church would not be able to break through the Starling Party. Priscilla sighed quietly. 3 single individuals had managed to ruin their plan, overcoming the gap between their military forces. We should have taken them out at the same time as Zod and Desir. She had known there would be some sort of resistance, but the fighting power of the Starling party was beyond her expectations. She contemplated her next move silently, and finding a solution, spoke to the head inquisitor in a low voice. Rhea, I permit you to unseal your power. Thank you, Your Eminence. I was hoping you would let me put these heretics in their place. Rhea smiled in delight and made a cross gesture above her forehead. At that instant, a petal blew in from afar, landing where she gestured on her forehead and catching a light. Crackle. The horrible pain from it searing her skin did nothing to erase her mad smile from her face. Rather, it only seemed to intensify it. My holy mandate is to purify all impurities in this world. Once the fire was put out, there was a ghastly cross-shaped scar seared into her forehead. Frightful red energy appeared and wrapped around her entire body as blood vessels rose to the surface of her skin. It seemed as though lava was flowing over her body. Rhea raised her hands as if she was praising the goddess. I shall fulfill my mission even if this body is burned and my spirit suffers for eternity. Crackle. A flame appeared in her hand before quivering and transforming into a long hammer. Cadite Eos.
Novi enim domina qui sunt eius.
Kill them, for the goddess knows those that are her own. Following her gesture, the flowers beneath her burst into flame and blazed far more intensely than previously. Whistle. The flames began to stroke the stronghold of ice, powerful enough to withstand its chilling factor. Steam began to burst from the newfound seams. Crack. Despite the cracks and thick fog that now encompassed the palace, it failed to collapse. It slowly recovered, reinforced by a jest spell arrays, so it continued to endure the steady rate at which it melted. Even still, Rhea smiled at the scene unfolding before her. It would be awfully anticlimactic if such a symbol of infidelity was toppled easily. Ready to join the fray herself, Rhea declaratively pointed her huge hammer at the stronghold.
Eritenim tunc tribulatio magna qualis non fuit ab initio mundi usque modo neque fiet.
For at that time there will be great distress, the kind that has not taken place since the beginning of the world, and never will again. Fluttering petals appeared from all directions and gathered in front of Rhea before forming a giant flower bud. Ajest's eyes widened. The energy she felt it exuding was beyond extraordinary. Take shelter, everyone. She also jumped down from the fortress immediately after giving the order. At the same time, the flower bud unfolded and bloomed. Bomb! There was a tremendous burst in the sky. The moment the flower bloomed, a blaze that had been nurtured inside the bud erupted and everything standing before it was vaporized. Even the ice stronghold could not handle such an attack. As one side of the fortress fell, the stronghold slowly collapsed in a chain reaction. Obviously, Ajest would no longer be able to cast spells using such a ruined structure, no matter how good she was. A pathway forward had been opened, and Priscilla intended to take it. Rhea, clean up after yourself. Yes, Your Eminence. I will follow you soon. As Priscilla walked forward, paladins with golden insignias quickly followed along behind her. The heat wave had completely obliterated everything left in its wake, neutralizing the situation without further conflict. We must block them quick. Princess Ajest. The Imperial officers called out to Ajest in panic after Priscilla broke through, but she did not show any sign of moving. She dryly answered, staring at one person in particular. We can't fight them with our current military force. What do you? While the commander commented, a giant ice shield appeared in front of Ajest. Bomb! The blast resonated and the tendrils of flame stretched over the lip of the shield. Urgh! Despite Ajest blocking a majority of the blast, the Imperial soldiers suffered greatly under the radiant heat. Unwilling to break eyesight with her target, Ajest wordlessly unleashed the center of ice, allowing a cold breeze to protect the Imperial military from further hardships. The enemies of the saint should know their place. I would ask you to kill yourselves to atone for your sin, but that would take the fun out of doing it myself. As the cool fog that formed after the clash of heat and cold lifted, the Imperial army was presented with Rhea's lunatical smile, reinforced by her silver-clad heresy investigators. Until the Starling Party had joined the battle, the Imperial military had been overwhelmed by just this one person. Even with their arrival, it would still be incredibly difficult for the gathered forces to directly face their enemies in combat, and that was without factoring in Priscilla's restorative ability. But if the saint is allowed into the city, there's nothing to worry about. There was firm faith in her eyes. Everything is going according to his plan. With the ice fortress destroyed, Priscilla was able to proceed without hesitation. The noise of battle faded behind her, and the center of Dresden was utterly silent. After being trapped in the throes of battle for far too long, the calm, wide-open boulevards of the Empire was a relaxing change of pace. There would be no military forces gushing towards her, or sudden magical bombardments attempting to kill her and her followers. There was only silence. They had finally broken through the final line of defense the Empire could muster. Priscilla lifted her head and looked at the huge iron gate before her, only visible under the faint light of the street lamp. A giant lion was engraved upon it, representative of its placement within the heart of the Hebrion Empire, and a fitting emblem for the pride manner imbued within the graduates from the world's best academy. Together, the magicians and knights of the Hebrion Academy were responsible for clearing the majority of the continent's shadow worlds. It's been a long battle. In the end, their plan was perfect. They blocked off their enemies' supply routes, prevented their capital from receiving additional reinforcements, and used decades of planning and gathering of individuals with the blessing of light to bolster their military strength. Of course, the Hebrion Empire was strong, and they had hit far more snags than they originally account for. But they overcame everything and reached here eventually. As Priscilla was close to her destination, she began to walk impatiently, much unlike her usual self. She approached the Academy's main gate with an outstretched hand, the cool iron nearly within reach. Thud! Something sparked under Priscilla's foot. Something invisible was stopping her from moving forward. As she squinted and looked around, there was a translucent layer. Hebrion Academy was an international cornerstone, and thus had a defensive barrier placed around it, reinforced and restructured by Professor Bridget year after year. The barrier was very exquisite and solid, even though it was made by a single professor. Professor Bridget was actually one of the few hundred Fifth Circle magicians on the continent. The magic shield she established with the culmination of all of her heart and soul was powerful, sure, but it would only delay the inevitable. Despite the final stage of her plan being riddled with yet another unforeseen circumstance, Priscilla did not lose heart. In the end, the only emotion she was left with was pity. The Imperial military, the once strongest force on the continent, had been conquered in less than a week. The professors and students of Hebrion Academy, however powerful, would not be able to stop them. Seeing them try to resist the obvious fate that awaited them was only pitiful. Oh! Still, something was strange. Despite the defensive barrier being active, there were no combatants in the courtyard. Given the situation, the once relaxing calmness began to feel eerie. Surely they didn't think a thin barrier would block the entirety of the Artemis Church. Besides, why was the barrier even active? Was it accidentally left on? Or is there something else? While Priscilla stood there and agonized, one man approached her. "Your Eminence, you don't have to report," Cardinal Ninahart. Beneath her feet, the natural flow of mana began to mutate. Not only did it circulate bizarrely, but a vast amount of it began to gather beneath her. The area around them began to grow darker, but the streetlight beside her hadn't dimmed or been shut off. Once Priscilla realized the cause, she panicked. A shadow world? Shatter. Noises echoed as if a million windows broke simultaneously in every direction. Shortly after, everything was plunged into pitch-black darkness. Darkness consumed half of the Hebrion Academy. The research lab, training grounds, and dormitories were all eroded away by the generation of a shadow world. Under normal circumstances, this would be a cause of substantial concern, but the current situation called for celebration. "I never thought we'd succeed. This was perfect." Students and professors huddled within the main auditorium of Hebrion Academy burst into glee, hugging one another and cheering. A large terminal displayed a live feed of the Academy's entrance, which had been completely obliterated. Professor Bridget stared at the static image in delight, the fruits of their labor having come to a complete victory. We succeeded, Desir. Under Desir's plan, the faculty used the facilities in the Academy to generate a shadow world, making use of it to trap Priscilla and other members of the Artemis Church inside. Though it was Desir's plan, it would not have been possible without Skull Mask. He was the progenitor of weaponized shadow worlds, and although he used it to throw the entire continent into chaos, Desir was able to use his research to design a comparatively simple prototype for the sake of humanity. It was a massive amount of work, and the device created was several centuries ahead of their current magical engineering technology. Detailed theories were accompanied with massive spreadsheets of data, but the entire process was incredibly convoluted. Even a career engineer with above-average talent and tools would likely take a year to understand they were being presented, but Desir had faith in the Hebrion Academy's success. In the end, it was Professor Pugman who was able to comprehend the technology, and he played a vital role in ensuring the shadow world operated correctly and maintaining the necessary infrastructure. Thank you for your work, Professor Pugman. You saved a lot of people's lives. Yes? It's not a big deal. Pugman was absolutely ghastly. Whether his current state could be considered alive was certainly up for debate. He had severe bags under his bloodshot eyes, and his eyelids could barely stay at half-mast. Despite this, there was still an excited glimmer dwelling within his pupils. All I did was adjust the facilities according to the data. Any engineer could do this. You should be thanking your student, who sent the accurate data, not me. Professor Bridget laughed at his answer. Yes, the Starling Party gave us the information, but not just any engineer can dedicate himself like you. Our plan went perfectly, so you should relax and celebrate a little. It was functionally impossible to replicate the facility Skull Mask had created within the short period of time they had to prepare. Even if they were able to make a functional prototype, they still had to overcome the inherent obstacle in using a shadow world against a single person. Skull Mask's shadow worlds were generated in a pre-allocate geographic location, so trying to hit a single mobile target with one would be incredibly difficult. Luckily, Ajest ended up having the answer to that. She waited until Priscilla appeared on the battlefield and moved to match her, making sure that her defeat would lead Priscilla directly towards the main gate of the Academy, where she would inevitably be temporarily halted by Bridget's barrier. Bridget was lost in thought looking at the darkness. Although the Saint and her escorts are powerful, they can't easily clear a shadow world at this scale. The shadow world was created using magic stones provided by the Magic Tower and was estimated to be equivalent to a naturally occurring level 2. At that difficulty, even if they were able to clear it without casualties, the quest should be convoluted enough that Priscilla and her few dozen soldiers should take a while to clear it. By the time they emerged from the shadow world, the war would already be over. They would return to the real world besieged on all sides by the most powerful forces the entire world had to offer. Finally, everything can go back to normal. Professor, something is strange. The communication came from Rond, the leader of the Starling Party. She immediately gave the student her undivided attention. What is it? Something is wrong with the shadow world. The eroded area is starting to distort, almost like it's been. The noisy main campus calmed all of a sudden, their gazes falling back to the live feed. There was anxious stillness. They cleared it already? There is no way. Pugman shook his head firmly. It had been less than 10 minutes since the shadow world appeared. It was impossible to conquer a level 2 shadow world within that period of time. So what the hell was happening? Pugman, determined to get to the bottom of the situation, began unfolding several spell arrays. Owl's vision. Professor Napolitan Pugman widened his eyes after looking into the darkness with his vision-enhancing magic. Crumble. A gruesome noise, which sounded as if space itself was shattering, resonated. The pitch-black darkness began to distort again and return the surroundings back to the way they once were. What? The darkness started to lift. It looked as if it was forcefully erased by something. That was really dangerous. Priscilla's soft voice echoed across the silent auditorium, her unharmed form emerging from the cloak of darkness. Everyone observing the situation paled in shock. That? Pugman squinted his eyes. Priscilla had a ruby gem as big as a fist in her hands. Stored within it was an unimaginable amount of mana, at least 20 times more than the entire Rogfelis family's stash. Crumble. It took him a moment to notice, but Pugman realized the mana within the stone was slowly draining out, moving to restore Priscilla's personal mana pool. After about 10 seconds, a paladin proudly displaying a golden badge strode out of the shrinking shadow world. Then another, and another. With each departure, the professors and students grew more terrified, the prospect of their incoming crushing defeat feeling more and more real by the moment. Unbelievable! How could they break the plan so easily which combined all of the technology that the Hebrion Academy had to offer? Was the saint able to use her power to undo the creation of the shadow world? The fear of the unknown tightly gripped everyone in the auditorium, save for one. Are all of you just going to stand by and watch this?
Professor Arsaimblang Ruarat.
They haven't had the chance to recover, and Priscilla is busy closing the shadow world. This is our only chance to defeat them. Absent-minded people snapped back to their senses. The Imperial military had yet to arrive, but they had prepared encircling nets in case of an emergency. The Red Dragon Party, the Starling Party, the Blue Moon Party, the most powerful parties the Hebrion Academy could offer quickly moved into formation, using the tall buildings of the surrounding business district as cover. Open fire! Rond Fizzlebang, leader of the Starling Party, gave the opening signal. Hundreds of elite students began invoking spells, concentrating their fire on the few opponents below them. Wind Cutter. Explosion. Boom. Tremendously powerful blasts continued non-stop. They were still students, but they were select magicians with excellent talent from amongst the entire continent. A majority of the spells sent forth exceeded the third circle, and there were a few magicians among them who displayed the prominent signs of a prodigy. Blaze Fountain. As Rond waved his hands, countless spell arrays formed before him, with torrents of flame pouring out shortly afterwards. His blazing explosions destroyed the dormitories, which were unfortunately within the range of where Priscilla and her knights had exited the shadow world. The crystal-clear lake and vibrant trees which comprised the inner courtyard scenery, an area which held significant emotional value to a large number of students and alumni, was completely ruined. The lakebed had all but dried up and most of the trees had been reduced to burnt stumps. Unfortunately, that was not all the damage the schoolyard would incur. You're never going to set foot in this place. Rond clenched his teeth and gathered all his mana. Again, the spell arrays formed in front of him. Flare Meteor Shell. A blood-orange-colored flame rose and formed a gigantic battering ram before shooting towards the saint and erupting in a show of raw violence. Bam! Boom! Every single artillery spell he used emphasized strength above all else. His favored spells all had destructive power equal to fifth circle spells as a result. Giant blazing pillars soared up and incinerated everything. An endless number of spells were launched towards Priscilla and her paladins. Spells repeatedly bore into them, and it did not seem like they would get a break anytime soon. Students and professors flung magic spells to their utmost limit. It was such a splendid view, a plethora of magic spells spanning all of the attributes melding together and washing over their target. The most eye-catching spells invoked were ceaseless bolts of lightning and flames that raged like an inferno. Ground Zero almost looked like the crater of a volcano. What was left of the dormitory area had been obliterated in mere seconds, and the air was soon stank of char and smoke. Huff, huff! Rond wiped the sweat that had gathered on his forehead. In just this short bout, he had consumed mana beyond his limit, causing a stiff sense of pain in his mana circles. Boom! The shelling of spells continued even while he took a moment to catch his breath. Although the forces gathered by the Hebrion Academy were merely students, they were the best and the brightest across the continent, capable of matching the Imperial army in firepower. Is it over? There was no way any human could survive unscathed from this bombardment. Satisfied they had won, his face suddenly hardened as his eyes darted towards something. His stare was fixed on a group of black shadows that maintained its shape amid the endless bombardment. The paladins with golden badges, Priscilla's personal levy formed by the church's cardinals, were protecting their saint with their shields. The magic had not broken through their defenses at all. They had not even burnt Priscilla's collar. Their impromptu defenses rivaled the preemptively prepared arrays that guarded high-level fortresses. At the same time, some translucent golden wings had sprouted from behind her back, intermittently covering her forces. They seemed to be frequently getting healed and restored by the second. "It's so pathetic," Priscilla mumbled to herself with a subdued tone. Rond felt a sense of dread and fear after making eye contact with her by accident. "Obstruct their path." Hersant Blanc bit his lower lip and shouted while looking at Priscilla's entourage. Immediately, walls made of soil and ice encaged the Artemis church members, but it was not enough to even slow them down. As one of the cardinals shook his hand, there was a blast that demolished the walls in an instant. They started moving out of the dormitory area, striding through the constant magical shelling. They soon took their first steps in the business district. Several magic traps had been activated. Placed in advance on the off-chance the Artemis Church managed to escape the shadow world and attempt to maneuver around the academy. Unfortunately, they proved to be useless. Even when the traps pierced their defenses, injuries inflicted were rapidly recovered. As they maintained the situation with a belt and braces, the Hebrion Academy non-stop spell shelling began to weaken and slow. Their mana had run low. Finally, Priscilla, who had been staying rather passive until then, made a move. She flicked her hand in front of her. One of her cardinals, Ninahart, stepped forward. He thrust out his hand and moved it as if he was grasping something. "Oh!" Rond seemed to question this action. It was only to be expected, though, as they expected some kind of flashy display of supernatural power, but nothing happened. Then they noticed. "What's that? Giant hands?" There was rumbling from behind. Ron turned around to check and soon realized the cause of the commotion. Thump! There were giant hands made out of unknown translucent material. The hands gripped and tore at the barrier that encompassed the main campus of the academy. Shatter! A large crack had appeared on the defensive magic that Professor Bridget had made with her heart and soul. It looked ready to shatter at any moment. "My goal is not you people but this land." Oddly, everyone could hear Priscilla's whisper. "Leave. We won't chase you if you step back now." It was not a bad offer for the students and staff of the Hebrion Academy. All of their meticulous planning had come to naught and they had no other means to resist. Perhaps it would be best to step back now. Professor Bridget clenched her fist. Seemingly, it was a generous offer, but the reality of this was different. If they backed off, they could sustain their lives for a brief moment, but the consequences were likely worse than death itself. They had to resist until the end. But how? Most of them were absolutely terrified due to the overwhelming power of Priscilla and her cardinals. Heading them off was already beyond their capacity. Facing them in these circumstances was suicidal. They needed a turning point that they could use to reverse this situation. A very powerful ploy. What should I? She shut her eyes tight, unable to think of a way. BZZT. A unique wave passed through her. Detection magic? But there was something strange about the spell. The way the mana behaved was obscure. Though it definitely spread out as detection magic would. A fifth circle magician like Bridget was able to discern that the mana was not there to detect them. She turned her head towards the source to see a massive blinding light had appeared on the other side of the auditorium, eliminating the darkness while dispersing waves of mana. There was only one living magician that had such a bizarre relationship with mana. Desir. He had arrived. Anyone who saw the strange phenomenon and enormous mana waves in the sky realized it without further prompt. Their falling resolve began to harden again. Bridget took a step forward. "We will not give up until the very end." A magic array unfolded in front of her, unleashing a storm that ripped the giant hands into pieces. That was the sign. Bomb! Another blast and explosion occurred. The Hebrion Academy, which had just been about to crumble, continued their all-out offensive. Thanks for reading on patreon.com/MaldiFrogsClub. Join us in talking about RMSBS at discord.gg/WXSDRSN. A southerly wind washed over the area, carrying the ripe scent of blood. Giltian watched the battle closely with his stern eyes. It was a cruel war. The air felt heavy. The smell of blood and screams pressured his whole body, as if he had been plunged into deep water. They had been able to block the Artemis Church for this long, mainly due to the efforts of two people, Raffaello Scher-Eiger and Jean Uremrin. Without these two royal guards, the defensive line would have been destroyed already. But this would not last long. They indeed had superhuman powers compared to others, but they were also only humans with limits. It was impossible for two people to hold off an entire military on their own. Perhaps my judgment is wrong. Giltian looked around. There were people who escaped after being taken hostage by the Artemis Church. Though their war situation had significantly worsened, thousands of lives were able to make it here safely thanks to Raffaello and Jean. As the worried citizens and soldiers gazed at him, Giltian figured out something. I was not wrong. I'm going to protect everyone. That was the greater cause he decided to take. He was simply following the principle someone taught him long ago but had, until this moment, long forgotten. This empire was no exception. Shing. Giltian agonized about it for a while and pulled out his sword, shouting, "Get ready to open the gate." His decision was very bold. He was effectively saying that his side would give up the single advantage they held in this war. Join the royal guards and support them. However, that was the most reasonable strategy he could employ at the moment. The most powerful force they had was the royal guards. Losing those two people would likely mean losing the chance to win entirely. In other words, as long as those two survived, victory was still possible. We're ready to sortie, Swan Katerina reported with her head down. Giltian gently looked at what she held in her hand. It was a bow. Feeling her king's gaze, Swan chuckled. I'd like to try my best for my last duty. Last. In a way, she was not wrong. Giltian turned his head away without saying anything, and Swan stood next to him after taking his implicit approval. The time for action having arrived, the gate to the fortress spread wide open. With his enemies ahead of him and his faithful allies beside him, Giltian felt a small smile sneak its way onto his lips. He raised his sword in declaration. The Empire is. The sword engraved with the lion symbol glowed with mana and emitted light. Undying. Swoosh. A wave of mana scanned them at an outrageous speed. Before the combatants could question it, they got their answer. Whoosh, what? It suddenly brightened, the light emanating from a nearby source. Their surroundings had been pitch black since it was the middle of the night. Until now, there had only been glimpses of light from the glow of magical shelling. The phenomenon occurring now was beyond any such trifle. Earth nourishing the sun. One single dot that rose from the darkness grew in size and emitted heat that seemed commensurate with its incredible size. Someone had created a star. Yom. The blast resounded far and wide. The huge cross, which had not trembled in the slightest against the constant shelling so far, began to thrash around wildly. As though mirroring the sun, it too began to give off a bright light. Perhaps this was it ramping up to full speed. The plains were swept by the shock caused by the clash between the star and the cross. The moment the light disappeared and the darkness was about to consume everything once again, the glance of the Father was revealed. It had unsightly cracks all over it like a glass that was at risk of breaking at any moment. The spell that had been released was the same draconic magic used to kill Daednut in Preleka. Originally, this glance of the Father had been made to counter spells of the magnitude witnessed during that event. If there was another attack of this caliber, it was obvious that the glance of the Father would completely shatter. But due to the nature of draconic magic, being able to resist a single spell meant that the effort spent creating it had been worth it. They would not be able to break the cross. The Artemis Church had one. But then, some sharp-sighted people realized that the residual sunlight was not scattering. Rather, it was gathering somewhere else. Something immediately streaked towards them. Arrow of ruin. The sky was divided and the cross split in half. Everything in the path of the flash of light was incinerated. The glance of the father and airships included. Even sound itself. Priscilla looked up. There was a red line in the dark night sky, a trace left behind by the draconic magic Desir had invoked. The aftermath of 2 draconic spells in a row was enormous. The glance of the father, boasting absolute defense, had been completely crushed, and a fair amount of the Artemis Church's military force had also been wiped out by the attack. It was not hard to predict that this would tear apart the balance of the war. The Artemis Church would struggle to continue fighting after losing the glance of the father and a significant number of their soldiers, while the imperial military would be able to find decisive ends to their defensive battles and eventually converge towards Priscilla. Indeed, they never disappoint me. Although they were clearly at disadvantage, Priscilla had not stopped smiling. In fact, her grin seemed brighter than ever. But targeting that was a mistake. Priscilla, who had witnessed draconic magic being invoked with her own eyes, and subsequently attempted to reverse the damage it caused, knew better than anyone else what the cost of using it was. Draconic magic was absolute in might, but it was a dangerous power that ate away at the body of the caster. Desir had used it not just once, but twice in a row, the first to weaken the cross and the second to destroy it. Without someone like Priscilla to maintain his body, Desir would have to be extremely wounded or maybe even dead. In exchange for his sacrifice, the imperial military would arrive in short order, but that was not a problem. It was good news, in fact. No matter when they arrive, it'll be too late. I'll have taken control of the system by then. Priscilla turned her gaze from the sky as she wrapped up her train of thought. Her eyes fixed on her final destination, the Hebrion Academy. Taking the last few steps towards it would bring an end to this battle. Bam! Boom! The students and professors continued to unleash magic spells, doing their utmost to prevent her advance. But the force behind these attacks was significantly weakening. During their brief respite, the magicians had time to gather mana, but it was not much. Only the prodigies like Rond were able to function well for a brief period of time. The majority of the magicians still looked thoroughly exhausted. Use your body to block them. Swordsmen leaped forward to block them in any way that they could. However, nothing stopped her stride. Not a single step wavered. The battle was entirely one-sided. Despite the overall war being in their favor, nothing had changed to alleviate the overwhelming gap in power present at the Hebrion Academy. Forced to face their powerlessness, several of the students lost the will to continue fighting. Bomb! Priscilla took steps without glancing at them once. Not one spell could break her cardinal's defenses, so why should she care? There was only one variable that could stop her: Desir Arman. But now his power had run out. He had proved to be extremely difficult, but the church had ultimately won. There was nothing left to stop her. Fear of wind. Boom. The ground where Priscilla stood exploded and a massive dusty cloud formed. Bridget scraped up her last mana and flung a fifth circle magic spell that was powerful enough to split a building. Priscilla stood intact within the non-stop spell shelling. It was impossible to injure her even with a fifth circle spell. But it was not all in vain. She had succeeded in stopping her movement for a brief moment. Priscilla gave Bridget a cold, subdued look. The professor was incapable of doing anything else after spending all of her mana, and had been pushed right up to her limit. She was barely standing. Nevertheless, she managed to squeeze out one more spell. It was a first circle spell, Fireball. Her calculation for this simple spell kept breaking off whenever her concentration faltered, unable to focus with the pain ebbing from her weathered mana circles. Still, she could not just give up and continued attempting to invoke it. Her resilient attitude was not unaccompanied. Every single member of Hebrion Academy's faculty, and a large majority of the student base, refused to give up. Even knowing they likely would not stop her for a moment, they threw away the idea of retreat, gladly laying down their lives for their friends, family, and world. Priscilla put on a sad smile but dismissed it with a sigh. She did not want needless slaughter. Every action thus far had been mandatory or near to it. She wanted to make them understand, make them step aside for the greater good, but her efforts had been wasted. This, too, is the burden I must carry. Priscilla opened a dimensional pocket and pulled out a dry twig before throwing it on the ground. A bright light began to coil around it, and her power began to revitalize the limb. Whistle. The lone, dried-up twig became a seedling that laid roots deep in the ground. It grew quickly and spread thousands of branches. Soon from the now massive adult tree, thorns that looked like long spears sprung out in place of leaves. A giant thorny tree wrapped around the mass of Hebrion students and staff, tightly constricting the thralled group. Countless thorns penetrated their skin and sucked their mana dry. The thorn tree, which grew by absorbing mana, was nothing but a natural enemy to the magicians present. Boom, boom. The few unrestrained students did their best to cut the thorns, invoking what few spells they could muster or employing their aura. However, nothing they tried worked. It doesn't break. Why can't a mere tree be burned? The thorns were as solid as steel, allowing no attack to harm it, and the tree grew bigger and bigger until it soon covered the sky. The Hebrion Academy had two choices. They could continue to struggle and die from the thorns ripping their bodies to shreds, or they could relax and allow the increasing pressure to crush them to death. Take a break before salvation begins. This was the end. Professor Bridget knew it intuitively. This was the end. They could not possibly stop such an outrageous thing after reaching the limit of their stamina and mana. I have no regrets. Crackling. A beam of a flame rose in the darkness and brightened the area. The fireball she kept failing to invoke was finally completed. Bridget felt the warmth of the blaze for a moment before flinging it away. It was a magic spell that should have been easier to perform than breathing for magicians. But there was a kid who couldn't even invoke something like this. It was not the case that he did not try enough, nor was it the case where he lacked the knowledge. Unfortunately, he was born without the talent to manipulate mana. The amount of mana he could handle in his body was small beyond compare, and even then the mana he gathered was so impure that he barely had more talent than any ordinary person. He seemed to have a knack for spell calculation, but without mana to utilize it, it was a wasted talent. No matter how hard he tried, he was destined to be only a third-rate magician. But the kid refused to give in. He kept trying in frustration without quitting. He worked tirelessly to overcome what seemed to be a cruel fate, his unrivaled efforts likely to prove meaningless. Bridget saw that boy work tirelessly, and was able to live long enough to see what he became, so she did not give up in the face of death. Even if I collapse now, you'll stop this. The fireball shot towards the thorn that was suffocating her, but the impact yielded no results. The thorn continued to tighten. Right, Desir? Bridget closed her eyes. Of course, Professor. A very familiar voice caressed her ears. When she opened her eyes, a man with hair as black as obsidian stood in front of her, as if he had been there from the beginning. I will take care of it from now on. He tapped the ground lightly with the staff he carried. At that instant, all of the professors and students of the Hebrion Academy who were suffering due to the thorn tree vanished into thin air. No way! Priscilla's face paled and stiffened after seeing this unexpected turn of events. So many people caught by the thorn tree had disappeared in the blink of an eye. There was only one means that could make something like this possible: teleportation. Spatial manipulation magic was incredibly difficult to calculate and extremely mana-intensive, so there were only a handful of people who could use it, let alone employ it in battle. Outside of exceptions like Crow Mask, these people were often limited to simple actions like teleporting themselves. However, the teleportation she had just witnessed had moved hundreds of people at the same time. Even the great sage Zod Exarian was incapable of such a feat. Well, then, after the many people had disappeared, the supposedly inferior student stood alone and stared at the thorn tree that writhed in front of him. To be exact, he was looking at Priscilla, who stood atop its crown. Let's begin. Snap. The thorn tree branched out, covering the few remaining corners of the sky. The body of the gigantic tree began to turn grayish before halting and finally solidifying into a gigantic ice sculpture that was fully frozen. Priscilla had a confused look on her face, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. The thorn tree, which had been nourished by mana, had an enormous amount of magic resistance. It was nothing other than the natural enemy for magicians and was strong enough to resist and even consume the magical barrage of any magical core. Thud. The surface of the frozen thorn tree began cracking before the entire plant broke into a million shards and scattered. The shattered shards rained like snowflakes, and amid them, a boy walked forward. "It's over, Priscilla." Priscilla's pupils shook violently as she heard his voice. How? The air in her lungs forcibly exited her body. The current situation had so many things that didn't make sense. Her defenses were useless. Her attacks left Desir unharmed, and he should have been left devastated after using 2 draconic spells. But he looked fine. There was not even a trace of tiredness on his face. Rather, he exuded a powerful pressure, far beyond the last time she had seen him. His deep, calm eyes were impossible to read. There was not even a trace of anger or hatred present in them. His eyes seemed far-sighted, as though he was not even looking at Priscilla, as though she were below him. The distance between them terrified Priscilla far more than any overt rage ever could. "I don't need to worry." Priscilla clearly remembered the fierce battle in Altia. He invoked spells from many different circles during that battle, but his power still fell far short of her recovery ability. His draconic magic was definitely a setback. Moreover, Desir was still alive and kicking after using draconic magic twice in a row. She needed to proceed while accounting for the possibility of him using it again. But she was not just going to meekly step back and allow him to use it. Its major weakness was in the amount of time it took to invoke those kinds of spells. So long as she could keep him occupied, or interrupt him when he attempted to calculate it, he would not be able to use it. Deal with it. It was Cardinal Ninahart who moved first at Priscilla's order. As he creased his brow, a bludgeon that was tens of meters wide appeared in the sky and struck the ground as if it was trying to chop it up. "I will make you regret coming here." Bam! With the blast, the earth pulsed and screamed as if there had been an earthquake. As the whole area exploded outwards in some places and sunk in others, big clouds of dust billowed up, restricting all visibility to 0. This one blow was so amazingly powerful that it destroyed an entire academy district. It did not just stop at one hit, though, but continued numerous times. The bludgeon appeared time and time again, creating an endless series of dusty clouds. Ninahart's skill was to create objects of huge mass in any shape he desired. This skill was top tier in terms of physical force. Bomb! Several ear-piercing explosions echoed one after another. The gigantic bludgeon kept chopping away without break and flattened the ground without mercy. It seemed like overkill to deal with a single person. However, Ninahart could feel it. Amid the countless explosions, Desir's mana signature was calm and unshaken. He could not help but look confused. Desir did not have the time to invoke any spell, nor could he block the attack with any other type of defensive magic. How is he still alive? Is he using the Aurora system? With the improvements Desir and Zod made, it was definitely plausible. Fortunately for Ninahart, the magical device had a limit. As long as he continued to bombard Desir with attacks, the situation would naturally come to an end. If his logical assumption was wrong, then it meant Desir's ability was beyond all common sense. Oh! After a dozen seconds of non-stop attacks, Ninahart noticed something was wrong. Amidst the dust clouds lied a haze of flame, distorting the atmosphere around it. Whenever his attack would come into contact with the flame, it would redirect itself, leaving everything within 10 feet of Desir completely untouched. Recognizing the phenomenon, Ninaharts had to physically restrain himself to prevent himself from gawking in front of his saint. He can control the space around him? Being able to directly distort space like this had only been done once before, to the best of his knowledge. The revolutionary Icarus Corgo had reached this level of control over spatial magic after dedicating his life to perfecting his craft, only reaching it shortly before being defeated by the Starling Party. Spatial distortion was the ultimate defensive technique. All magic spells and physical impacts could be completely negated by distorting the space around the user such that they were never in danger to begin with. Repeated weak attacks would be rendered useless. Swan Katarina, the bow of the Royal Guard, had found its weakness. She burnt the source of her power to create an attack so overwhelmingly powerful it completely overpowered the distortion and hit Crow-Mask directly. In other words, this defensive magic was ultimate, but not invincible. But something was terribly wrong. Though Nineheart's power didn't rival Swan's sacrificial play, it should have been more than enough to overcome the distortion's barrier. Dream of contradictory world. What he was performing was enough to be called invincible. The ultimate magic that was created by Icarus had now been improved and completed by Desir. As long as the spell remained in effect, nothing could touch Desir, even if they kept at it for an eternity. Desir raised his staff in silence. Some light seemed to flow out of the staff and numerous spell arrays occupied the sky outside of the distorted space. Ninehart could not help but feel shocked again after seeing this. He had studied and pitted himself against all sorts of spells, all so that he could face great magicians like Zod and Desir. Proficient in many of these magic systems, he was able to deal with any magic if he saw even just a part of the technique. However, he could not possibly understand the technique unfolding before him no matter how hard he tried. He could not understand it, but he knew one thing for sure. This is dangerous. Ninehart and the other cardinals started preparing themselves, gathering their blessings of light capable of nullifying natural law. Their powers having synchronized, extraordinary energy began to emit from above the academy. A ripping noise emanated from the sky before a massive chasm erupted above them. The air itself began to crack in agony. CRRRCK. CRRCK. The crevice began to bulge as something dark pressed into it from the other side, pushing, tearing, before finally gushing out from the gap like a waterfall. Enormous black beads poured forth from the sky, wriggling as though alive, moving to consume everything they touched. With each consumption, they divided into two and multiplied endlessly. Within a few moments, several thousand large black beads occupied the space around the academy, blocking out the sky as the tree Desir destroyed once did. The sight before them was bizarre and unorthodox. It was divine punishment taken straight from the holy text of the church, a biblical event being reproduced in the real world. This was the Artemis Church's final trump card they could use against Desir. Though it was meant to be paired alongside the glance of the Father, they would have to make do. In truth, the church could not completely control the phenomenon. It took the gathering of all their strongest powers just to summon the attack, and the best they could manage was to adjust the direction it went. Anyone unfortunate enough to be along its trajectory would be treated as an enemy. However, against a single Desir Arman, this was more than enough. The now innumerable black beads swarmed towards the mage, blotting out his existence on this planet. Crack. Beneath the rumbling pile of beads, Desir's spatial distortion worked tirelessly. Each bead that came in contact with it was thrown aside or destroyed, the remains scattered into whatever oblivion it was summoned from. Unfortunately, their rate of propagation exceeded Desir's destructive capabilities, and the incrementing count began to surge into a singular giant sphere, expanding at a rampant speed. At this rate, it would easily swallow not only the Hebrion Academy but also the entire city of Dresden. And when that time came, Desir would not be able to protect either. This was just common sense. Supernova. A streak of light leaked through the darkness caused by the black beads. The red-colored light started losing its red hue and the temperature of the air around the academy began to soar. Arg! Though the cardinals tried to resist the heat with their aura, they could not even breathe when the color of the light shifted towards a blinding white. The scorching air melted the airways of those who breathed. Sizzle. Those black beads that surrounded Desir began to bubble and ooze. The coagulated darkness began to ooze into the air, as though it was nothing more than melting snow. The Artemis Church would have been melted away long ago if not for Priscilla's ability. The translucent golden wings that had sprouted from her earlier began to shine even brighter, as though trying to match the heat and glare of the supernova before her. Lay down your life for Priscilla. Everything for the saint. Arg! Cardinals brought out their last handful of aura, and Ninehart was no different. He tried his best to protect Priscilla with intangible barriers. Is he trying to die with us? If he were to perform a spell this powerful at such a close distance, it meant mutual destruction. The cardinals wanted to protect Priscilla no matter what. As long as she survived, they had a chance. That was the only thought going through their heads. A small blue sphere appeared behind Desir, the origin point for the spell, swaying freely in the air. A deranged smirk naturally took over Nineheart's face. Ha! It was strange if you thought about it. Thanks to Priscilla, they were holding out, but everything else beyond their domain should have been demolished by now. The sheer heat in the area should have been enough to melt the entire empire, or at least the entirety of Dresden, but that was not happening. For some reason, the heat was only affecting the several hundred meters around Priscilla. Beyond that distance around them, all of the buildings remained intact. This was because Desir was blocking the heat escaping the perimeter by encircling the area with spatial magic, while also managing the heat that should have melted himself. Following the origin point's shift in color, all the white flames around them began to grow hotter and hotter, evolving to be a brilliant sky blue. For a brief moment, just when it seemed impossible to hold out any longer, the intense heat subsided. Nineheart's gaze shifted up from the ground towards Desir, before rising even higher to see thousands of blue meteors raining down on them. Wait! This is ridiculous! No! Seriously, what the hell? Nineheart could not think clearly. Priscilla's ability could not endure the blue blazes any longer. Her power began to wane. In the scorching heat, a scream emanated from someone whose mind had faded. Bullets of pure blue flame raining down from the sky, smiting them for the sin of opposing Desir Arman. That was her last memory. Priscilla opened her eyes. As she looked around, she found the horrendous aftermath of the battle. The ground had turned to magma. She heard bubbles popping below her feet, and there was nobody left standing. The cardinals who should have protected her until the end were all gone without any trace. Your sacrifice! Cough. Priscilla could not continue to speak and intensely coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. The strain on her body from exerting her skill so thoroughly was unparalleled by anything Priscilla had ever gone through. She looked as horrendous as the surrounding area. Her face was as pale as a dead body, and the burns that covered her entire body were more grotesque than Crow Mask's face. And she did not have a left arm. Ah! This damage to her body had all been caused by a single one of the endless blue bullets that managed to get through the defenses that her subordinates created at the expense of their own lives. She barely managed to pull herself up before placing her unscathed right hand on her grievous injuries. A light covered her wounds, but nothing happened. She tried several times, but her holy glow only flickered and faltered. Clomp. Hearing someone approach, Priscilla gave up on her ability and icily glared at the boy who approached her. So you figured out how to handle the language of the draconic tribe? No, that would be impossible unless I became a dragon. They spoke in a calm tone. If you ignored the burning surroundings, flaming corpses, missing limbs, charred flesh, life-threatening injuries, hostile glares, and serious undertone of the conversation, they just looked like two normal people chatting. Then you must have reached the same level as Zod? I can't get to that level as a third-rate magician. Then, Priscilla frowned. Then what the hell is with that power? Her cry burst out, filling the empty surroundings. It was a cry against a power that was close to the realm of pure irrationality, an unfairness that destroyed her plan as she was so close to success. Simple. Drop. Desir stood in front of Priscilla. I abandoned draconic magic entirely. In front of him was a spell array. As he said, it clearly was not draconic in nature. It looked similar to the modern magical array, but there was something different about it. Priscilla strained her blurry vision, doing her best to discern what exactly led to her demise. No way! The frustration on her face disappeared for that moment. Instead, it was subconsciously replaced with awe. Finally, she understood why she had lost. What hung in the air before her eyes was a spell created using a new system of magic totally different from anything else she had seen before. What Desir had done was entirely different from applying modern magical principles to draconic magic, or arranging his calculations to optimize a spell. It meant that Desir Arman had truly designed his own magical system. A returner's magic should be special. A white space where nothing existed. It was a training shadow world created by mobilizing all of the technology that the magic tower had at its disposal. It was a seemingly ordinary space, but it had some special functions, unlike the usual training shadow worlds. The most important of them, time flew by 60 times faster than the outside world. In most other shadow worlds, a day was equivalent to an hour, a whopping ratio of 24. But in this shadow world he could spend more than twice as much time. In short, the 2 months he spent here were equivalent to a day in the outside world. In such a space, Desir stood tall while holding a cane with a red-colored magic stone. What I attained is the essence of magic. Zod reached a level unprecedented in human history, the 8th circle. And at the same time, he was able to achieve a dramatic realization. As soon as I reached the 8th circle, I sensed that the 8th circle spells could not fully utilize my mana with the existing spell system we used. That magical system of calculation was created without considering the 8th circle spells in the first place. So while unexpected, this is obvious in hindsight. All of the magical spell systems, especially our modern algebraically derived system, were designed to be optimized for universal use by the magicians of that time. It was only natural that 8th circle magic, which had never existed until that point, was incompatible with such a system. But nevertheless I moved my mana to forcefully attack Priscilla without using any spells. At that very moment, the mana began to move in a way that felt like a spell array, even though I was not consciously developing one. Spells were the result of moving mana under the thorough control and calculation of a magician. This was an absolute rule, a fundamental truth in this world. But Zod was saying that the mana was willing to assist in development of a spell. Even for Desir, who dealt with magic far beyond all common sense, Zod's story seemed far-fetched. The formula that was made through this method was different from the ones in our conventional magical system. The basis of the formula that made up the magic had not changed, but the detailed composition and expression of it was certainly different. At first, the sound of the voice, which had sounded crystal clear, gradually began to mix with static noise. It would not have been easy to capture his thoughts in the middle of an urgent situation. It seemed that his limit was approaching. The power of the 8th circle magic changed according to my will. The noise worsened and soon completely swallowed Zod's voice. No matter how much he strained himself to listen, it was too hard to understand anything. But Zod's last few words sounded clearer than any other. I believe in you. Cut. That was where Zod's voice message ended. Thank you, Zod Exarian. Desir shuddered. Of course, there was some admiration for the extent Zod had reached, but thanks to him, Desir was able to jump over a wall. I've been stuck thinking within the system. Desir had limited ability to develop spells using the modern system with his mana capability, so he had recreated other magic systems using the modern system as a base. The magic that was created was so efficient that it was incomparable to the widely used modern magical system, and it boasted unparalleled power. However, it was not without limit. There were only so many variables he could adjust while working within the framework of modern magic. When Zod reached 8th circle, he left the realm of our magic system and found something powerful waiting outside of it. If I can do the same, if I can deviate from the framework of our magic system, to break away from the framework of the existing magical system was no different from creating a new one. Smile. Desir could not help laughing. He felt like a 4th circle magician attempting to be an expert magician. But, if this is possible, instead of efficiently changing existing magic, if he created magic that was best suited to him in the first place, if that was possible, Desir might be able to go beyond what Zod had achieved in his final moments. But there was one problem. Although I have 60 times the amount of time, that only gives me 2 months to work with. Priscilla's attack had already begun, and the situation was dire. There was no time to waste. Desir hurriedly began his research, but it was more complex and nuanced than anything else he had worked on in the past. If modifying the current spell system to make his spells more efficient was akin to adjusting the syllabic emphasis of a single word, Desir was having to make new words by completely altering the way words were spoken. Ultimately, Desir had to move each particle of mana in its most optimal form, which presented a nearly limitless number of combinations. Just trying to process a reasonable system for managing all the possibilities made him dizzy. I wonder how the existing magic systems were created. It was hard to connect words together, but to rebuild the units that form them. Desir sighed and went back to work, immersing himself as deeply as he could in the nature of mana. Wait, hold on. Desir's mind, which had become as sharp as a blade, reached a sudden burst of inspiration. Maybe there's a rule in the mana arrangement itself? It was an idea that was derived unconsciously, but Desir quickly embodied it. The movement of mana is akin to ink that writes letters, which are only lines, but those lines have meaning because of formalized and assembled rules. Using those rules, we give meaningless lines purpose through the sounds that eventually form a word. If this logic was correct, there is a principle of creation that encompasses all magical systems. That proved to be the turning point. Desir began his analysis of all existing magical systems that he had mastered. Any magic left within raw data or literature he had encountered, from ancient times to the modern magic system, the physical structure of mana circles themselves, the rearrangement of spells to increase efficiency, abnormal spells like imagery magic and blood magic, and even inherited traditions like Divinicon and his grandmother used. After detailing the process used in each magical formula, he broke them apart and stored mana equivalent to sound in his head. Holding such raw mana was reckless, but Desir was filled with conviction. He mashed the mana together and formed a tight sieve around it, letting the mana arrange itself however needed. 5 days passed. Found it. When the tens of thousands of arrangements were completed, a sieve of overlap began to form. It was a testament to Desir's theory. After much consideration, Desir ultimately decided to call it the root language. Desir Arman had theoretically identified the creation of magic that each species instinctively mastered over the thousands of years. The next step was all too easy. Less than 8 days later, Desir had used the root language to reform all of the sounds that would be the backbone of his new system. A week later, a word-level formula was completed using his new equivalent to an alphabet. All that remains is the implementation of spells. For Desir, who had studied the modern system in the past and had already been manipulating spells as entire phrases, the rest of the process was child's play. After 2 months, Desir Arman had truly mastered the most efficient system of magic possible. Hong! The resonant sound of mana rang out. Desir's spell array developed before his eyes at a tremendous speed. Priscilla just stared at the array that continued to spread, as if her soul had been taken away by its splendor. Such a situation was so absurd it was impossible to predict. Everything was meaningless in front of Desir's level that exceeded all common sense. At the moment the spell was complete, a dazzling flash came up that could hardly be seen directly with the naked eye. A huge pillar of light soared. It was a huge spear of epilepsy-inducing light that discharged huge electric currents. Desir looked down at Priscilla with a dull look. "Let's finish this, Priscilla." Desir put his entire heart and feelings into the massive spear, shooting it forward as memories of past and fallen colleagues blazed through his mind. Rumble. An eardrum-bursting sound erupted from his right, reaching its peak velocity far past the speed of sound. If the attack had started at that speed, it would have snuck up on Desir completely undetected. A blast of aura was rocketing at an unbelievable speed. Any knight who had reached bishop class was capable of shooting their aura in an attack that exceeded their weapon's range, but this was clearly far beyond that level. Would this be comparable to hundreds of knights making a simultaneous attack? The scene of a crescent moon, which was tens of meters wide, cutting down everything in its path was quite frightening. If I ignore that, I'll die. Desir's intuition warned him as much, even though it should have been impossible to even reach him through his spatial distortion shield. He hurriedly redirected the spear and sent it rocketing towards the incoming aura. Spark. His vision was dyed white by the enormous current that erupted when aura and electricity collided. The aftermath of the collision between two huge forces swept over the entire area, leaving nothing behind. That will work. Desir turned his eyes toward Priscilla. In her current condition, she was completely incapable of defending herself. Though she had not been hit by the spear, there was no way she emerged from the resulting shockwave uninjured. However, the dust cloud disappeared and her appearance was perfectly fine. Someone had blocked the aftermath from reaching her. A man of enormous build reminiscent of an old oak tree. A knight in pure white armor stood in front of Priscilla. Desir's eyebrows arched up. It was obvious that the man was the one who had just launched the surprise attack. And him standing there meant that he was moving faster than the aura he fired. It was a phenomenal speed. Priscilla managed to open her lips and barely call out his name. Argo. Argo, the commander of the Holy Paladins of the Artemis Church. Wasn't he supposed to be fighting the Royal Guard? Argo had numerous sword marks across his body, and the blood from his numerous wounds had wet his skin and dyed his clothes red. It would not be a surprise if he were to keel over and die at any moment. This was the price he incurred for forcing himself out of the battle against the two most powerful knights of the Empire, Rapello and Jean. It was indeed a reckless and bold judgment, but his intuition paid off. This war would end in their defeat the moment Priscilla died. How did you? Because I thought you might be in danger, Argo answered, keeping his eyes on Desir. Thank you for coming, my loyal knight. The stab wounds on Argo's entire body began to be healed under Priscilla's recovery ability. Priscilla's expression had somewhat brightened. Argo was the most powerful knight in the church. His ability was comparable to the combined might of the two Royal Guard members. If they fought together, they stood a chance against Desir's new system. Leave. But Argo had something different in mind. Argo. We won't last long, Your Highness. Huang. Most of his wounds had recovered, and even his broken armor and weapon had been restored. However, there was something that was not restored no matter how much time passed. Strips of raw flesh lined the path between his right forearm and the center of his chest, the irrecoverable wound he incurred defending against Desir's spell. The mana of the atmosphere suddenly began to tremble and churn like a gushing tidal wave. Desir had decided they did not deserve any more time. Your Highness, there is nothing more we desire than seeing your wish granted. The world may not know it yet, but they, too, long for it. Argo, who had just finished his recovery in time, poured his aura into his sword. Rumble. A roar erupted just by gathering and imbuing his aura. At the same time, Desir's spell was launched at them. Argo lifted up his sword, facing the wave of magic head-on. At that moment, the aura in his sword began to swell exponentially, forming shields reminiscent of a wall. Boom! A roar broke out. Again Argo failed to completely block Desir's magic, and his fingers, which had taken hold of his sword, were burnt black. Even with these new injuries, he did not have a problem in swinging his sword. That was enough. Just before Desir's magic was completed again, Argo kicked against the ground. His body shot forward like a flash. At the same time, the space around Desir began to distort. Boom! A huge amount of aura flooded the surrounding area. The attack would have been powerful enough to significantly damage a large mountain, but it failed to break through the spatial distortion. Desir's gaze remained on him for a while before moving on. Argo was clearly the most powerful enemy present, and Desir judged him to be the biggest risk. But even this amount of power proved to be inconsequential. There was no need to pay any more attention to him. In addition, it would clearly be a mistake to close the distance to launch an attack. It was possible to kill Priscilla without interruption now. Desir ignored Argo's attacks and began developing another spell to ensure that Priscilla met her demise. Crack! A gruesome sound reached his ears. Turning his eyes, Argo's sword was slowly forcing its way through the spatial distortion. Desir's eyebrows shot up. The amount of aura imbued in Argo's blade was increasing several-fold by the second. Wow! An enormous amount of aura was condensed and launched at Desir. It was a quantity of aura beyond what any living being should be capable of possessing. Desir genuinely doubted humanity. Even Swan Katarina was incapable of accumulating such an absurd amount of aura. Was he always this strong? Desir had memories of being on the battlefield with him in his previous life. He was undoubtedly one of the strongest knights of the Allied forces at the time, but never to this extent. Given Argo's simultaneous dealings with Raffaello and Jean, he thought that the skills he had seen in his previous life would not have amounted to even a fraction of this power, but this was not that kind of story. Desir and Argo's eyes met. At that moment, Argo exclaimed proudly, as if there was no more need to hide. "My inheritance allows me to absorb things." He kept talking as if to draw Desir's attention away from Priscilla and to himself. "What is embedded in this sword is the aura of thousands of knights. No matter how hard you try to deny Priscilla's reality, you'll lose." The intention behind him revealing his ability in detail was clear, but Desir had no intention of falling for this petty trick. Although it was quite dangerous to ignore him like this, he decided that even if it meant he died alongside her, Priscilla had to be dealt with here. Before he could begin fighting, Argo made a demonstration. "Witness Desir." A red aura began to bloom from Argo's sword, and Desir's expression rapidly distorted. Having seen it several times before, he would never forget it. He had fought alongside the user and had worked with them at the Hebrion Academy. It was the aura of the Blue Moon Party's leader, Argeria G. Rogran Nimbias. "Huang. Please, goddess." Argo smiled faintly as he observed the blossoming spell array take aim at himself instead of Priscilla. "Please fulfill our wishes." The furious battle being waged on the western border of Dresden had yet to cease. Screams and shouts burst out at every moment. The situation on both sides was similar. There was a series of bloody skirmishes between the two forces without either side gaining the upper hand. Boom! A large vacant space had naturally formed in the middle of the battlefield. None of the soldiers dared to fill it, lest they have a death wish. Both sides naturally parted to form an arena where their leaders could fight uninterrupted. The constant collision of intense cold and heat between Princess Rogfala's and Head Inquisitor Rhea, and the resulting shockwaves from their violent combination, were far too intense for any rank-and-file soldier to survive. "That's all you got?" Rhea smiled frantically and swung the hammer of the flame. Along its trajectory, vast flames poured out, forming a huge tidal wave of several thousand degrees. Boom! A jest also gathered her mana before flinging it at Rhea. She condensed the cold air flowing from her center of ice along the edge of the sword. The now even icier sword was completed, instantly freezing solid anything the tip of the sword passed. When the sword and hammer met, yet another explosion occurred due to the huge temperature difference. Boom! Ajest's body bounced back. After quickly recovering, she shook off the fire that danced around her figure. Rhea was enraptured by the sight, a gruesome smile occupying her face. "I'll make you regret choosing to stay here. You talk too much." Though Ajest took a casual attitude, the situation was far from one-sided or even optimistic. With each round of flame fired, Ajest had no choice but to retaliate, and could rarely launch her own attacks. Boom! It's certainly an annoying ability. In terms of raw power, Ajest was slowly being pushed back. The reason was simple. Rhea's ability had considerable range, and the force behind these attacks simply devoured the surrounding area entirely. Ajest had offset this with her ice, but it was impossible to stop her flames completely. The overflowing heat was the source of Rhea's power. Rhea's flames were building up their strength, burning Dresden at this very moment. Then, Ajest hurriedly developed a spell before Rhea's flames flooded everywhere again. Forest of crying white crows. Dozens of heavy ice columns soared around Rhea. Immediately after the sharp cold snap, like a blade, broke the column, and dozens of ice columns turned into tens of thousands of ice fragments. At the same time, Ajest created a storm of ice that tore everything within its range to shreds. Smile. But Rhea maintained a smile in the midst of the overwhelming spectacle. Though beautiful, the spell was only fourth circle. "Ha, you're no match for me with such attacks." As she grabbed her hammer with both hands and hit the ground, a stream of lava burst forth from the ground and soared like a fountain. It devoured the ice storm and desiccated everything. Ajest then reached out towards her again. If that attack wasn't enough, then how about this? At that moment, Pieces of ice that had not yet melted were concentrated in the air and formed a knife of ice. Subsequently, the edge of the knife, bearing the extreme chill, began to be overlaid with a jest's aura. This was an attack that was not consistent with Rhea's mockery. That sword, having been imbued with both aura and mana at the same time, was more threatening than any other attack, despite its small size. Rhea stepped back half a step, and nearby hyacinth petals began to gather before her. Immediately after, an explosion had burst forth from in front of her, giving birth to a single enormous flower bud. The moment it bloomed, it shot towards a jest's sword and flooded the blade with glacier-melting heat. The sound created by the highly compressed steam was so sharp it overpowered all other sound on the battlefield. Though Rhea had successfully offset a jest's attack, it took all of the heat she had gathered to do so. Predicting this series of events, a jest surged her frost towards herself and dashed towards the gap in her opponent's defenses, making quick use of the opportunity she created. Spark. Ice Empress. The moment the glare of gold lost its light and turned white, an unbearable chill occupied the whole place. After developing her abilities and gaining the ability to reach king class or perhaps even higher, a jest shot at Rhea like a flash of light. Flames several thousand degrees in temperature rushed to protect Rhea, but a jest's body had already reached behind their barricade. A jest's sword was smoothly pulled down towards Rhea's nape of her neck. Spark. Rhea blocked this attack with superhuman reflexes, but at that moment a jest's attack morphed and continued its trajectory from her rear. It was a move impossible to follow with human eyes. Rhea moved her heat shield around to shake off a jest, but even that was completely offset by the deployment of the Ice Palace. Rhea, who thought it would be disadvantageous if this pattern continued, hurriedly tried to back down, but the frozen surface of the earth began to move as if it were alive and caught her footsteps. Sword and hammer crossed again, and the eyes of their wielders met. Rhea was captivated with a sneering smile, staring at the white-colored hair of a jest. That was the same power, too, and spat out unpleasantly. Well, you wouldn't have stopped me if it wasn't for your inheritance. Inheritance? A jest's eyes were stained with incomprehension. That's a bad joke. A jest answered nervously. Being treated as the same kind as those who invaded her hometown and slaughtered her people was unpleasant, to say the least. You think I am messing with you? A jest, who stared at Rhea, involuntarily shuddered. Rhea's eyes were filled with deep hatred. Crackle. Flames jutted out from the veins within her arms and legs, before slowly encompassing her entire body. Despite the grisly sight, Rhea seemed immune to the pain. In fact, she had a grisly and sinister grin. A jest had an incredulous look on her face. Rhea's body had begun to change into flame itself. Having half turned into flame already, the surrounding area burst into a massive blaze. Rhea thrust her hand towards a jest, and energy surged through the floor beneath the two. Burst. Immediately after, a stream of lava cut through the ground and lurched towards a jest. The radiant heat poured into the atmosphere and engulfed the surrounding soldiers. What is that? Run, run. When the swelling lava flowed all over the place like a tidal wave, the buildings melted away without a trace. The Imperial soldiers began to run away in the chaos. My inheritance is called the Prenaple, and it was the last-ditch effort of mankind from the vanishing era to fight their imminent collapse. Rhea's voice came from all 360 degrees around a jest. She searched restlessly for the source, but all she could find was fire and lava. They discovered how to take an imprint of a powerful enemy and imbue it within an individual. This hateful power is directly inscribed within one's genes and is passed down through their offspring. Just before their collapse, the ancient civilization made one last invention to preserve their species. They created what they referred to as inheritance, a genetic technique that allowed them to extract the powers of the demons that plagued their society and inject them into humans. In the end, the brilliant civilization crumbled, but those that possessed inheritance survived and passed their power down to future generations. Because of the power's activation requiring mental focus, it became known as imagery magic to those who forgot its true nature, and the church rebranded it as the blessing of light to mask its origin. In other words, you are our kind. Nonsense. Ajest's reaction was perfectly normal. Imagery, magic, and inheritance. Come to think of it now, the two forces had something in common in that it was impossible to identify the principles behind them. But if one was to say that these were demon-derived abilities, of course no one would believe them. Haha. Yeah, it's hard to swallow, isn't it? The power you've been praised for all your life is nothing more than the power of those damned devils. Step. Step. Rhea walked out of the soaring lava looking indifferent. Ajest's pupils, now focused on Rhea, shook violently, because her appearance was clearly different from before. Behind her back there were two huge pairs of scarlet wings, and the skin all over her body had turned red like lava. The figure was half evil rather than human. Ajest had encountered a presence that looked the same in the past. Dade Newt, the devil of destruction, Dade Newt. Rhea looked just like the demon that appeared in the capital of the Preleka kingdom, Deltaheim. While I was raised as a fighting dog in an underground battlefield because of this ability, you must have been loved for your skill and noble lineage. Though they were strictly illegal, the continent was home to a few black market fighting arenas. Humans would gather for pleasure while their slaves, forced to fight like dogs, would risk their lives. While I was eating food worse than vomit, forcing it down my throat with my bare hands, you must have been dining on sumptuous and delectable foods, and gorging yourself on fine wine and ciders, huh? The bubbling lava shot up again from all sides. You wouldn't be able to imagine my life, being a noble lady, would you? Imagine being forced to burn your best friend alive. Their tear-ridden screams haunting you every time you tried to let yourself sleep. How come only you? We both have the same cursed power, but why did you? The increasingly exuberant voice soon mingled with madness and turned into a cry. Just then, Ajest opened her mouth.
I'm sorry.
Shut up. Don't you dare patronize me. I'm just... As she continued, Rhea noticed something strange and her face hardened. Ajest's mouth was drawing a line. She was smiling at Rhea. Your story got boring, so my mind wandered. I was thinking about other things. So would you mind starting over from the beginning? If I beat you here now, can I say I've caught up with the Desir from back then? Ajest muttered to herself and aimed her sword at Rhea. She stared at the swelling lava with an expression of indifference. At this moment, no matter the identity of her power or the heartfelt story Rhea shared, nothing else was as important to her. She could not hide her excitement at the fact that she might be able to confirm that she had reached Desir even a little. Her extremely rude attitude clearly struck Rhea's ego. Boom! A momentary burst of heat gathered in the buds that appeared around her. In the past, the heat was caused by flames, but this time it was created by gathering boiling lava. In an instant, the completed heat wave was fired at Ajest. She developed a palace of ice and made dozens of shields. Boom! Ajest had a look of dismay. Even though she layered many protective spells and focused her entire effort into defending one side, using the ice palace to support her, it was only possible to twist its trajectory. The beyond all limits heat wave crossed Dresden and burned everything in its path. Damage reports flooded the line of communication magic Ajest was connected to. Judging that she should not be given a chance to repeat that attack, Ajest quickly scattered her cold air everywhere. It was offset by the heat emitted by lava and began to change the flow of the surrounding atmosphere. Prey of ice blast. Thousands of bullets of ice were fired at Rhea in unison, drawing different trajectories. The power of each bullet reached a level of power equivalent to fourth circle magic. At that moment Rhea's red wings spread wide. Soon after she hit the ground, she approached Ajest with great speed. With the bullets all coming from different angles, if Rhea broke through the ones approaching her head-on, she would be able to minimize the damage she took. Clank! When the hammer and the sword collided, Ajest was pushed back a little. Her dazzling gray hair was gradually losing its light. She was rapidly approaching her limit. The amount of mana she could command fell, and the amount of cold air under her control began to drop sharply. Rhea took advantage of her opponent's deteriorating state, contorting her body and attacking again. Boom! Agest felt the burning heat in her hand despite grasping her freezing sword. If this heat had touched her directly, it would have been impossible to withstand it. Despite her situation, Agest pushed deeper into her opponent's attack. Feeling her own power reaching its limit, she knew she had to hurry if she wanted to force a victory. The dangerous act caught Rhea off guard, who was expecting her opponent to back off and attempt to recover. A swift blade was swung 4 times in a row, each aiming for a different spot. As Rhea hurriedly retreated, Agest dug in again and struck her sword out diagonally. The sweeping chill ripped Rhea's left wing. At the same time, a flame of intense heat grazed Agest's cheeks. Agest had managed to pull off her sword technique, launching Rhea into the sky. Before Agest could follow up, 5 buds erupted in the air above her, already fully bloomed. A huge wave of heat tried to burn Agest without leaving a trace of her existence. Agest angled her sword to block her head, her face utterly calm. Magic sword, eternal slumber. A 6-circle ice magic that stops all molecular activity within range at absolute sub-zero temperatures. The force, expressed through the magic sword, froze everything along its trajectory. Huang. The aftermath of the massive collision of 2 forces cleared the entire surrounding area where the 2 stood. Agest staggered, coughing up many mouthfuls of blood. Her internal injuries were serious, and her sword-wielding right arm was completely broken. Sigh. Sigh. Rhea was not in good condition either. One of her wings was nearly severed, left completely functionless, and her body refused to move properly with how much force she exerted all at once. Due to this, the pair found themselves in a lull during this life-and-death battle. Even still, Rhea's dominance was too obvious. The ground was crawling with lava and cylinders of flame were spiraling around herself, while Agest was struggling to maintain even a small area of ice. In a few moments, I promise that you... Suddenly, Agest opened her mouth. Was it Priscilla who saved you from the underground battlefield? Huh? You want to quiz me? Agest raised her head without a word, her silver hair gracefully parting to reveal an intense pair of eyes. For some reason, Rhea felt compelled to answer her question. I'm going to die anyway. Might as well learn why she's like this. Yes, you guessed it. Is that why you follow her to the detriment of tens of thousands of lives? I recognize that is an unpardonable sin. Her entire life had been distorted by despair. She had long given up on anything naive as hope. Her only wish was to live a normal life, so she spent every waking moment cursing the ability she had been forced to receive. One day Priscilla led a group of soldiers into the arena where Rhea was being held captive, saving her from her cursed fate. After spending years in the church, finding genuine purpose in her life, Rhea's devotion was rewarded when she became the head inquisitor, and finally learned the origin of her inheritance. But the holy saint promised. She was finally allowed to feel hope again, shown compassion despite believing she was worthless. This was the point Rhea was set on a path to redemption. She willingly pledged her undying loyalty to Priscilla. Once all of this is over, humans will never suffer again. Past, present, and future, there will never be anyone like me ever again. The superficial evil, the outsiders, were gone, but the position would one day be filled by some other group. Victims like herself would continue to exist throughout the future, and had obviously existed in the past. Rhea could not tolerate such a thought. The world should exist without sin, and Priscilla was going to create just that. Everyone who followed her had their own trauma, their own vices, that Priscilla would end as though their suffering had been no more than a plague on the land fixed by a simple cure. I would do anything for that. Priscilla gave her the mission of eradicating heresy, and she would fulfill it for the betterment of the whole world. That was why Agest would die here and now. I see. The eyes of Agest Kingscrown sank in disorder. Rhea was mysteriously irritated by the sudden show of sympathy. You will never understand. Squeeze. Rhea tightened her grip around her hammer, her eyes narrowing on Agest's drained face. She kicked hard, dashing towards her opponent to land a finishing blow. Splash. Whenever Rhea's fist slammed into the lava pooled beneath their feet, it gushed into a surging wave. The intense heat and molten rock formed tidal waves that continued to rapidly grow, surging towards Agest. The epitome of a fiery death was ready to claim her, even if it had to sweep away the sky or planet in the process. Rhea was sure, no matter how much power Agest had, there was no way she could defend against this attack. No matter how much power one possessed, it was pointless if they could not make proper use of it. With a smashed right arm and the inability to properly grasp her sword, there was no way Agest could retaliate. Rhea, unable to hide her excitement, watched Agest with great anticipation. Now, Agest, how are you going to struggle this time? However, Agest just stared at the tidal waves silently, even as they approached at a rapid pace, without showing any sign of movement. As Rhea questioned her sanity, the white hair of Agest regained its color and turned golden. The imagery magic that had protected her from the heat until now had been released. Rhea squinted her eyes. What? Agest then closed her eyes gently. Rhea's expression filled with disappointment. Has she given up? The tidal wave progressed unhindered and swallowed Agest whole. In the end, it was an anticlimactic ending to an epic battle. The final blow that doomed Agest to her fate. Well, that's fine. In the end, the method or specific outcome wasn't what mattered. Rhea was here to assist Priscilla, not enjoy herself. She turned and looked at the Hebrion Academy. Unfortunately, their plan had been delayed more than she thought. To keep to their original timetable, they would need to hasten their efforts. Wait, did she really give up? Despite having deactivated her imagery magic, Agest never dropped her sword. As the image flashed through her mind, Rhea's senses returned to her like a jolt of lightning. Crack! A cold snap exploded amongst the tidal waves, freezing the lava and sending frozen chunks flying. Rhea was swept away by the explosion and debris, and was sent flying into a nearby building. Her arms and legs shot searing pains straight through her nervous system, the sensation akin to her limbs being severed. Her eyes were locked on one place in particular, and her face was contorted in pain. A flame had been frozen completely solid and had crystallized into a piece of muted light, with Agest standing on top of it, very much alive. Rhea was breathless. Did she really figure out? From atop the flame, Agest's noble eyes looked down on Rhea, her body now adorned with strangely shaped armor. Her form had mutated to be more reminiscent of a demon, an inheritance's final form. Agest had tapped into the origin of her ability. Working with the power directly was an entirely different scale of strength compared to using a piece of it. Rhea was completely flabbergasted. After she learned the true nature of her power, it took her over a decade to unlock its true power. Just one look. You looked at me once, and you already figured it out. It was a lie. Could not be. Rhea desperately tried to deny the reality of the situation unfolding before her eyes. Not yet. Rhea ignited her magical sparks again. There is still hope. Even if she reached that level, it would be impossible for her to fully wield that power immediately. Despite the pain, Rhea rushed straight towards Agest, aiming to end the battle in one swift blow. As long as she could end the fight quickly, Agest would not be able to adapt to her new strength. When Agest unfolded her hand in response, Rhea felt the coldness of the air moving towards her. Sizzle. As the cold gale swept through, petals of flame fluttered around Rhea, offsetting the cold. But in the heat of the moment, Rhea overlooked one fact. Agest was not just a magician. She was a magical swordsman. Ah? There was no time for her to make an expression of disbelief. Schwing. Something pierced Rhea's chest. She spat out blood and crashed to the ground. The petals of the flame, which had been in full bloom, returned to being magical sparks and disintegrated in moments. Unwilling to give up easily, Rhea managed to pull herself up. Even though her heart was pierced, her dedication to Prisk, bam, something forced her back down. Eternity Guardian. Rhea, who managed to raise her head, could barely make out what had struck her. Hundreds of knights, made of sheer ice, were pointing their blades towards her. Their armor, shields, and weapons all had the faint silver glow of aura. It was a perfect display of overwhelming strength. A jest had created her own knighthood comparable to the power of an entire country. Rhea expressed pure admiration. Even though she was an enemy, she could not help but acknowledge her opponent's strength. Not only did she catch up to the level she had reached after more than a decade of hard work with a mere glance, she had succeeded in making this new power her own and using it in a way that suited her best. This was beyond merely copying an ability. It's a truly tremendous talent. Before she knew it, a jest stood above Rhea's body, glaring down towards her without a word. With such power, it's such a shame that you can't understand the Holy Saint's intentions. It must be because you're living a life that's hard to give up, unlike everyone else. Cough! Rhea vomited blood, and the demonic power she had cloaked herself in faded away. Returning her body to its original figure, the white nun suit she wore was half torn and coated in blood, its integrity severely compromised as it barely hung together. You will never be able to sympathize with the dirt of this world, the feelings of the countless people suffering in it. Rhea shouted furiously, her sentences only interrupted when she paused to expel more blood. You could have returned the world to nothing and recreated a clean version of it. I will curse you. I'll curse you for frustrating the path of salvation for everyone. A jest, who had been staring at her silently, opened her mouth. Returning the world to nothing and recreating it? Priscilla must have been working on a really crazy plan. What? The path you have hindered will result in the salvation of everyone. From your perspective, sure. But does everyone else really think so? Rhea's body trembled. How ridiculous. In the end, all you're doing is collecting everyone's lives, trimming them, carving them, and redistributing them. In what capacity are you capable of judging all of their lives? Even a god can't do that. Shut up. There's no value in the lives of those who have been so far absorbed in their own happiness that they've turned a blind eye to those who are suffering. Yes, obviously that's wrong. But that's all we need to cut out. That part alone. And I can't allow you to sacrifice the whole population to accomplish that. The expressionless eyes of a jest began to look bitter. For thousands of years, the world has been tested every moment at the crossroads of extinction and survival. And with a near-miracle chance, we managed to reach this moment in time. It is a world created by millions and millions of people who barely managed to achieve it. And now you guys screwed it up. A jest grabbed Rhea's jaw roughly and lifted her face up. It was difficult to recall the past in Dresden, which was completely swept away after a fierce battle. You're going to accomplish peace by throwing away all their efforts? What about their sacrifices? In the end, it would all mean nothing. Who do you think would appreciate a world like that? A jest declared in a forceful tone. Don't be a fool. I will defend the people who live in this country now, which has been established by their will. Although the fake you would make might be better, this is where I was born, and I'll make it a country worth living in. The battle between a jest and Rhea had a tremendous impact on the weather and environment in Dresden. Romantica, who was controlling Dresden's airflow in real time, recognized this fact more than anyone else. Is she trying to make my job harder? Though she complained, Romantica continued to uphold her duty. Punishment of Tempest. Rumble. A huge, spear-shaped storm hit the Artemis flagship, Brigant. The hull was pierced and its magical defenses collapsed, unable to withstand the powerful spell. Brigant was caught up in an abnormal air current, had its sails busted, and its magic engine could only barely withstand the increased workload, at the cost of inefficient mana consumption. With its fuselage given a new massive hole, the ship could no longer maintain its altitude and fell to the ground sharply. Well, the skies are clear now. That ship contained the main fighting force of the Artemis Church, more than half of the troops that had actually made it within the city now. Even if Romantica took no further action, the Empire could cope well enough. Even if they had not lost more of their fighting force, the Artemis Church had already lost several key battles, which meant all of their formations were at risk of collapse. Their forces were inefficiently deployed. After confirming the circumstances, Romantica continued to invoke magic without taking any break. Sonic vibration. A vibration rushed through the air at the speed of sound, traveling with enough force to tear through even blank. Pierrot Mask, who was about to slash Pram with one of his daggers, quickly stepped back and scattered wires from his arms. The wires, coated with aura, shook finely before resonating in face of the rapidly approaching attack, altering its trajectory slightly. Boom! The wave was sent towards a nearby clock tower, which easily collapsed once Romatica's spell crashed into it. Pram used the opportunity to steady himself and take several deep breaths. "Thank you, Romantica. You saved my life." Pram's entire body was filled with stab wounds. In his current state, it was extremely difficult to find a patch of skin that was not injured. He thought he had become stronger, but Pram had been going all out since the beginning. In the end, he could only barely defend himself from fatal wounds, which resulted in him slowly incurring a lot of damage. When they confronted each other in Pittsburgh, Pram managed to maintain a favorable situation, but now he was really just hanging on without dying. If Romantica's support had been just a little later, the fight might have already been decided. Yes. This should be far more entertaining. His voice was disturbingly pleased. There was not a single scar on the smiling Pierrot Mask. Forget a flesh wound. Not even his clothes were torn. Pram swallowed his saliva, finally having a chance to surveil his foe properly. This was not a matter of a difference in total aura, or the level of difference in technique. There was an unmeasurable difference overall. Pram had succeeded in attacking Pierrot Mask several times, but apparently only a light scrape remained on his hand, as if he had penetrated the air. In fact, Pierrot Mask had no injuries at all. Pram felt as if he were dealing with a ghost without substance. The war is over. Romantica opened her mouth in a calm fashion. This fight is meaningless now, so why don't you just give up? Romantica was able to detect the entire situation of Dresden while blocking the battleships of the Artemis Church alone. The Eastern Front, directly headed by Giltian, that had seemed dangerous at first, now had a stable lead. On the Western Front, the battle was over with a jest's victory. Most importantly, Priscilla, who led the Artemis Church, was at the Hebrion Academy. The surrounding area had turned into a battleground, where she was ultimately defeated by Desir. As far as Romantica knew, Pierrot Mask was the last one left, and the war was over. The last finger of the outsiders, Pierrot Mask, and some of the church's remaining forces continued to struggle, but the situation would not last much longer. "You'd better keep your guard up right until the last minute, brave lady." At that moment, Pierrot Mask's body became cloudy and melted into the shadows. The moment Pierrot Mask disappeared into the shadows, Pram kicked against the ground, propelling himself away from his opponent. Thousands of wires suddenly appeared where Pram once was, and soared upwards where Pram leapt. They narrowly missed by a close margin, but the wires did not stop there. They gathered together mid-air and formed a spear, which rocketed itself towards Pram. "Lower your head, Pram. Punishment of Tempest." Romantica invoked the same spell she used to shoot down Brigand. A massive spear of storm appeared before her before it clashed with Pierrot Mask's dark spear. Rumble. Pram maneuvered gracefully through the air and swung his rapier towards the spear, which suddenly split with a shrill screech. Hundreds of silvery trajectories tore apart the air, each of the wires carrying deadly force behind them. Clash. The attack had already been weakened by Romantica's sniping, so it was unable to withstand Pram's attack. The rapier easily tore through the wires, splitting them in two. The shrapnel scattered through the sky before returning to darkness. Front, 200 meters. Shortly after Romantica's voice came to his ears, Pram activated his cloud walkers without delay. And at the location Romantica mentioned, he found himself face-to-face with Pierrot Mask. The world had come to a standstill. As the world paused, Pram's sword shot forward, his speed a testament to the extreme level of refinement his strikes carried. Boom! The timing was perfect. Avoiding it was impossible, but Pram's expression hardened. The moment his sword penetrated Pierrot Mask's face, his body scattered like it was an illusion and melted back into the shadows. Pram clicked his tongue in annoyance. That was what had happened every time Pram nearly landed an attack. Time and time again his blade pierced smoke. How the hell is he? He was practically invincible. No matter how many times he swung, or how badly Pierrot Mask was caught off guard, Pram's attacks were destined to miss. Pram thought it was as though there was some supernatural force protecting him. Wait, supernatural? Does he have a blessing of light? Though there was not anything concrete to suggest it, the situation before him was so inexplicable Pram had no other ideas. If Pierrot Mask always had a blessing of light, why was he only using it now? Pram was befuddled, but trying to think through the new development wouldn't give him any answers. Whether that's what it is or not, this technique is nearly impossible to deal with. Pierrot Mask had created spaces of pitch-black darkness around the battlefield. He seemed to be able to pop in and out of them as he pleased. He would suddenly jut out at an unnatural angle and launch his attack unannounced. Pierrot Mask was basically invincible and could attack from anywhere he wanted. When he made use of his king-class aura, Pram's opponent had an unprecedented level of strength. Without Romantica's backup and keen observation, he would have been unilaterally violated and lost miserably. Right? 147 meters. But with the continent's top sniper supporting him, Pram stood a chance at survival. Under her direction, Pram was able to avoid his sudden attacks and even attempt counterattacks, useless as they may be. Of course, that did not give him the upper hand. Even when he managed to close the gap, if his blade were capable of hitting, the wounds would have been glancing at best. But Pram was not an impatient fighter. Just one time, I only have to hit him once. He was confident that if he succeeded in landing just one attack, he would knock down Pierrot Mask with that blow. With Romantica's support, they were able to maintain a tense standoff, so if he fought calmly, that chance would surely arise. Let's try attacking simultaneously. Left rear. 39 meters. Upon grasping the position of Pierrot Mask, Pram again approached him. As he moved, Romantica fired her shot towards Pierrot Mask's head, such that Pram's sword and her blast would threaten him at the same time. Clash. Pram's sword stopped mid-thrust.
Guair.
In the dark, a thin wire that was indistinguishable to the naked eye had twisted around his sword, strangling it. Setting such a trap was implausible, unless Pierrot Mask had read the exact trajectory and timing of his attack as he made it. If this is the limit of your power, I'm disappointed. Pierrot Mask's painful remark hurt, but not as much as the aura-coated dagger he threw would. Rather than use it to capitalize on the immobilized Pram, he used it to casually deflect Romantica's seasoned sniping. The dagger and blast collided midair, and the resulting collision launched the knife right back towards Pierrot Mask's hand, where he naturally caught it. Priscilla promised me a good show, but this presentation is pathetic. A voice tinged with madness rang out. Pram hurriedly gathered his aura, cut himself free of the wire, and backed away. Boom! More wires rushed forward from the darkness, aiming to constrict Pram's arms and legs. Even the two of you working together is just plain boring. Forget a fun fight, you don't even constitute a good warm-up for Desir Arman. Pierrot Mask's voice rang from the sky above. As Pram turned towards the source, his face paled. An innumerable number of wires encapsulated the sky above him, strung out in a spider's web. Looking down on his opponents, Pierrot Mask spoke decisively, his usual erratic nature eerily absent. Let's end this. Pram's intuition screamed at him to run, to flee. If he stayed, they were going to die. When Pierrot Mask beckoned, the wires covering the sky were fired at the ground in an instant. Attacks poured in from all directions, making it impossible to dodge. Survival was dependent on deflecting or offsetting the incoming wires. Romantica quickly began manipulating the air currents, sweeping the wires away from both her and Pram, sending them safely towards the ground. Shit! Pram swung to cut what he could, but with their combined might, they barely managed to neutralize 30% of the wires. With the remaining attacks still flooding towards them, Pram quickly activated his cloud walkers to defend Romantica. Ugh! Numerous silvery traces were drawn and unfolded in the air. Thousands of attacks and defenses crossed in a few moments, and whenever there was a clash, Pram felt several handfuls of his aura being exhausted. Pierrot Mask looked down from the sky and smiled at their struggle. Boom! Soon after all of the wires reached the surface, a dust cloud rose accompanied by the violent collision of stone. All of the buildings in the surrounding area had been diced into small pieces and slammed into the ground, scattering into powder. Pram! It's all right. I managed to avoid a fatal wound. As the dust cloud lifted, Pram was seen clutching his shoulder. Blood dripped down from the fresh wound. Pram's face distorted, but it was not just because of the pain. I still haven't caught up with him. After their encounter in Pittsburgh, Pram was certain he had caught up to the assassin, but his hope was only an illusion. In terms of offense and defense, he was wildly outclassed. The difference between their skills and experience was too wide for Pram to overcome in a short period of time. Pram, let's back off for now. The war is already progressing in our favor. You don't have to deal with him anymore. It's the same no matter how much you try. Your sword can't reach me. Don't bother me anymore. Just back off. Both Pierrot Mask and Romantica spoke at the same time. Ironically enough, they were communicating the same message. Admit defeat, Pram Schneider. I can't give up here. Defeat was not something Pram could easily accept. If he surrendered now, Pram was certain he would never reach his full potential. Pram! I can reach him. Pram's tone was firm. In it, Romantica could feel an unwavering determination that said more than any words could. Resigning herself, Romantica sighed deeply. All right, Ching. To believe in one's colleagues under any circumstances. This was the Starling Party's character. If Pram thought he could win, then Romantica was determined to see his goal come to fruition. I'll make sure your sword can reach him. Boring. Pierrot Mask slovenly weaved his hand, clearly disinterested in the fight before him. Though his wires showed towards them, the two people he was fighting had already left his mind. Desir Arman got even stronger, didn't he? Pierrot Mask had felt the overwhelming power that Desir had invoked as he appeared on the battlefield. It was clear that he had found a way to gain unimaginable strength. I'm sure he can get me excited enough. He briefly imagined fighting him. Elegant wire would dance with brutish strength, their conniving minds constantly trying to one-up each other. Just when Pierrot Mask was about to falter, he would swing back and nearly kill Desir, only to have his attack deflected. The glorious vision elicited a shudder from his body, as a tingling sensation traced his spine. Boom! Silver aura exploded and scattered all over the place. The wire that he thought would rip Pram apart had been cut off. Though he was surprised by his survival and subsequent counterattack, it was not enough to vie for his attention. He cast a begrudging glance at Pram, only to be taken aback. The silver aura that encompassed his blade emitted a dazzling light, strikingly different from its previous intense glow. That was not the only thing of concern. Mistral blast, sonic breath, fifth circle spells poured towards him incessantly. Romantica unraveled shot after shot, making excellent use of her specialization to restrict his movement. Such an attack was so thoroughly coordinated that even Pierrot Mask could not afford to respond in moderation. Yes. Are you struggling with all your might? Pierrot Mask unleashed a wicked grin. For a brief moment, they presented him with a genuine conundrum, but that was not the only cause for his joy. Their reckless approach in their determination to pressure him would only result in their quick demise. First from above, then a shot from behind, followed from a strike to the side. Pierrot Mask dodged the first two attacks, and then faded into the shadows, causing Pram's third strike to harmlessly fall through the air. His opponent had left himself wide open. Pierrot Mask instantly appeared behind Pram and launched a dagger towards the base of his neck. Crash. Romantica quickly turned to displace the attack, but without enough time to prepare, she could not alter its trajectory entirely. Splash. Blood gushed from Pram's trapezius, narrowly missing the side of his neck. He stumbled and the sudden imbalance, but he quickly recovered and made distance. Wheeze. After fighting for so long, Pram had finally run out of stamina. Though he was upright, he seemed destined to fall over any moment now. He could barely continue to wield his sword. Pierrot Mask shrugged. Hey kid, are you ready to die yet? One more? Pram kept mumbling. Has the kid lost his mind? Pierrot Mask shook his head at the sight and waved his hand, his signature attack once again rushing towards Pram. Countless silver trajectories and wires intertwined in the air, causing an explosion. The superiority of Pierrot Mask was clear. Well, let's put a little more effort into this and end it. With an air of decisiveness, Pierrot Mask fired a fire from Pram's blind spot. Sonic voice. Just before it could sever Pram's leg, the wire twisted from its original trajectory and shot towards Pierrot Mask's head. Romantica had manipulated the air to take fine control of a single wire. Damn it! I said I was done. Why won't you both just die? This whole situation was driving him crazy. It was annoying before, but Romantica's support always impeded his attacks with impeccable timing. Her constant intervention had turned a one-sided battle into a long, drawn-out slaughter. I'll give them one thing, they know how to work together. He quickly stepped back to avoid the rogue wire, the sudden step interrupting his rhythm. Pram used the momentary gap to strike with his rapier, but Pierrot Mask had already expected the attack. It was the same tactic used time and time again, just with a new twist of weaponizing his own wires against him. He simply invoked his ability and safely dodged several meters away. Normally I would commend their efforts, but they're just doing the same thing over and over and over again. Seriously, why won't they just... Something was different. A warm feeling blossomed from Pierrot Mask's face, so he moved his hand towards his cheek. A red line had been drawn across it. Pram's rapier, which he had not allowed to touch him, had somehow made contact. Pierrot Mask's gaze turned to Pram, a flicker of cool anger in his eyes. No way! The moment their eyes met, Pram attacked again. Swords from both sides clashed once again. This time, Pierrot Mask poured wires towards the gap where Romantica would likely fire, hoping to prevent her annoying distractions before they had a chance to intervene. For a brief moment, Pierrot Mask had once again entered into a one-on-one matchup with Pram. Only then could he make out what Pram had been mumbling all this time. Barely couldn't reach, but I just need one hit. A little more time and I'll hit him. Just a little more. Pram had not lost his mind. He had entered a deep trance where he focused on his own swordcraft and nothing else, oblivious to everything but his own weapon and his opponent's. Pram had broken his mental block and taken his first step into King class. Clash. The swords from both sides struck incessantly in the air. As of just moments ago, the one-sidedness of the battle had slowly reversed. Pram began to hold his own grounds against Pierrot Mask, and soon reached the point where he could attempt genuine counterattacks. This sudden situation left Pierrot Mask slightly shocked. This is the reason why Pierrot Mask had been able to gain an overwhelming advantage over Pram so far was simple. There was a clear difference in ability. Pierrot Mask was able to detect not only the timing of Pram's attack, but also any counterattacks by observing the changes in Pram's breath and the involuntary twitches of his muscles. With his cold reading, he could stay one step ahead of Pram's attacks and return them with his own. That alone was enough to declare Pierrot Mask the victor in this fight. But it was not his only advantage. Unbeknownst to Pram and Romantica, Pierrot Mask held an inheritance of his own. At first, he was limited to flickering in and out of shadows, but with time and practice he learned to not only create shadows, but could even turn himself into one. Doing so created an insurmountable defense, but the utility of being a shadow allowed him to move unhindered. He could pop in and out of the myriad of shadows on the battlefield as he pleased. Despite that, the once wide gap was narrowing at a rapid speed. Boom! Whenever a silver trajectory was drawn, an ear-splitting noise would ring out and engrave a cut on Pierrot Mask's body. After being struck a few times, he realized the cause of the sudden change. Is he putting his ability into every single blow? Pram's signature attack was an unrecognizable quick blow. He would land 3 strikes at the exact same time, resulting in a lethal attack that was impossible to evade or deflect. Between its speed, low wind-up time, and close range, the attack surpassed the reaction time of even the strongest King-class swordsman. Nevertheless, it had been useless against Pierrot Mask. So long as he knew when Pram was going to attack, he could activate his inheritance before Pram even started to swing, rendering the invincible attack worthless. But somehow, Pram was managing to make all of his attacks move in such a fashion. As far as he knew, Pierrot Mask was invincible while he used his power. Unfortunately, the technique only allowed him to disappear for a few moments. If he failed to recognize the exact timing of any attack, it would be impossible to avoid taking damage. I have to hurry up and end this. He readied his daggers after that thought took the center of his mind. A black aura rose like a soft mist and spread all over his body. He struck out at Pram with all of his might. The speed of his attacks may not be on par with Pram, but they certainly had enough strength. Clash. Pram's attack was displaced and his defenses were left wide open. Without missing the opportunity, Pierrot Mask stepped into his opponent's blind spot and jabbed his dagger towards Pram's exposed neck. If I don't fall back, I will die. A nauseous feeling rose from Pierrot Mask's stomach as some voice within him screamed to retreat. Was that a feint? He rushed to back off, but before he could move far, silver aura crashed onto him like a waterfall, covering his escape from all sides. Boom! The shock of formidable power swept dozens of meters in all directions. Okay, now that was a proper blow. Hundreds of meters from where such an attack was shot, Pierrot Mask walked out of the alleyway between some abandoned buildings. Contrary to his condescending attitude, he had incurred some fairly serious wounds. One notably large gash ran from his shoulder blade to the base of his back. I never thought you'd be capable of moving even faster. Honest. I didn't even consider it. That was the first time Pierrot Mask had sustained a serious injury since realizing the true nature of his ability. Despite the bad situation, he thought he was lucky to get away with what he did. I was only able to avoid half those attacks. No, only 40%. In the end, his survival instincts had been what saved him. Something more primal than intuition had guided him to safety. If Pram had poured all of his overwhelming might into that attack, the fight would have been over. At that moment, Pierrot Mask was sure of one thing. A new Grand Master has been born. At last, Pram had reached the peak of his craft. Not only had he reached King Class, but in his battered condition he was still able to suppress Pierrot Mask. Upon realizing the fact, Pierrot Mask stifled his excitement and let a wicked grin take its place. If I let my guard down even a little, I could have died there. His voice was filled with creepiness and carried an ominous melody. How long has it been since I felt this feeling? This was the battle he really wanted. He was here for this kind of fight, whether it came from Desir or not. I'll retract my earlier remarks, Pram Schneider. Pierrot Mask gathered his aura with all of his might. The black-colored smoke rose rapidly with unparalleled energy. You deserve my whole strength. The ferocious aura stretched encompassed everything around him and soon permeated the shadows created by the remaining rubble. When Pierrot Mask raised his dagger and smashed it into the ground, the shadows fluttered in unison and gathered towards the shattered remnants. Kying. The ground was nothing but black. It was a grotesque sight, as though an eldritch horror was consuming the world around him. Boom! An explosion rang out. Feeling something dangerous approaching, Pram launched himself towards the source. He had gained an instinctive control over his aura, one that easily surpassed the frightening control he already held. By imbuing it directly into his legs, he was able to move far faster than before, despite not activating his cloud walkers. The artifact was slower than him, but it was already late. Pierrot Mask had thrown a dagger at the approaching Pram. Moon reflected in the mirror, flower reflected in the water. Kyoka Suijetsu. Boom! Shadows condensed on the dagger, speeding through the air at a tremendous speed. They devoured everything in their path. There was no escape. In the blink of an eye, all of the surrounding area had darkened significantly. Pram was no exception. He was swallowed up by the shadow and erased as if he had disappeared from this world. Pram! There had been a fierce battle, but as if it were all a lie, only silence remained. Pierrot Mask barely managed to keep his faltering body together due to the rapid exhaustion of energy and looked into the pitch-black space. and he sighed with relief, confirming that Pram's aura had disappeared. It's done. In the end, he had died in vain. Although it may seem to have ended quite simply on the surface, the attack that did it was anything but. The last skill used by Pyromask was his ultimate skill, an attack so intense it pushed the user to their very limit. It was the peak application of his inheritance, only possible because of the tremendous aura he poured into it. The technique was untenable. It was not a matter of strength or speed. Aura was used as a medium to temporarily relegate reality to the Shadow Realm, a place without substance. Whatever was swept away by this attack would be lost and destroyed forever. It was a technique that Pyromask preferred not to employ. Though the following silence was poetic, it lacked the glorious performance only capable through knives and wires. A glorious ending, Pram Schneider. Pram had been swimming in a sea of his own consciousness. His mind focused entirely on his sword. Not enough. Stab. There were innumerable skills swordsmen were capable of using, but Pram had constantly practiced just this one. It's totally not enough. Everything was poured into the simple movement. Faster, sharper. His sword accelerated with only that thought in mind. And in the end, he reached King class, but Pram knew that this was not the end. Still not enough. He was reaching it little by little, but he still lacked the necessary speed to cut the opponent in front of him. Just one step further and he would likely catch them, but no matter how hard he tried, no matter how close he got, it still could not be reached. It was not long before Pram knew why. He could not focus on the sword itself. The desire to be faster. The urgency of knocking down the opponent immediately in front of him. Such things shook his mind and blunted the tip of his sword. This was the last mental obstacle that blocked his ascension. After realizing it, Pram stopped thinking. Nothing. Do not think of anything at all. That was the answer and the realization that Pram had found. Forgetting his desire to be strong, or his purpose behind knocking a specific person down, he swung a sword that contained nothing. And at that moment, Pram could reach it. The highest level a knight could reach, King class. Boom! As soon as Pram reached that level, something lurched before his eyes. Black space was flooding towards him at a tremendous speed. It devoured everything that existed around it greedily, and the buildings and atmosphere in its path was wiped out as if they were dissipated. From the energy it emanated, Pram could see that it was an ability of Pyromask. It was really powerful. There was no other word to express it. Aura stretched out and mixed with the shadow, using it as a medium, swallowing all entities that touched it. The skill shown by Pyromask was something normal people could never replicate. A transcendental blow that was completed after the delicate grafting of aura with an impossible, world-defying power. The power demonstrated by the technique was only matched by its absurd barrier to utilize it. However, before he knew it, the black space beneath him suddenly surged, swallowing Pram's toes. There is a gap. Pram remained unshakable in the face of overwhelming force. Like pulling a bow, he drew his sword hand behind his head and lowered his center of gravity. And, ping, shot forth with the sword. A moment when the shadow was substantial due to being laden with the aura using it as a medium. The moment when the shadow appeared to cover everything around him. A stab that had been perfected to an unrealistic standard had been unleashed, and a clash between nearly perfect aura ensued. Boom! Because of the nature of Pyromask's skill, his aura was not deeply concentrated, but instead widely spread out like morning fog. There was no way such a skill could withstand the concentrated strike of Pram Schneider, an attack with all its force compressed into a single point. Pyromask's aura was shattered and broken. When his aura dispersed, the shadows that had been spreading began to scatter. Beyond the scattering black shrapnel stood Pyromask. For a moment a look of dismay appeared on his face, but he regained his composure and tightened his grasp on his dagger. He tried to summon his remaining aura and moved his dagger towards Pram's extended arm. Crack! The dagger broke with a crisp sound, having been shattered by a powerful wind. Even his last counterattack had been thwarted. Pram's rapier continued forward, having not reached its final destination. It's too bad. I wanted to fight with more strong people and have lots more fun. I wanted to put on a truly miraculous show. Pierrot Mask looked at Pram and smiled faintly. Well, I'm satisfied that my last opponent is you. Slump. A dull noise marked the end of the fight. Argo was confident that he would not lose to anyone. He was not conceited in the least. After all, his inheritance was to take the aura of those who had been cut down by him. Several decades had passed since the saint had saved his life. Afterwards, he pledged his loyalty to her and followed her into numerous battles. In the meantime, the number of knights he had killed had reached into the thousands. It was no exaggeration to say that his record of kills, let alone the amount of aura he accumulated, was unrivaled. But the moment Argo faced Desir, he realized that he had never faced a stronger opponent before. Glacial precipice crack. The atmosphere froze and the gruesome noise of ice breaking rang out. The vast cold air seemed to be concentrated in the air, and it formed the shape of a giant ice dragon. Growl. The moment it spread its wings with a roar, an icy storm of knife-like blades swept the area before it. Argo felt the coldness squeezing his whole body to the point where the aura around him was overshadowed. Had it not been for the enormous amount of aura accumulated in his body, he certainly would have snapped frozen. It was a scene reminiscent of something from myth. The magician in front of him must have achieved the pinnacle of magic. The ice dragon he created made Argo nervous, as it proceeded to approach him at a tremendous speed. Is this feeling called fear? The first time he had felt such a thing in his life, Argo realized that he had no chance of winning. It was stupid to try to confront such divine magic with a human body. It was right to retreat at any moment. But he did not back down and picked up his sword. He had no choice but to. He was protecting something more precious than his mere life behind him. The ice dragon howled. The distance between them had closed further and further. The surrounding space had already been completely covered with white fog. Even if I waste a little bit of my aura, I must destroy this. Made entirely out of magic, the ice dragon moved as if it possessed a mind of its own. In other words, the situation was now a 2 versus 1. While he was struggling with the ice dragon, if Desir was allowed to invoke other spells, the battle was as good as lost. In order to avoid such a result, it was necessary to deal with the ice dragon in front of him first, and quickly at that. Argo, who made a quick judgment, raised his sword. Aura then burst out like an active volcano and began to cover his sword. A vast amount of it concentrated within the blank blade, causing the powerful metal to give out a painful groan. Though blank was practically perfect for conducting and maintaining aura, it could not handle the sheer amount Argo had gathered over the years. The atmosphere around the blade began to shake, and the weapon itself seemed to be pulsing. Soon after, as the ice dragon opened its mouth to swallow him, Argo kicked against the ground and leapt straight into its mouth. Stab. Argo jammed his sword straight into the beast's neck, causing the surrounding ice to elicit cracks. His blade adequately inserted, Argo condensed his aura and shot it deep into the dragon's body. Rainbow aura danced around its interior, the beautiful display perfectly visible due to the dragon's translucence. Crack! The infused aura exploded in unison, instantly crushing hundreds of meters of ice. Argo shook off the tip of his sword and repositioned himself. There was no time for a break. There were countless flashes of light from far away approaching him, like the night sky's stars were hurtling with intent to kill. Stream of stardust. The immeasurable spread of magic embroidered the sky. Each and every one of them was carrying a transcendent force, but Argo faced them without a single change in expression. Attack me with your all might. Argo got into position, as if he had taken a new bucket of water from a well. His aura spewed out again and again. I'll defend against everything you have. Boom! There was a violent noise. Hundreds of magic bullets and aura collided, creating countless flashes of light. Desir's magic poured out incessantly, and Argo's sword did not stop either. Every time sword and magic collided, a huge backlash swept the town of Dresden. As evidenced by the aftermath of the fierce battle, the surrounding area was now reminiscent of a meteor crater. But there was one exception. The area behind Argo was the one piece of land that remained untouched. No magic harmed the place behind him, where Priscilla slowly traversed. Boom! Cough! A line of blood flowed out from Argo's mouth. Even with the absurd defensive power he had, it was impossible to fully block spells with such immense power. In order to protect Priscilla behind him, he had to even stop attacks that he would normally avoid, which put him in even more of a corner. Argo felt his aura, which seemed almost endless, beginning to run out. But he is in the same situation. Each and every one of Desir's spells had the power akin to the seventh circle. There was obviously no magician or individual as powerful as Desir currently was. In the face of his extreme strength, Argo felt a sort of kinship, having finally met someone who could match his accumulated power. Had they not fought today, perhaps one day Desir would fall into the same isolation that his strength had brought him. Huang. The area where Priscilla had been was replaced by a deep staircase that stretched far into the ground below. Bizarre lights adorned the alien entrance, but what caught the eye was a massive pillar of light shooting out from within it. Shortly after, a sound echoed from within it. A.T.E.M.I.S system access point restored. Beginning assimilation progress. A faint, familiar voice struck Argo's ear. Priscilla's plan had progressed successfully. The moment of their triumph was on the horizon. I can hold on. Soon, with just a little bit more, and then his prayer would be fulfilled. Argo remained on alert and raised his aura again to defend himself. Oh! However, Desir's shelling, which had been pouring out without a break so far, suddenly slowed down. Argo expressed his wonder, feeling nervous at this inexplicable turn of events, and he was soon able to grasp the situation. Desir's strategy had changed. Until now, he had not given Argo a single chance to strike back with countless rounds of artillery, but Argo admirably managed to hold on. It was an achievement that could only be realized after his plentiful experience in striking down hundreds of spells. Desir, who could not afford to delay any longer, was forced to change his strategy. He decided to take a little more strain and end the situation in the one go. Numerous forms of spell arrays overlapped in unison, drawing a geometric landscape that the average magician could never hope to understand. It's over. Their eyes crossed as he looked in the direction of the voice. This time, Desir's face was pale, as if he had used his power too much. With his aura-enhanced sight, Argo could see Desir's hands visibly shake in exertion. However, his eyes were fiercely still. As soon as Argo met his glance, he felt his blood freeze. However, he soon regained himself and regarded the moment as an opportunity. A magician's biggest weakness was their mana dependency, but they were also completely exposed while invoking spells. Until now, Desir had been using spells that were relatively weak for him, which meant Argo did not have any breathing room. Now that he was preparing a final attack, Argo had the chance to strike back. Before the spell is complete, I have to cut his neck. This was a big enough opportunity, and Argo had already confirmed that his sword could cut through Desir's spatial distortion. When he hit the ground, the gap between Desir and himself narrowed in an instant. When he was about to slash with his sword and use the full force of his aura, crack, a tremendous force pulled him from behind. What the hell is this? Argo stuck his sword into the ground, planting himself, and looked back. His mouth opened. A small sphere floating in the air was spinning endlessly. It was in the process of grinding down and inhaling everything around it haphazardly. The little sphere possessed a greater power than the sum of all of the magic that Desir had invoked in the fight until now. Apocalypse Star. It was a phenomenon created by the concentration of astronomical masses. The powerful gravity emitted from the star distorted the surrounding space and restricted the area, but its effects extended far beyond just this area and attracted all nearby material, growing in size and power. While Argo was in shock, barely supporting himself by strengthening his whole body with aura, Desir gestured toward the air. Then the white star began to converge rapidly toward a point. Gravity was collapsing. The amount of heat and light expelled increased tenfold. At this moment, a dying star had been created above Dresden, and it was about to burst. If the vast amount of energy generated in the process were gathered in one place, the power would be beyond imagination. It was neither a power that man should be able to produce nor a category of power that he could prevent.
Argo laughed in vain.
He realized how idiotic his attempts had been. The minutes of combat they had was not because Desir could not defeat him, but because he did not want to do unnecessary damage to the surrounding area. Once Desir determined that Argo would be able to hold out for too long, he begrudgingly upped the amount of damage he inflicted. He knew Argo would not be able to stop this spell, and willingly forced him into a desperate situation. Argo felt hopeless again in the face of overwhelming force, but he held his sword tight. He knew from the beginning that he had no chance of winning. If I can buy just a little more time, Argo pulled his aura up to his limit. His flesh was torn apart, unable to overcome the pressure of his own aura, and his muscles, which were harder than steel, were burnt to ash. If I could take a little more. It was a very short window until the spell completed. In the meantime, Argo did his all to protect the woman who would save the human race from itself. Confirming she was still alive, he let out one last grin. Desir's spell completed. Everything died. A dusty place, unused for centuries, laid deep beneath the Hebrion Academy's basement. Though no one born today knew how the broken devices operated, Priscilla sat before them, with her eyes closed in a reverent manner. Suddenly, a brilliant splendor rose up into the sky, forming a huge pillar. Priscilla, despite being in critical condition, put her full might into repairing the machinery before her. The light gradually restored the broken devices that had been languishing in this underground location for what must have been a very long time. Numerous cables wriggled out in all directions, as if they were alive, and soon covered half of the vast floor space. However, the device that hummed in resonance continued to grow in size without showing any signs of nearing full restoration. Its identity? It was the culmination of high technology from an ancient civilization whose prowess neared the realm of God. It was the Artemis system's primary access point. Priscilla muttered to herself after finally opening her closed eyes. "Isn't it beautiful, Desir?" Spark. As soon as she finished speaking, a triangle of lightning began to form over her head. It was a high-level, six-circle, parallel invocation spell, Trinity Lightning. Rumble. A downpour in the form of electricity poured down on Priscilla like a waterfall. But just before it swept her away, it dissipated in an instant, as if it had only been an illusion. The thunderstorm and the immense heat it generated had disappeared without a trace. At this point, it's better to just give up. Priscilla's voice was perfectly at peace. As she rose up, a silver cable had connected to the stump of her left arm. The cable connected to the main system of Artemis, a huge device that had nearly been restored in this underground room. The restoration of the Artemis system is almost complete, and I'm already connected to it. The fight is over, Desir. Is it everything you hoped for? Was it worth the lives you so mercifully crushed? The phenomenon that just occurred was something that defied the natural order of the world. Instead of analyzing the magic and blocking it or offsetting it with the same force, it seemed that the existence of it itself had been literally erased. Why do you want that power so desperately? Desir had no intention of understanding whatever reason her actions had, but he could not stop himself from asking. Without figuring out the reason why Zod had to die, he could not control his anger. With this power, I can erase sin from this world. It can be reborn anew, and no one will have to suffer ever again. Kaing. A massive gem was embedded within the center of the access point, and as the system continued to whir to life, it began to glow a deep red. Both it and a pocket dimension on the floor reeked of concentrated mana. This must have been the power source that Pierrot Mask seized after betraying Skull Mask. If he had access to this much mana, the fact that he had lived for so long began to make sense. It was akin to how Zod used mana to retain his youth, but taken to an absurd degree. I knew it. What a joke. You're just trying to rip off Skull Mask's plan all over again. Are you naive, Desir? He and I are very different. His plan was selfish. He wanted to repair the system to restore some dead empire. I'm going to save the people who are around now. Desir's anger flared up again at the fact that Priscilla's delusions had cost the lives of many good people, including Zod. However, he kept his cool and managed to rein his emotions in while looking objectively at this situation. Is she gradually assimilating with the Artemis system? The machine, which had dug into her left arm, has now begun devouring her healthy flesh. She was giving up her body to the Artemis system, forcibly enduring the pain of losing her flesh and bone. Desir looked at her with a stiff look. So what, you want to become God? Yes, I will enact God's will with this power that was granted to me. This is something only I can achieve. This is my destiny. Priscilla's eyes flashed dangerously, the heat of madness leaking from just below the surface. I will save all mankind. Whip. Wings of brilliant splendor rose from behind her back, and the light softly illuminated their surroundings. At the same time, her terrible appearance from the numerous burns she had suffered completely restored themselves. Her power, the power of restoration, now worked on her body. The wounds that she could not previously restore were healed within the blink of an eye. Priscilla's lips curved upward. Don't you want to see Zod Exarian again? Boom! Without any forewarning, an explosion occurred in the front of Priscilla. Desir had invoked a spell without leaving her with a single moment to react. Lashing out? Is that your choice? So be it, Desir Arman. Priscilla put her hands together silently in the rising dust, confirming the existence of an enemy. Reactivating self-defense functionality. Error. Self-defense functionality damaged. Transferring a portion of system power to the first-degree executor who is assimilating with the system. Executor. Please remove the hostile presence. Current rate of assimilation is 62%. Then I'll give you the suitable ending you desire. At that moment her wings spread wide and glowed brighter. The light that gathered then took on the form of a huge sword. Dream of a contradictory world. Witnessing this change, Desir immediately invoked the strongest defense magic he knew. The moment he finished invoking the magic, the scenery around him distorted and twisted. Soon after, a huge sword of light was fired at Desir. Kriyai. And at that moment, Desir felt a chill. Every one of his senses, honed after countless battles of life and death, were screaming at him. I have to avoid this at all costs. But the dream of a contradictory world was a spell that could be called invincible. Distorting space and blocking all unauthorized contact should be enough to block her attack. Desir calmed himself, confident in his defense's capabilities. There was no reason for him to take action. As he reassured himself, he noticed something. Light? A subtle light began to permeate his distorted space. Teleport. Desir, who judged that this was not an attack he could defend against, hurried and moved out of its path. Soon after, a huge sword of light passed through the spatial distortion he had erected as if it had never been there. I need to figure out what that power is. The spatial distortion had been ignored, so it could not be an ordinary light. Desir fled back towards the streets, with Priscilla desperately in pursuit. Hoping to stall or finish her, Desir invoked one spell after another. Disengaged chaotic beings. World's mistrust. A moment later, dozens of Desir mirror images appeared. They were not just clones, but clones that possessed their own mana. In addition, he had also invoked a spell to paralyze the five senses, so even a king-class swordsman should be incapable of discerning the truth. It would take an army many hours to destroy every single one of these copies of Desir if they engaged them one at a time. But Priscilla's actions were simple. When she clasped her hands together, the sword of light was disassembled and burst into a flash of light. The now scattered light flooded all over the area in a flash, and he could not help but be astonished at the sight that followed. As the speckles of light passed them, the clones that existed were easily destroyed. Desir, who was positioned the furthest from Priscilla, felt sweat begin running down his back. He almost died before proper battle had begun. Desir glanced towards the edge of the wave of light. Everything it touched disappeared without exception, leaving no trace, as if these things had never existed in the first place. Is this attack twisting causality? Artemis functioned by manipulating causality to change history, which Skull Mask employed to create powerful homunculi. His final products were capable of near-infinite regeneration and even had minor time-bending powers. Desir guessed that the light must be another manifestation of such force. I can't believe that this is only part of its power. The system was still being repaired, so this wasn't even its full power. Priscilla would soon have even more strength. It boasted an absolute attack power that erased everything it touched, and this attack moved near the speed of light. It was incomplete, but the power she had already gained was beyond the range of force that humans could ever contend with. If Artemis's main system is fully restored, it was impossible to predict what kind of power Priscilla would soon wield. He had to prevent this at all costs. King. As Desir lifted his cane, countless spell arrays developed. Supernova. Flutter. A great amount of heat was gathered in the air, and a white flame appeared. The extreme heat swept through only the surrounding areas where Priscilla was located. However, Priscilla remained silent, clasping her hands together again. A crowd of light sparks appeared and gathered in front of her, a new pillar of light rising above her in response. Desir felt the heat of his spell begin to rapidly subside, so he began invoking another spell. Stream of Stardust. The heat, which had dispersed over the surrounding area, gathered and formed a bullet, a vast expanse of splendor that would cover the entire field of vision. The attack was reminiscent of a number of stars floating in the night sky. You may be able to reverse causality, but you won't be able to reverse this. Each of Desir's 3 attacks thus far had allowed him to narrow down what limits her power currently had. The clones revealed that she could not automatically distinguish her target. The supernova proved that she could not alter a large area, but could affect a large area by reversing one source. Once the next multi-projectile attack hit, Desir would be able to ascertain the range and scope of her defensive capabilities. Boom! The light around her began to shine even more brilliantly, and wiped out the pouring splendor as it approached her from all sides. Though she was defending without much effort, Desir had all the pieces he needed. Burn Up, Howl, Yearn For, and Sparkle. A super high-pressure current of mana began to swirl around Desir, the magical substance roaring like a wild beast trapped inside a cage. The spell he was about to unleash held overwhelming power, and he was the only human being capable of using it. Desir did not hesitate to unleash the magic, which well deserved its mythical name. Bite Off Fenrir. Blue-colored thunder rippled out, swarming Priscilla. It absorbed the heavy mana-laden air, growing in size and intensity as it surged forward. Attacks of different timing, strength, and direction all focused in on her, creating one single attack that she would not be able to dispel. Current rate of assimilation is 80%. The wings behind her back suddenly grew a size larger, and speckles of light surged towards the originating cloud. Just before the first attack could land, the spell disappeared without a trace. Desir clenched his fist tightly, his nails breaking the surface of his skin. Damn it! If I had been a moment sooner. However, he was not allowed even a moment to vent his grief. If he relented for even a moment, the light which erased everything was going to pour down on him too. He had no choice but to engage in a war of attrition until he found a suitable solution. Damn it! Desir, sweating a lot, exhaled deeply. His face was pale. Due to the constant consumption of massive quantities of mana, he had to lean into his cane in order to stay upright. At this rate, I'll lose. No matter how effective the magic I create is, if it just gets dispelled, then... Priscilla was growing stronger with time, while Desir continued to consume mana and stamina. Wait a minute. A smile came to Desir's lips, the inexorable despair that plagued it finding reason to leave. Current rate of assimilation is 80%. Priscilla internally celebrated. If her left arm had fully recovered, she would have clapped in joy as hard as she could. The scene that appeared before her eyes was worthy of being recorded in legend. Desir's magic reminded her of every natural disaster, and he could still manage to stand against her, who had reached the realm of God. Priscilla, as a human being, was in awe of him reaching such a level. This is beautiful. No trace of the old Priscilla who used to speak in a lovely fashion remained. Her beautiful voice that used to resonate like a song had disappeared entirely, and had been replaced by a mechanically unpleasant sound, as though iron could speak. Her eyes that used to shine like black pearls had lost their color and now felt cold. Hideous teeth now sprouted through her snowflake-like skin. At first, only her left arm had been like that, but before he knew it, half of her body had been eaten and transformed by the machine. But is this the best you can do? Spread. The wings of light fluttered again, and their surroundings were illuminated by the incredibly bright light. Desir's latest spell, which had been flooding towards her, evaporated in vain. This situation was repeated over and over again. Desir was unable to touch even the tips of Priscilla's hair. She never lowered her guard. She was certain that this was not all Desir had to offer. Actually, she looked at him to confirm this, instead of relying on her human knowledge. These spells are nothing but tricks. Priscilla was astonished. When her assimilation rate exceeded 80%, another feature of the Artemis system became available. The new function allowed her to analyze the situation and accurately predict the future. It was originally the function that guided users to reach a better future while reproducing historical events, but Priscilla used it in a unique way. Left. Crack. She destroyed all of the incoming spells, anticipating exactly which direction Desir's magic was headed. It was an ability equivalent to seeing visions of the future. At first, she could only predict a few seconds ahead, but as the rate of assimilation increased, she could gradually see a clearer and farther future. At this point in the battle, she was capable of predicting up to a week's worth of time, approximately 168 hours. With it, she was able to see that Desir was preparing something. Against a power capable of interpreting all possibilities, petty tricks were a waste of time. Now, let's slowly savor the answers you've come up with. Priscilla closed her eyes, and golden light enveloped around her. Desir stepped forward and placed his hands onto the cold street above the room where the Artemis system lied. At that moment, the air around both the main system and Priscilla began to distort. Desir had invoked Dream of a Contradictory World, summoning a spatial distortion, and protected himself with Dream of a Contradictory World. However, something was different about it. Additional spell arrays had been added and the spell itself had been subtly changed. Crack. The area around him that had been distorted soon began to break apart and disappear. He had added spatial movement to the spell. Assimilation rate is falling. The Artemis main system was split into hundreds of branches and rapidly flung far and wide throughout space. This was a method of attack that would be impossible to cope with, even for Priscilla who wielded absolute power. Her ability removed anything it came into contact with, but the attack never physically existed. The space was just distorted. In order to cope with that, she had to restore the space itself and restore the main body of the separated Artemis to resume assimilation. It was a much more complex job in comparison to Desir's, who simply had to keep destroying space and moving it elsewhere. It was only natural that the speed of her restoration would not be able to keep up with his speed of destruction. She felt her strength declining at a rapid pace. The Artemis system, which had been firmly connected to her until now, began to leave Priscilla. If it continued at this rate, Priscilla would be helpless to losing her strength. Her vision complete, Priscilla opened her eyes. She had gleaned the future, and it was time to change it. Oh,
I'm sorry, Desir.
the sound of heavy machinery began to reverberate. The noise came as the Artemis main system whirred into full operation, confirming the order of the first-class executor, activating emergency freeze mode. As soon as he began to distort the area around the main system, the space suddenly began to resist his spell. Desir tried gathering more mana to overcome this sudden resistance, but his efforts were useless. No matter how much force he applied, he was completely unable to affect the Artemis system. It's meaningless. I fixed causality. With cause and effect fixed, no matter what one did, they could not change the present state of things. No phenomenon could occur within this realm. I can't use it anymore, but it's the same as over. Though the function created a genuinely invincible defense, it had a fundamental problem. Not only was it impossible to assimilate with the system while using the freeze function, but it was incredibly intensive in terms of power. Right now, only the gem powering the Artemis system was free of its stasis. Once she turned the stasis off, she would not be able to turn it back on for a very long time. Of course, even though this was an incredibly strong function, it would have been useless if it was invoked too late. It was only possible because she had predicted the future and used the knowledge acquired to act accordingly. It was not long before the area had become eerily quiet. Only vain despair encroached on this bubble of silence. Pant, pant. Desir barely supported himself, breathing hard and leaning on his cane. He thought he had caught her off guard, so he poured all of his mana into it, leaving him with barely enough strength to stay conscious. Disabling the emergency freeze mode. Resuming the assimilation process with the first-class executor. The means remaining to Desir no longer existed. This was neither conceited nor careless. She created a new future by blocking Desir's spell, and in the process of doing so, effectively cut off the remaining resistance Desir could put forward. He had no other means at his disposal now, and she could see his demise. Though he was alive, Desir was powerless. Only now could Priscilla release her tension. After taking a moment to appreciate what had transpired, she bounced her finger, as though pressing an invisible button. Rumble. At that moment, the atmosphere fluctuated and a tidal wave of mana began to gather. Desir's eyes glanced at the sight before him. It was because the magic spell array he knew all too well now hung in the air. Soon after, the air condensed and a blue flame appeared. It heated up at a tremendous speed and began to burn white. Supernova? Desir's face paled. Supernova was a magic that only he could develop. When it began to unfold out of Priscilla's hand, he was at a loss for words. No way. Desir finally figured out what Priscilla had done. A trace of mana he used remained in the atmosphere. She used her power to reconstruct it and use it against him. Priscilla's ability and its varied applications continued to exceed Desir's expectations. Burn up, howl, yearn for, and bite off, Fenrir, stream of stardust. The spells that Desir poured out towards Priscilla began to emerge one by one. Now Desir, struggle. Priscilla continued with a smile around her mouth. Isn't inverting spells supposed to be your expertise? Ugh. Boom. The trajectories carved into the air were altered, some of them colliding with each other, and others plunging into the ground or soaring vertically into the sky. Desir knew better than anyone else because it was his own magic. The fact that it was impossible to invert all of these spells in such a short time. I struggled up until the last minute, but Desir, who had already reached his limit, eventually knelt down. Boom! It's all coming to an end. A huge explosion swept through the place Desir lay. Confirmed execution of hostile presence. Disabling emergency self-defense function. The Artemis main system announced Desir's death. It was no exaggeration to say that the conclusion drawn by the Artemis system was an irrevocable truth, so there could not have been any reversal of this fact. Priscilla finally reached the victory she had desired. 100% assimilation rate has been reached. First-class executor Priscilla Hazelkite has been transferred full authority over the system. Something appeared in her head. The entirety of the information the Artemis system had accumulated and analyzed over the course of its existence flooded into Priscilla's mind. If a normal human being received this information, if she had not assimilated with the system, she would have died of insanity, her mind unable to maintain itself. I will save. Priscilla's will survive the process, her aspirations guiding the machine's actions. Everyone who was not saved. A firm goal. She used it as a prop to withstand the pain attacking her and straightened her resolve. Her brain endured the burning sensation and she internally muttered her command. Save the world. A beautiful voice resounded like a song. It was the original voice of Priscilla, who had lost it in the process of assimilating with the Artemis system. She could feel it. She finally had her hands on the entirety of the Artemis system. As Priscilla reached out to the sky, the ground began to tremble as if there was an earthquake. King. Through the perforated ceiling, the clouds in the sky twirled at her will. It was a sign heralding the outbreak of a shadow world. The erosion range is the entire continent. Rumble. The sky of Dresden, which was almost dawn, was overshadowed by the shadowy dark clouds, followed by a static crackling. Soon the shadow world would encroach the whole continent, and a new era would begin. Just when Priscilla thought so, noise began to distort the future she was envisioning. In her clear future, cracks occurred and the image faded. The future was changing. Priscilla hurriedly looked up and glanced around, and she found the source. Desir Arman was alive and looking at her. "It's over, Priscilla. Good work, Lunia." An eyeball-shaped necklace popped out of Desir's dimensional pocket and fell into his palm. It had lost its original brilliant color and turned a pale, grayish-brown. No way. The results of the Artemis system's analysis was absolute. And this absolute analysis had declared the death of Desir Arman. It was unthinkable for any other result to occur. However, Desir stood in front of Priscilla, looking fine. "Since when have you had? I thought Lunia was in the possession of Skull Mask." Lunia had introduced herself as Artemis's assistant, and while that was still true, she did so by functioning as the system's auxiliary mainframe. She was not powerful enough to create shadow worlds or manipulate the world itself, but she could reverse causality on a small scale. Like how Crow Mask was able to restore his body during his fight with Swan, Desir was able to survive Priscilla's attack unscathed. It was a single-use action with an extremely long cooldown, but that was enough for Desir. It worked just as Lunia said it would. If this was an attack calculated and predicted by the Artemis system, even a reversal of cause and effect would have been useless. But Desir was able to use Lunia to act outside of the calculations of the Artemis system. Because the auxiliary system, Lunia, was the same as the Artemis system itself. This exclusion had become a blind spot. There was no need to calculate the actions of oneself. But what's the point of holding out like that? In the end, the situation had not changed. For some reason, Desir had very little mana left. He would not be able to launch many more attacks. His struggle is futile. I am already a god. I already beat Desir when he was in peak condition, and now I'm several times stronger. Our fight wasn't even close. It was time-consuming at best. When Priscilla thought so, Desir spoke in a calm voice. "I made time. That's enough." Despite the desperation Desir should have felt, he had a faint smirk on his lips. The scene infuriated Priscilla. When she attempted to peer into Desir's future, she instead recalled part of the world's lost history. Despite the creation of a divine power, the Artemis system, humankind still collapsed. The demons that appeared were powerful, but with the ability to reverse causality and manipulate the fabric of the world, they would have eventually been dealt with. What eventually pushed humanity to the brink was the appearance of an extraterrestrial being, a dragon, something that the Artemis system could not calculate the actions of. Its appearance caused the system to malfunction, and mankind's greatest invention was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Humanity was destroyed. Why did this suddenly come to mind? The collapse of the past should be irrelevant. Priscilla let her thoughts wander. Conflating the two situations would have to be the product of a wild delusion. Desir, who had now been weakened to the point of helplessness, was no different to her than a flying bug that made an annoying noise. Flutter. The wings hanging behind Priscilla's back unfolded in unison. "This is the end of your struggle." Her wings unfolded, and a dazzling array of shimmering strands of light covered the entire area, spanning many kilometers in radius. It was the light of extinction. The core of Dresden was wiped out without a trace. The brilliant light only allowed Priscilla to maintain her existence. If this attack were to be repeated many times, Desir would die every time, even if he had the power to reverse cause and effect at will. Priscilla smiled and turned her head. "It's you who will meet their end, Priscilla." She could not help but be astonished. This was because Desir, who should have disappeared, was still standing, again. Flow. An irritating noise continued to throb in the background. At that moment Priscilla noticed that something like black mist was flowing out of Desir. The pure black darkness gradually encroached upon the light that covered everything else. What the hell is this? The darkness that seeped out of Desir did not shrink away when touched by the mighty light of destruction. Instead, it was the light that was devoured. Priscilla's power of extinction, granted by the Artemis system, was a force that shook cause and effect, ignoring even the natural laws of the world. It was no exaggeration to say that she had access to the powers of God. But Desir was incapacitating such power. In that case, had his strength surpassed that of the gods? Step. Desir took a step towards Priscilla, and each time he stepped forward, darkness spread and covered the light. Being witness to such a sight, Priscilla only felt one emotion: futility. Even though she could no longer see the future, she started getting premonitions of defeat. I cannot end like this. Priscilla concentrated all of her strength into a single attack, halting the darkening of the world. A vast expanse of light that made the whole world pale. Light concentrated at a single point, eventually releasing at Desir. The power to destroy all beings in the world had been directed at a single person. But Desir did not stop. The source of your power comes from the magical element of light. As soon as the vast beam of light reached the darkness, it simply lost its strength and disappeared into the vast darkness. Though it seems supernatural, light is a physical part of the world. It's a wave that conforms to physics, with a natural and tangible manifestation. Step. I don't need to block your power over causality. If I divide my mana small enough, I can block your light directly. The darkness was not some cursed power. It was just mana that was blocking out all light, resulting in the terrifying scene created. Only, that shouldn't be able to overwhelm the power of a god. God? The Artemis system is no god. It's a piece of technology, something invented by humans. Desir had to invent a magic system that existed outside of any pre-existing structure discovered by humanity. To do so, he had to work with mana on a microscopic and fundamental level. The deconstruction of mana into something small enough to block light was abstract, but not that difficult. Of course, it had a complicated structure that caused me a great deal of frustration. One problem was that the process itself was very complicated. That was why all I needed to beat you was time. The moment she heard it, Priscilla seemed to have been hit hard on the back of her head. Have you been calculating my strength since the beginning? Inversion. To do so, you needed to grasp your opponent's strength, analyze them thoroughly, and then neutralize their attacks. It did not require powerful magic or an unusual artifact. But in the end, a counterattack that Priscilla had dismissed was what eventually caught her off guard. Finally, Priscilla realized. Most of Desir's attacks had been directed towards comprehending her power, and once he had done that, they had been used to buy him time. For this, only from the very beginning. When did it start? Since when have I been playing in his hands? Step. The distance between Desir and Priscilla gradually narrowed. Think about this again, Desir. Priscilla shouted at the approaching Desir. I admit that what I'm trying to do will require a lot of sacrifice. But imagine the results. Can you really say that I'm in the wrong? But Desir walked silently, as if he did not hear Priscilla's voice. As Desir gradually neared, her tone became urgent. You should see the big picture, Desir. In the perfect world I will bring about, all of mankind can be happy. Even you, Zod, can be brought back. So please, give up. There was a strange ring to Desir's voice. It was a voice that seemed to be a mixture of hatred and sorrow. You lost. Touch. Before she knew it, Desir reached out his hand and touched Priscilla's forehead. King. Magic began to unfold in front of his hand. Since he did not have much mana left after dismantling her light, he could only use spells up to the third circle, which were drastically weaker than the spells he had been using up till now. But Priscilla, whose only remaining power had been blocked, could not resist this paltry level of spell. Soon after the spell array completed, the spell was completely revealed. It was a spell that Priscilla had seen many times. Firestorm, third circle magic. But Priscilla knew it held more power than any other third circle spell. The moment the spell was unleashed, the Artemis system would be reduced to ashes as well. It can't be helped. At the last moment, she decided to take a final gamble. Fire. The heat slowly rose. Just before the storm of vast flames hit Priscilla, a cold mechanical sound resonated in both Desir and Priscilla's ears. Proceeding with world reversal. A dark cloud sprawled over Dresden and devoured the two. Desir opened his eyes, feeling somewhat disconcerted. The scene of a party hall appeared in his hazy vision. This is... He squinted his eyes. The blurry scenery was so familiar. A sapphire chandelier, an antique oak table, and thousands of students filled the room. The party room was abuzz with anticipation, mingling with the noise from hundreds of excited conversations. No way! Desir bolted up without realizing it, and the glass in front of him fell and spilled the wine inside. This was the grand auditorium of the Hebrion Academy, the place where the entrance ceremony was held. Desir, what's going on? A gentle voice came from Desir's side. Turning his head, Professor Bridget, who was sitting next to him, looked worried. She wore an elegant black suit. It was an outfit quite unusual for her to wear in the midst of a battle. Noticing something was off, Desir wiped off his bewildered expression and put on an admirable performance. It was an act that would fool anyone into thinking he was pure and innocent. Haha! I drank some wine and I accidentally dozed off. Haha! You really can't help it. I told you to drink in moderation today. When Bridget beckoned, a damp breeze blew and wiped the spilled wine clean. Do you feel dizzy? You don't have to worry. Not to that extent. Desir sat down again and drank the cold water that lay on the table. He pretended to be calm on the surface, but a myriad of thoughts passed through his head. That alert said world reversal, didn't it? For just a moment before the dark clouds consumed them, an alert warning of an incoming world reversal sounded out. If the world had been reversed, that could only mean one thing: he was in a shadow world. Priscilla artificially created a shadow world around herself and Desir just before her death. But Desir felt doubtful on one point in particular. Shadow worlds were set in turning points in history. So why did Priscilla choose to make a shadow world against this backdrop? If the goal was to kill him, there must have been a better option. That's not the only thing weird. Desir looked around. Professor Pugman was sipping dark beer alone at a table right next to him, and Professor Lafon and Professor Platwick were sitting opposite and talking. Desir was seated at a table amongst the professors. He was certain this situation had never existed in his memory. Desir, how are you today? While Desir was in agony, a middle-aged man spoke to him in a friendly voice. He was Professor Benquick Periamos, who had been giving him a warm look over the thick lenses of his glasses. Born as a commoner, he was a professor in charge of teaching runic language. But he was actually an outsider who manipulated the settings of a virtual shadow world in an attempt to provoke war, at the cost of sacrificing almost all of the promising young talent. No problems here, Professor. Desir confirmed that there was no ring on his finger. As soon as he checked it, Desir could be certain. This was not a normal shadow world. Benquick's mouth opened before Desir even had a chance to answer his question. That's great. Then, shall we proceed with the Academy's tradition? Tradition. There was only one tradition at the entrance ceremony of the Hebrion Academy. Typically, the keynote speech would be given by the Professor of Magic. Desir naturally looked to his side. This was because Bridget was the Professor of Magic. She returned his gaze with a brief smile before speaking. You must be nervous. Let me give you a quick tip as your previous professor and the Dean of Hebrion Academy. Be confident, try to keep it short, and speak powerfully. Desir's complexion immediately paled. I look forward to seeing what you prepared, Desir Arman. This was not just a shadow world. It was not a reenactment of a past historical event, but a world created by changing history. As soon as Desir recognized it, a message rang out in his ear. Entering the main quest, the ideal world. The details of the quest will not be disclosed until special conditions are met. Warm sunlight shone through the dense vegetation. The sky was extremely clear without a cloud in sight, and the fragrant smell of the blooming pansies filled the garden. The sound of students laughing in groups of 3 to 5 made the atmosphere bright. It was a truly peaceful scene. Desir sat on the garden bench and enjoyed the peace to his greatest capacity. "Hello, Professor Desir. Good weather, Professor. Are you out for a walk?" The students bowed their heads whenever they saw Desir. A week had already passed, but Desir was struggling to adapt to the situation. "I want to move on fast and get back to reality." But it was not easy, due to the unprecedented setting added to this shadow world. It's impossible to believe that the content of the quest itself has not been disclosed. The aim of a shadow world was to solve the problems existing in the reproduced historical event, and a minimum clue would be given immediately after appearing in the world. For some reason, this shadow world had not given him any clues to work with, even though he had entered the main quest. When he had no idea what needed to be done, there was not a thing he could do. Of course, that did not mean Desir was left idle. Over the past week, he spent all his free time scouring the world for clues and information. Desir Arman. His role in this shadow world was also one of the lines of inquiry he pursued. He was a technical advisor to the Magic Tower, the youngest professor of magic, an unparalleled talent for leading-edge modern magic. There was no end to the list of titles and monikers that followed. The reputation of the name Desir Arman carried in the field of magic was unparalleled. Truly, it's a dreamlike world. Desir closed his right eye and looked around with only his left eye. His vision in his left eye, which should have been lost after he defeated Daednut, was all too clear. That was not the only thing that changed. The distance between the nobility and the common people, which Desir struggled to completely eliminate despite so much effort, was gone. There was no conflict or disgust between the two. It was simply an ideal world for him. As much as he wanted to, Desir could not accept it. This world is a lie. No matter how elaborate it was, this place was not based in reality. Living here was no different from living in a well-made play. To keep himself from losing his way, Desir repeated this fact over and over again. Suddenly, someone hugged Desir from behind. With a warm body temperature, a subtle perfume invaded his nostrils. Desir could tell who it was, even if he did not look back. "What's the matter, Romantica? What are you doing here?" "I've been watching some flowers for a while." "Well, it's a perfect day to enjoy the flowers." Romantica hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "Hey, why don't we take a walk together for a while?" "That's not a bad idea. I just happened to be free this afternoon. I marched over here in person. So even if you had a busy schedule, you better clear it for me." Romantica deftly smiled and unlatched herself from Desir. Only then did Desir look over his shoulder at her. Romantica was wearing an exotic dress with a broad shoulder cut. The frills at the end and the black wave patterns were strangely blended. In contrast to the black dress, her bright blue rose earrings popped, giving her style a fresh charm. In this world, Romantica was a world-renowned fashion designer and the founder of Diva, an eminent fashion magazine. "What are you staring at?" Romantica hit Desir's nose, staring at her with her finger. Their eyes met for a moment. They smiled at each other, not speaking at all for a long moment. "I haven't seen that one before. Did you design it yourself?" "Huh? How did you know that?" "You're the only one capable of designing a dress as intricate as that." "Oh, haha. Thank you." The triumphant Romantica equivocated and bowed her head. Desir smiled at her ears, which had turned red, like lumps of hot iron. "Oh, so you still turn red. You used to turn red whenever you got compliments." Stop it. Don't make fun of me. I'm not kidding. That compliment was sincere." Desir smiled again and rose from his seat. "Let's go to the lake. The cherry blossoms must have bloomed by now." They walked along the path, and the conversation they shared bloomed like the flowers and trees they passed. When they got to the lake, they bore witness to the cherry trees having come into full bloom. When Romantica beckoned, a fresh wind blew in, and they began to be peppered by light pink petals. It was an ecstatically beautiful landscape. She looks happy. Romantica looked perfectly happy. It was a matter of course. She had gotten the one thing she wanted from this world. Just like Desir, she had also achieved her secret wish in this dreamlike world. Everyone looked so happy. In the process of gathering information, Desir looked at not only himself but also what the people he remembered were living like.
Radoria von Doris.
Argeria G. Rogran Nimbias. There were so many other people who had achieved their wishes. As far as he could tell, there were no exceptions. Because of the lack of time he had at his disposal, he could not follow up with everyone, but at least as far as he knew, this seemed to be the truth. Even Crow Mask, Icarus Corgo. Maybe, had it not been the fate of the world to perish, if everything had gone smoothly without any threat, is this how the world would have turned out? Maybe this world isn't so bad. As soon as he thought this, Desir suddenly felt like he had forgotten something important. What did I forget? He did not know. He was sure he forgot something, but he just could not recall. Eventually, he gave up and looked towards the sky in defeat. The blue sky filled with showers of pink blossoms was so beautiful. He had a dream. It was a perfectly scary dream. In another life, he endured all of the pain and even hypocrisy necessary to save the world. He killed a colleague who once held the same ideal, and killed countless enemies who blocked him. And he lost his precious friends in the process. It was a terrible, terrible dream. He longed to forget all of it. But Desir knew it was not just a nightmare. It was an undeniable reality. One day, he would have to wake up from his dream and return to reality. Broken free from his restless sleep by an alarm from his communication bracelet, Desir checked the incoming message. Sorry for contacting you in the early hours. Can you spare me some time this evening? I'd like to talk to you about what we went over last time. He had received a message from one of his friends, Zod Exarian. Though in this world they were just co-workers, Zod had been a cornerstone of Desir's real life. Someone who had worried about him until the very last moment. Squeeze. Desir grasped the pad firmly. He had been enjoying a debate with Zod every day lately. It was a perfectly joyful time, but all he could do was be sad. The present time was nothing but a lie that would disappear when the shadow world was cleared. And once he returned, there would be no more Zod Exarian. Really, it's a dream world. As Desir spent his time here, he was able to see with his own eyes how many people enjoyed this fake happiness. This was a world where each person lived his or her own ideals. Desir's purpose was to destroy this world, and destroying this world was like depriving countless people of their entitled happiness. Do I have a right to do it? Is that really my choice to make? It was hard to even breathe under such pressure. It was literally the weight of the world. When Desir was in such agony, a mechanical voice came in. Special condition. The weight of the world has been cleared. This was what Priscilla strived for. Desir Arman was allowed to see her ideal with his own eyes. She hoped he would understand her intention in the truest sense. Starting the main quest, you must either deny this world or recognize this world. Once you have done so, the future of the world will be decided. Priscilla wanted a battle of pure ideology without any preconceptions. That was the last gamble she threw. At a low hill near the training area of Hebrion Academy, Desir and Romantica were spending their time lounging on the wooden benches there. Romantica was designing a new uniform for the hardworking students. They've been training really hard recently. They remind me of the old days. Something about that is really inspiring. Desir looked at the side of her passionately sketching, then took a moment to pause before opening his mouth. Romantica? Are you happy right now? Romantica's furious scribbling came to a sudden halt. She turned and looked at Desir, concern hidden within her expression. Asking something like that out of the blue. Is everything okay? Nothing's wrong. Just curious, that's all. Hold on. I'll finish this and answer you. Romantica, having given a temporary answer, began to move her pen again. Lines began to form over the sketchbook one after another, and quickly took the detailed form of clothing. Desir looked at Romantica without saying anything. She seemed to be having a hard time during her training, but now she looked happier than ever. Soon after, the picture was completed, and Romantica handed it to Desir. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life. Now that I'm doing it, there's no way I'm not happy. I'm sure you are. It was obvious. In this place, everyone reached their ideals. They were able to do whatever they wanted to do. It was a world made like that after all, so there was no one could ever not be happy. One last thing. If you ask me another useless question, I'll hit you with the wind. Fortunately, this question was very ordinary. The dress you designed last time, when will it be released? Romantica shrugged. Well, I don't know. All I can do is design, so I've never thought about anything else. Is that so? Desir stared at the sketch Romantica handed over for a long time. It was a training suit. Not only did it take advantage of the practicality of the existing training suit, but it was also a design that added oddly aesthetic charm by adding various additions and embroidering. I hope it comes out soon. That afternoon, Desir went to a mansion in downtown Dresden without going to the academy. It was a rare, large-scale building in Dresden that stood out amongst the many other mansions. As he slowly passed the iron gate, a garden of roses and other flowers was revealed. Someone was waiting for Desir in the garden. He was a first-class beauty with sky-blue hair, an individual who stood out even amongst the many flowers. He was like a silver drop in the middle of the garden.
Pram Schneider.
It was the name of a friend he could never forget. Pram looked up and smiled. You're here, Professor Desir. There was no name in this world that he remembered with as much clarity. Desir answered with a smile. Long time no see, Pram Germia, the House of Germia. Distinguished by its noble history, it was a family that was destroyed after Dresden was occupied by their commoner revolution. That was why Pram was never able to find his father, despite having received a very specific and ornate weapon from him and rising to national popularity as a member of the Starling Party. He had no family capable of recognizing him, and he could not find a family that did not exist. But it was different in this world. Because the revolution itself did not take place, the family existed, and in the first place Pram was born and raised there from the beginning. In other words, Pram had a family in this world. It was a dream and an ideal that Pram had always wished for. I was surprised to hear that you suddenly wanted to have a meal with my family. Pram led Desir into the dining room of the mansion. The hall was as long as the size of the mansion, and the two could have quite a few conversations on their way.
I'm sorry.
I have to check something. Pram tilted his head at what Desir was saying. Well, anyway, my family and I have all been anticipating your visit. You're a celebrity. Soon the two reached the dining room at the end of the corridor. When Pram opened the door, he saw people who had arrived early and taken a seat in advance. Nice to meet you, Professor Desir Arman. The man sitting at the top of the table rose up and approached Desir. A middle-aged man with sky-blue hair that resembled Pram. I'm so sorry I couldn't meet you the last time you stopped by, but I'm glad to be able to share a meal like this. Thank you for your hospitality, Sir Germia. Haha, you don't need to use sir with me. It's been a long time since I've been knighted. With a good smile, he urged Desir to shake hands. Their hands were strong and firm. Desir recalled that he likely would have been a commander of the Hebrion army. Sit this way. The moment Desir sat down at the recommendation of Germia, the two sisters, who were flashing their eyes, poured out questions like a waterfall. Professor, is the entrance exam for the Hebrion Academy really a shadow world? Yes, you seem to know quite a lot. It's true, but what if there's an accident? What's used for entrance exams is a virtual shadow world, and it's under the complete control of the Academy. Then, as questions seemed endless, Mrs. Germia, who had not been able to stand it, tried to stop the sisters. Karina, Abe, you guys are troubling the professor. But I have a lot more to ask about the Academy. One more question. No, just two things. No, wait, three. You too, really? Mrs. Germia sighed as if she could not stop it. Desir waved his hands.
Aim fine, ma M.
It's a question from my prospective students. You are the best, Mr. Desir. Can I call you brother? The Hebrion Academy maintained its reputation as the best institution in the world. It was the most prestigious place for everyone that craved to learn. So Desir, who became the youngest professor there, was literally the man who received all admiration. That's why everyone said they didn't mind me visiting. Desir smiled gingerly and kindly answered the sisters' successive questions with no sign of displeasure. Since the atmosphere was so welcoming, even the couple asked questions one by one. Since the sisters were about to enter the academy, the parents seemed to have a lot of questions too. It's my turn to ask questions. No, it's my turn. You just asked a question. You've asked twice. The two sisters made a lot of noise, but the meal was very pleasant and they could not stop laughing. It was easy to see that the everyday life of this family would normally be this joyous. As Desir turned his head slightly, Pram was looking at his sisters in front of him with a very friendly look. His eyes showed just how much he valued and loved his family. Are you happy, Pram? Desir asked. Of course, I'm really happy. Pram answered with his eyes firmly fixed on his family. Even though it was an embarrassing question, it was an immediate answer without hesitation. Why? Because, as you can see, I'm with my family. He was with his family. Pram had desperately wanted this, and it had happened. It would have been a perfect ending if it had been just that, and if it had really happened. But the question had intrigued Pram, and so he suddenly turned his head towards Desir. In that following moment, Pram Germain became extremely perplexed. Professor Desir? He felt sadness emanating from Desir. There was a tavern located in the center of Dresden. It was not a fancy place, but the price of alcohol was cheap and the meal was good enough, so it was the perfect place for ordinary people to escape their hard lives. Thanks to this, he was barely able to move amongst the crowd. The sound of beer glasses bumping into each other and the laughter of excitement from the crowd came from all around him. While looking around, Desir found and approached a person sitting in a corner with a hood concealing their face. I didn't think you'd like this kind of noisy place. Haha. But isn't the lively atmosphere good? You'll like it when you get used to it. At the moment when the person wearing the hood pressed down on Desir's word lightly, a dazzling white blonde hair spilled out of the hood. A colleague of Desir and one of the strongest of mankind who had been with him until the last moment. At that time they were a king's crown, specifically, they were the former princess of the Hebrion Empire. More than anything else, the beer here tastes good. When the beer they ordered arrived, the two tilted back the glasses and drained them. It's not bad. Obviously, as Ajess said, the taste of the beer was not bad. But that was all. It was rather dull and objectively did not taste very good. It certainly was not a taste that Desir would like, and after scouring his memory, he doubted the Ajess from reality would care much for it either. But this Ajess, as if it were a heavenly sweet drink, drunk the whole mug at once. Is this also because history has been changed in this world? In this world, there was no revolution and the Hebrion family, the existing imperial family, survived without being destroyed. As a result, there was no history of the Rogfalas becoming the royal family. In a world without discrimination, the Ajess before him was not much different from a common citizen, lower in status than the imperial maids. Taste in food and drink reflects a person's life. It was a natural result that she had a different taste in comparison to when she was the princess. How's the royal guard work going? Fortunately, Ajess's talent remained intact in this world. She belonged to the royal guard, the most powerful group in the Hebrion Empire, and was living a life that was not lacking in any respect. It's a vicious working environment. I can confirm that we are forced to live a terrible life. Boom! Ajess set down her glass roughly, while complaining. In the midst of a shortage of manpower, the accidents never stop, so there's no time to rest. Desir shook his head. Here, everyone was living the life they longed for and enjoying happiness. And not many of them really wanted to carry a sword. Therefore, to prevent various disasters, a few of them had no choice but to work without a break. But Desir was able to read a different emotion from the facial expression of Ajess. It was pride that caused the corners of her mouth to rise slightly. You seem to like your work. I take it to heart. Agest listened attentively. The inside of the tavern was filled with all sorts of sounds. The clatter of a glass of beer, the clamor of voices, a loud call to the barmaid. It was just noise that would have been loud or obnoxious to the average person, but not for Agest. If I'm working to protect their smiles, then wouldn't anything be worth it? The noisiest place in the Hebrion Empire. The reason why Agest frequently visited this place, where all kinds of people gather, was simple. She relieved the fatigue of the day's work by watching the countless people she had protected enjoy their daily lives without any worries. Her ideal of protecting the people of her country was that way. Agest, are you happy? Desir asked, even though he knew what answer would come back. Yeah. I don't think I could get any happier than this. It was a matter of course. Everyone was happy in this world. The world was made like that in the first place. Sure. Desir quietly closed his eyes. He could see a chessboard in his mind. It was the grand version of the competing ideologies of Priscilla and Desir. The two sides were so different. His side did not have many pieces. It was desolate and cold. No one else existed there. On the other hand, the other side had many more pieces. A number that was too great to count. They bore a warm glow. His actions were fighting against the happiness of mankind. Romantica, Pram, and Agest. Not just them, but all of mankind's happiness had been concentrated on Priscilla's side. It was checkmate. Will I be able to take their happiness from them? No, is that something I can do in the first place? Desir already had a hunch that his resolve had declined since asking himself and others such questions. Maybe he was just being stubborn now. Maybe the right choice was abandoning his stubbornness and living as one of the countless pieces. Desir had decided on what course of action he would take. However, he was jolted out of his reverie when he felt something cold at his fingertips. Oh! What are you doing with your eyes closed, Desir? Agest was looking at him with a smile. The shot glass in her hand was full of black liquid, and there was a terrible smell of alcohol. It was strong enough to make his nose tingle right away. Agest opened her mouth with such a bright smile in front of him. Drink up, Desir. Agest. I need to think for a moment. Agest then raised her eyebrows. Are you thinking of rejecting my offer? You called me who has work at dawn tomorrow. You're going to ask me your own questions and abandon me right after. Desir was enchanted by her cute scoff. I've been holding my glass up for so long my shoulders are starting to feel heavy. Any longer and I won't be able to lift my sword tomorrow. Are you going to take responsibility for the fall of the empire? Agest again held out her glass, and this time Desir received it. Let's hang out here for a moment. Just for a moment. Let's postpone the decision for a very short time. Desir and Agest clashed glasses, and the moment he tilted his glass, Desir almost spewed out the liquid in his mouth. It was a strong drink beyond imagination. His throat burnt. The two coughed, almost in sync. Their eyes were intertwined, and they began to giggle. They were probably drunk, but they did not care and could not stop laughing. That's what whiskey tastes like. Agest filled the glass with another drink, and Desir received it without a word. Again. The type of alcohol changed every time. Agest was about to taste all the liquor here, and Desir was going to join her or die trying. While he was figuring out how many glasses he had drunk, while draining his current glass, Agest opened her mouth. I see stars, Desir. She was staring at the light reflected by the alcohol. You're drunk, Agest. Of course you see them. Desir squinted at the empty bottles of liquor piled up like a mountain. It was strange not to be drunk. Agest nodded with a hearty laugh. I'm sure my head feels dizzy. I see all kinds of things. Right now, my right hand has 10 fingers on it, and the cup I'm holding is twice as big. And I see you grieving. Agest approached him. She stood so close that he could feel the warmth of her breath. Her fingers wiped Desir's dry eyes. Desir, are you happy? Desir stopped breathing without realizing it. This was because the question he had been asking so far had been thrown back at him. It was a simple question, but it dug into a part of himself that Desir had never stopped to think about. I was overlooking the most important thing. A just question helped Desir realize that he had never thought about his own happiness. He began to think slowly. This time it was not about others, but about his own happiness. Am I really happy? In this world, Desir Arman was a professor. Every day he could focus on the research he wanted to do, and he felt rewarded while teaching students. It was a life of stability that was desired in a reality where the limits of status and fitness had been met. It must have been a reflection of his ideals. But can I really be confident that I wanted this? All of the effort I made so far has been to achieve this kind of life.
No.
Desir put down his glass. The brown surface of the wavering whiskey felt like a desolate desert. It looked like the final appearance of the fallen world. What it looked like before he returned, the shape the world took after it was destroyed by the Shadow Labyrinth. Why was that world destroyed? There was no talent. Why was there no talent? There was a lack of education. Many people died without realizing their talent, even though they had the potential to shine brilliantly. Desir was also one of them, but through the miracle of returning to the past, he was able to seize the opportunity to stand on his own 2 feet, and at the same time he possessed one other thing, an image of spring. The people of the world were like flowers lined up in a single garden. In this world, every single person received the perfect amount of water and care needed to bloom, and in doing so, found something that made their life worth living. In the real world, Desir had to act as a nourishing light, but in this one, it was no exaggeration to say that their innermost ideals had been achieved perfectly. This world is far from satisfying my ideals. Only then did Desir realize what he really wanted. His ideal was not something that could be achieved by universally granting everyone a one-dimensional happiness. You found your answer. A jest smiled and lifted the glass she was holding. She returned to the alcohol she had started the night with, beer. I'm glad to see your face has brightened up. Thank you, a jest. Desir also raised his glass. 2 glasses collided and a clear sound rang out. That was the last thing Desir saw in that world. Desir poured the last glass into his mouth, recalling why Priscilla created this shadow world. Persuasion. That was why Priscilla showed Desir the shadow world that contained her ideals. She thought that if he lived in the world and saw what she wanted to make, he could not deny it. In truth, Desir became sympathetic to Priscilla's ideals. A world where everyone lived happily and fulfilled their dreams in their own way was not terrible. The perfect world, where even impossible things that could not be achieved in reality were realized, gradually encroached on Desir. He would have conceded, had he not noticed at the very last moment. Priscilla's world had distorted in a way she did not intend. He recalled a conversation he had with Romantica under a tree that was fluttering petals. The dress you designed last time, when will it be released? Well, I don't know. All I can do is design, so I've never thought about anything else. In the world created by Priscilla, Romantica became a famous designer. She showed her talents to create a design that anyone would admire. In the real world, people are forced to take up jobs for survival, unable to pick what they would actually like to do. In this fake world, people instantaneously achieved their dreams. There was only one copy of her dream. No one wore the clothes that Romantica designed. No, to be exact, no one could wear them. Her designs would never become real clothing, at least not for anyone else. Romantica had achieved the ideal of design, but it would never amount to anything more than that. A life where you did not have to try anymore because you had achieved what you wanted. Was that really the ideal Romantica desired? Desir recalled dinner with Pram's family. In the world that Priscilla created, Pram lived with his family. His dream was impossible to obtain in the real world, but here it was able to come true. Because, as you can see, I'm with my family. Desir was bombarded with endless questions at the dinner table with Pram's family. But there was no occasion where Pram stepped out of the shadows and opened his mouth. It was inevitable, because Pram was the child of a concubine. True to his good nature, he would always keep his mouth shut in order to avoid sowing discord. But Pram was satisfied. He was happy with this situation. His ideal of living with his family had been fulfilled. Merely being around a family. Was that really the kind of family Pram wanted? It can't be. Desir recalled the time when he drank a muggy, but cool beer with a jest. If I'm working to protect their smiles, then wouldn't anything be worth it? A jest who wanted to defend the people of the empire magically became a royal guard. It was completely different from the process she would have gone through to actually protect the people of the real world. The princess and the royal guard clearly had entirely different standing and power, but they were in the same boat. So, even if the process was different, did the distinction between the two matter if the results were the same? Of course it does. It was by no means a decision that should be made by others. But in this world, everything had been predetermined by Priscilla, or at least by proxy of her decision. A life in which one ideal had been achieved. But that was a mere shadow of real life. You made everyone happy with it. Human greed is endless. But you cannot listen to it all. This was why Priscilla had achieved a single ideal for each person in an attempt to keep them from craving more. These people were satisfied with that. As a result, everyone's lives were coordinated, and as a result, everyone living in the world could feel happy because they achieved their ideals in some form. But can you really say that their life is worth living? In the world created by Priscilla, people live a set life. It was not a self-decided life, but one determined by a machine. It was not something Desir could be satisfied with. It was a world of eternal silence. Perhaps it was the best solution, even if not perfect. But you've put limits on everyone's lives under the pretext of saving them all. Desir believed in the possibility that the human collective possessed. He was sure that he could exceed all limits. I cannot accept this world, Priscilla. Answer has been given to the main quest, the ideal world. As participant Desir Arman firmly denies this world, no world reversal will occur. Unlike any other shadow world, no alarm sounded indicating success or failure could be heard. Instead, only the sound of broken glass resonated low, ending a world that could have become a reality. Then what is your alternative? Having forcefully merged with the system, Priscilla's voice had lost all trace of humanity. The only thing that remained of her was a slight impact in the tone it carried. Moreover, her body, connected to the backbone of the Artemis system, was not able to keep its form. Even though it was warped and broken, it did not look too strange. She was still able to maintain a very rough outline of her original shape due to her near-disgraceful obsession. Priscilla wanted to be convinced. She knew it was all over when Desir denied everything, but she could not help asking. But Desir's answer made her despair. There is no alternative. Then why? I'm a bit greedy. Desir laughed. I just don't want to achieve only one ideal, and I don't want to be satisfied with any limit imposed on me. I'm going to go beyond all limits you have set and achieve a lot of ideals. That's absurd optimism. Priscilla raised her half-broken body, the jostle separating her from the backbone of the Artemis system. In the process, her arms were crushed to ash, and her legs were smashed to the point where it was difficult for them to support her body. But she stood before Desir, not as a machine but a human, limping without regard. You've seen it so many times. Those who have fallen apart without achieving even one wish. This was certainly the case. Even Desir himself had died before his return, failing to achieve any personal goals before his life was shattered by the appearance of the Shadow Labyrinth. It was not just him. Through the Shadow Worlds, he learned that there were many such people throughout history. Like Lord Wilhelm Evernatten, who sought to save all those who asked, whether they were a citizen or refugee, but ultimately failed to stop the Shadow World encroaching. He and his men had their own ideals, but they never came to fruition, and they ultimately disappeared into the annals of history. Even if limits exist, so long as everyone is happy within it, what could make a world more perfect? Priscilla cried out at the absurdity. Wailing in a hoarse voice, she denied Desir's idea. If there are no fixed limits, I'm sure you know that some will end up dead and hopeless. But can you prove that this reality is better than a world where everyone is happy? Priscilla wanted proof. Otherwise, this outcome was completely unacceptable. She was mortified. She was angry. It was more than she could dream of because so many people believed and followed her. She could not comprehend the absurdity that came with being denied by groundless beliefs. Priscilla grabbed Desir by the collar. Anything, anything. I need some proof. Priscilla, who had continued wailing, noticed something strange. Desir's eyes were fixed on something behind her. Turning her head, the center of the Artemis system, which had lost its original shape, came into view. Only then did Priscilla realize why Desir's gaze was directed there. It was strange. When Desir denied the world she wanted to create, she gave up maintaining the Artemis system. From that moment on it was nothing but a cold lump of scrap metal, unrecognizable as the pinnacle of technology from a transcendental, ancient civilization. But she still felt the flow of mana within it. PSSSST. A fine noise came as she paid attention. Then an eerie red light began to flow from beneath the facade of the half-pierced machine, emanating from the red-tinted jewel embedded in the center. What started as a dim glow slowly spiraled into a dazzling light that bathed the surrounding area. As the intensity of it increased, so did the powerful gush of mana that flooded their surroundings, distorting the air and ground alike. Crash, crackle. With time, that red color gradually began to color the surroundings an infinite dark black, like a dark abyss had come to claim the world and turn it into nothingness. The light was eroding the surroundings. Typically, erosion only occurred once a shadow world was unsuccessfully cleared as a result of damage to the Artemis system. The system had been fixed and the power source should have been drained, so where had all this mana come from, and what was eroding the world? No, that's impossible. Priscilla belatedly realized the problem. The shadow world she created was completely different from the usual shadow worlds. If the original shadow worlds were a reproduction of history, then Priscilla's shadow world was the creation of history. To accomplish this task, which was literally recreating the entire world, the Artemis system had exhausted all of the mana in its power source. If everything had gone as planned, the ideal world that Priscilla had dreamed of would have been fully realized, and all of that mana would have been used in the process. However, Desir denied that world, and it never came into existence. The mana, which was enough to permanently change the world, had lost its purpose and been dumped back into the air where the shadow world existed. If such a high concentration of mana were to be forced into the atmosphere at a single moment, it would surely go out of control. This time, the world would be changed for certain. This time, it would be the destruction of history. Roar. A heavy roar rang out far and wide. This was it. Priscilla attempted to reverse causality with her remaining strength, but there was no course of action capable of stopping this imminent disaster. No matter what method she used, she could only see a future of doom. For this kind of ending it was all for nothing. Priscilla flopped down, giving up. The world that she wanted to save at the expense of countless sacrifices ended up being destroyed by the power she wanted to use to fix it. All she could do was fall into despair. Desir began to walk towards the power source of the Artemis system. Ah! Priscilla smiled dejectedly. Desir refusing to give up right until the end could be said to be the same. However, it was different now compared to before. It's meaningless. It's impossible. Due to several fierce battles, Desir's physical condition was far from perfect. His mana had been drained so thoroughly that he might not even be able to cast a third circle spell. Even his magic, which reached the realm of mythology, was far from enough to offset such an obscene amount of mana. Even Desir's specialty, inverting spells, would be useless. The immediate disaster was pure mana spiraling out of control. There was a reason why the Artemis system declared this situation was beyond salvage. A definitive ending that could not be prevented by any means they had at their disposal. Crack. The power source of the Artemis system cracked and began to show signs of collapse. Bang! It was only a fine crack, but with a roar, a huge amount of mana shot into the sky. The surrounding distortion began to surge and churn, the world twisting and bending in impossible ways. The movement of the mana was enough to distort space itself. Soon this mana would devour the entirety of Dresden, and thereafter the entire world. If the city fell to the erosion, then it would herald the beginning of the world's destruction. That was the inescapable future Priscilla foresaw, but Desir kept forcing his way against the unyielding current. You wanted proof that you were wrong, Priscilla. As the sky brightened with the light of dawn, a ringing sensation began to emanate from Desir. The small amount of mana he held, not enough to cast a single spell, began to tremble in opposition to the veritable tsunami before him. I'll prove it to you now. It was his moment to shine. The tidal wave of mana continued to surge forth, only to suddenly slow down and stop, as if a massive wall had arisen to block off the flow. No, it just looked like it had stopped. The mana was continuing to sprout forth from the power source, but it was dissipating at the same rate it was being released. By controlling the overflowing mana at the particle level, Desir was able to manipulate their trajectories. Rather than gushing forth, he twisted and turned them such that they collided with one another, forcing them to disperse their violent energy into one another. No, it's impossible. How did you do that? Priscilla, who witnessed the scene, could only speak while looking at him blankly. Desir agreed inwardly. It was the first time he had tried such a thing, so he honestly expected it to fail. Unlike the mana used in magic, which was organized according to a certain system, what was in front of him was just pure mana. A flow of mana that was irregularly made without any pattern or predetermined form. The additive number of its flows was finite, but it could converge into an infinite number of patterns. In other words, to offset it, you had to calculate all of the possible flows, a number that was close to infinity. Even if Desir's computational power was phenomenal, it was impossible for him to calculate something like that in a moment. But if it was something he had been preparing for in advance, if it was something that he had been calculating for many years, the story changed. Our connection is uncanny at this point. Desir smiled faintly as he looked at the red gem in front of his eyes. Other than Skull Mask, he was likely the only person in modern times who would be capable of recognizing the jewel before him. It had been the crux of Skull Mask's plan, and the core of Priscilla's ideal. Most importantly, it was what had caused the collapse of the world before his return. A dragon heart. The central node of a dragon, one of several creatures that destroyed humanity. Over the thousands upon thousands of years, the bones, flesh, and mana that constructed it had warped and fossilized, but the source of its mighty mana had been preserved. The actions of a dragon heart were outside the scope of the Artemis system. If it was capable of doing so, then the ancient civilization would not have disappeared. I didn't know we'd face each other like this again. Desir continued to step into the turbulent mana. A small road was built as the mana calmed around him. Step, step. Something flashed before Desir's eyes as he took the last step forward. It was his life. That is, his current life, the one he had lived since returning. Romantica Eru. In Desir's previous life, Romantica reached the third circle at the end of her first year and progressed no further. In this life, she reached the fourth circle before graduating from the academy and learned how to invoke magic without a spell array.
Bram Schneider.
He barely reached the king class just before dying in the Shadow Labyrinth. This time, he had already reached king class at such a young age and without such soul-crushing adversity. A just king's crown. She learned of the Center of Ice 10 years sooner and was able to obtain it, giving her the perfect tool to realize her imagery magic in several new ways. And Zod Xarian. He reached the 8th circle, a tier that mankind had never thought possible, and granted Desir the opportunity to build an entirely new magic system. Everything about their destinies had changed, and there were countless other things that Desir could not even begin to list. All this was possible because they fought for what was right and continued trudging forward no matter the obstacle. No Shadow Labyrinth had appeared, and the world avoided extinction. This world had undeniably changed. This world was the proof Priscilla desired so desperately. Desir's steps stopped. Boom. Desir grabbed the dragon heart in front of him. Even at this moment, a huge amount of mana was spouting out from it. Right now, he was controlling and offsetting the flow of mana emitted, but it was only a stopgap measure. He would not be able to stay in that state forever. I did so much to change the world. I fought enemies with powers I never thought possible, and I went places I had never been before. But in the end, I guess my final fight will be against you after all. Desir had a bitter smile on his face. It was because a memory from just before his return came to mind. The end of the Shadow Labyrinth. He reached the end of it at the expense of countless heroes. There was no way I could handle it at that time, but a vast amount of mana had accumulated within the dragon heart over the countless period of time since its appearance. Even now, there was no way to physically offset enough mana capable of encasing the entire planet. To anyone else, stopping the destruction of the world might seem like an impossible task. Could not be inverted, and there was too much mana to use by repeatedly casting spells, so why not give up and accept death? It'll be hard, but it shouldn't be impossible. Most scholars only have theories about how a dragon casts magic, but I know. A dragon's heart is its engine, and it functions like our mana circles. If dragon hearts are like mana circles, then the solution was simple. Circle synchronization. Desir assimilated his mana circles with the dragon heart, utilizing the magic he developed to bring down the Beast of Revelation. Controlling and offsetting the mana released was a stopgap measure that would only last for a while. In the end, it would be necessary to control the dragon heart itself to solve the fundamental problem. A gruesome gurgling encompassed the area as the dragon heart began to stretch and liquidate. It grew larger and larger, and gradually broke apart into smaller pieces within the air. Suddenly, they clicked into place and transformed into over 10,000 magical spell arrays, which began to overlap with one another and dig into Desir's body. Previously, Desir had used an outside conduit to bear the brunt of spells, manipulating his own mana circles to allow him to assimilate an external source as his own. But in this case, he had to do the opposite. The dragon heart was too unstable. It was impossible to change his own circles to match it. In order to assimilate it, he would have to transform the dragon heart and assimilate it with his own mana circles. Ugh! As the dragon heart slowly fused with his mana circles, his entire body was torn apart, only to be held together by the surging mana. Amongst the raging pain, he began to feel his consciousness slip away. He clenched his teeth and managed to grasp them. The suitable environment for them had finally been created. He could not afford to lose his mind now. Huang. The chords rang out. The particles of blue mana began to vibrate one by one. Slowly, he was patient but made haste. The frequency of Desir's mana slowly changed. Huang. At one point, red mana also began to harmonize. The chords began to grow bigger and soon became a tremendous roar that shook the mountains. Resonance. The two sources of mana made each other cry. As the two different mana sources resonated with each other, Desir slowly rotated the mana. The dragon heart, which had been making unstable movements in his body, gradually began to find a steady flow. At that moment, Desir could feel a rapid decrease in the outpour of mana. The tidal waves that pierced the sky above gradually died down. Huang. The dragon heart's mana, spinning in the form of a mana circle, accelerated at an ever-increasing rate, and had finally reached the necessary threshold. Even with Desir no longer in direct control of it, it had begun to move steadily. Now the dragon heart should not explode. Now the fate that plagued the end of the Shadow Labyrinth had been conquered. It's over. Desir could feel that the dragon heart had completely assimilated into his body. Flop. The moment he recognized his success, his legs gave out and his body collapsed. He could see the sky. A dazzling sun was shining through the white clouds. The night had come to an end, and the morning had arrived. It was the morning he kept. He wished he could see this view again. He tried to get up, but not even his fingers moved properly. I think today will be my last day. What he had endured so far had been nothing short of a miracle. By forcibly assimilating the dragon heart with his mana circle, his whole body was completely destroyed. His personal mana circles had been ravaged by the foreign mana and no longer functioned properly. Even if he managed to survive, his days as a magician would be over. But a faint smile hung around Desir's mouth. Strangely, there was no lingering attachment to his life itself. Maybe it was because he could see the ending he was not able to in his previous life. No, maybe it was because he was prepared for this all along. A happy ending for a world he would leave behind, dying to save everyone. Desir's eyes slowly closed, and soon his vision was completely black. IVU of, it kills? Okay, Desir. A small voice could be heard. This enough, apologize. Need to promise me, please don't. He could not hear the voice well. His consciousness was too far gone. But one thing was certain. The voice was awfully sad. It was a humid, sultry summer. The bright afternoon sunlight reflected off of the newly paved street. Rattle. I was used to the rattle of the carriage, so it didn't bother me, but I spent my time admiring the passing view. It's nothing new, but I still can't believe it. The city's distant skyscrapers were magnificent and vibrant. The buildings lining the street were tall, and the street itself was wide and well-maintained. When you took in the beautiful scenery, nobody would think the final battle of a war had unfolded in this very city. It's only been 4 years, and things are way nicer than they were before. What an excellent restoration. This was the imperial city of Dresden. It had been the heart of the Hebrion Empire for 1,000 years, regarded as the best city on the continent. It was the home of an international figure of glamour, the Hebrion Academy. However, the entire city and its academy were razed due to that unsavory incident. For all of the glory it had historically held, it was not a city trying to heal its wounds from the past and get back onto its feet, but a city that used the opportunity to rebuild with advances in technology and redefine itself. It was no longer just a city of historic value, but a bustling metropolis that pioneered the way towards the future. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Pram Schneider. I graduated from the Hebrion Academy, and I'm now serving as one of the Empire's knights. Mr. Pram, hello? Sometimes there are people who recognize and support me. I thought this was something I would get used to, but I'm still shy, so I end up giggling. In response, I waved my hand while directing a smile in their direction. Mr. Pram, are you a woman or a man? I'm not sure which title to use, Sir Pram, Miss, or Mr. From time to time, the children ask me mischievous questions. I sighed and closed the window, pretending I didn't hear them. Arg! I clenched my fist tight. Anger. How could they be so ridiculous? I am obviously a man. I tried to gain some muscles to avoid the misunderstanding, but no matter how hard I tried, I was stuck with this effeminate form. Perhaps it has something to do with my constitution, but unless I figure something out, I'll be stuck with questions like those forever. Sud. How very unfortunate. We have arrived, Sir Pram. Before I could grow despondent, my carriage arrived at the destination. What a relief. I nearly started wishing that I was actually a woman. Thank you. I'll be back soon. Once I stepped out of the carriage, I was greeted by the main gate of an iron fence that encircled a giant dome-topped building several hundred meters in diameter. The new Hebrion Academy. The harmony between the restored original gate and the modern architecture made for a picturesque sight. It's also the head office for the Ministry of Education. Ah, what is the Ministry of Education? It is a state institution that was built under the order of His Majesty the Emperor 3 years ago. The Ministry of Education maintains the country's educational system on a national level. They recruit numerous professors and build new schoolhouses wherever people live. This was the establishment of public education. The foundation of the Ministry of Education brought about many changes. Under the Empire's bold and wholehearted support, they succeeded in providing all citizens with education, something that used to only belong to the nobles, the rich, and the lucky. Thanks to the expansion, they found a good number of talented individuals who would have otherwise remained hidden. The future of the Empire is bright, and it will continue to remain as such. On my way towards the new main building, a structure caught my eye, and for a moment my heart stopped. 12 large gravestones were arranged in a semicircle just off the main path. When I stood in front of them, I felt solemn. Inscribed within them were the names of over 3,000 people. They were those who had fallen during the Artemis Church's invasion. I paid a silent tribute to them briefly. Thank you, everyone. The Empire survived thanks to all of you. No, not just the Empire, but this whole world was saved. And sorry. If I were just a bit stronger, then perhaps, clench. I began to walk again, leaving my mixed feelings behind. Sir Pram Schneider, your identity has been confirmed. When the intercom buzzed its approval, the building's entranceway automatically swung open. Once I walked in, I was greeted with the maze-like tangle of corridors that made up the building's first floor. While trying to make my way through the unfamiliar terrain, a familiar voice sounded from behind me. Oh my, what brings you here? It's been a while, Pram. I turned around towards the source of the voices to see a man and woman holding hands, approaching me. Excited to see old friends again, I lowered my head politely. Hello, Redoria and Kelt. After Argeria graduated, the two of them had been the leaders of the Red Dragon Party and the Blue Moon Party, which were known as the strongest parties when I was a student at the academy. Now, they were accomplished six-circle magicians who co-represented the Empire's Magicology Lab, their new magic research facility. Wait, is that you, Pram? Startle. I unintentionally flinched after I met the eyes of the surprise third arrival. The person had such an intense disposition that he bordered on the edge of hostility whenever he spoke. Even though I already knew him, it had been a while since I last talked to him, so it caught me off guard.
Ronde.
So good to see you. It's been a long time.
Ronde Visselbang.
He was currently acting as an assistant professor. While he was a student, he was a member of the Starling Party. As my junior, I'm very proud of what he's accomplished. You all right? You look like you haven't slept for days. You're correct. I've got a lot on my plate right now, so I've been pulling all-nighters recently. Goodness. As I gave him a concerned look, Ron shrugged as if it was nothing. Well, if they keep giving me work, then it means they recognize my talent, which isn't a bad thing. Once I finish this current project, I'll ask for a holiday. The Hebrion Academy always held renown, but now that it was the center of a national education system, it had even greater prestige. To be an assistant professor at such an education institute was a testament to his competency. But what brings you here? Is it because of the occasion? Yes, indeed. Though I'm not quite familiar with this place, so I'm a bit lost. Ron smiled and pointed in a direction. Dean Pugman and Bridget will be in the last room at the end of this hall. Thank you. I bid goodbye to them and walked along the path Ron gestured. Professor Pugman had become the new dean of the Hebrion Academy after Dean Justin retired. He used to discriminate against the commoners unfairly, so he used to carry a poor reputation, but once that side of him disappeared, he started to gain the trust of the students. His ability is first class, so this could not have worked out any better. Though he still has a bad temper, he's still an excellent teacher than everyone acknowledges. As I reached the end of the hall, I found a room with a nameplate. Ministry of Education. I was about to knock, but a sudden raised voice from beyond the door surprised me. It's not going to be an issue. Please approve the program. It was Dean Pugman, but his tone wasn't that of the arrogant aristocrat I remembered. There's no way. If you thought you could get approval for a large budget by providing poor documentation, then you're greatly mistaken. Her response to him was soft but firm. Professor Bridget, no, that wasn't her title. She was Bridget, the Minister of Education. But the documentation you're asking for is double what we normally give for this kind of project. And the budget you're asking for is higher too. The more money involved, the stricter the procedure. But we don't have the time. I need to leave soon. Then take your time. I'll gladly wait until you have time to finish. Dear me. They had always opposed each other since becoming professors, and their relationship had not changed. Although the power dynamic seems to have reversed since my days as a student. The contrast between the old Pugman and this one is too much. I can't stop giggling. Knock, knock. After getting the giggles out, I opened the door to the office and confronted the two. Are you ready yet? It's time for both of you to leave. As I entered, they exchanged joy and sorrow. Minister Bridget looked extremely disappointed, and Dean Pugman nearly cried tears of relief. Is it that time already? Bridget pouted. Don't we have a little longer? I'm sorry, but we're on a tight schedule. I've already prepared carriages, so let's get going. I guess it can't be helped. I couldn't possibly be late to miss a jest's coronation ceremony. Thud. Finally, Minister Bridget set down her seal, and Dean Pugman nearly cheered in victory. He used to have so much pride, and now he had become someone who could find joy in such petty things. Bridget and I both broke out in laughter at the absurd sight. Even if I never knew my father, that didn't stop me from finding a family. No matter which imperial palace you went to, you would be greeted by a magnificent sight, but Leonhardt Palace was in its own classification of decorum. Classy, vibrant fountains adorned the gardens. Chandeliers, laden with the prettiest jewels money could buy, decorated the arching ceilings. Priceless works of art garnished the elegant hallways that connected the rooms. Every bit of decor was a priceless treasure, the total of it reflecting on the status of the palace's occupant. Even after several of them were sold to help fund the country's reconstruction, the palace remained gorgeous thanks to the quick recovery. It made me wonder if I even belong here. I've always thought this, but, considering the dignity of this atmosphere, I tend to reflect on what I wear. I don't think clothes like this suit me. I felt heavy, looking at the shiny golden lion insignia on my shoulders. Because this insignia was only given to 4 people, the royal guardsmen of the empire. That's right. Sometime after the war ended, I joined the royal guard. Jean Uremrin was regarded as the master of swords after mastering over 10,000 techniques. But he resigned from the royal guard to train after he lost against Argo. He felt his absurd skill was insufficient, and so I was able to take over his position. At some point, people stopped calling me the Silver Light Swordsman and started calling me the Invisible Sword. What are you saying? Are you saying the clothes I designed especially for you don't suit? And no, I didn't mean that. Haha, just kidding, Pram. You're so fun to tease. Adorable. This person who is smiling at me while pinching my cheek is Romantica. Romantica started her fashion business after the war ended, and she is currently managing several large-name brands, and had become a true leader of the fashion industry. After doing so, she was offered the opportunity to be the sole designer for Hebrion's royal family. No, please stop that, Miss Romantica. I need to focus on my guard duty. Okay. Although Miss Romantica stopped pinching my cheek, she still continued to bother me. She hugged me tightly from behind, like I was some kind of stuffed toy, and ran her hands through my hair. Well, this is bearable. I looked around the corridor, leaving my hair in her hands. Hey, isn't that man with the whiskey bottle Don Ape Aslan? He's supposed to be the strongest barbarian of the north. Geez, he's as gigantic as the rumors say. The rumor that he split a mountain with a giant axe might actually be true. Hey, the one sitting across him is the king of Preleka. Didn't he make a massive fortune when he secured an exclusive trade deal last year? Incessant babble spewed forth amongst the countless reporters. At the event where the new ruler of the Hebrion Empire was revealed to the world, many distinguished guests and nosy reporters naturally flocked. Would this not be the first time this many celebrities gathered together? Incredible. Sir Raffaello approached me. He, too, was trying his best to perform his duties as a member of the Royal Guard. Who would have thought this many people would attend? I nodded at his remark. Until relatively recently, the Hebrion Empire and the Western Kingdom Union had a poor relationship. Even when they were united against the outsiders, it had been done so begrudgingly. But with time, the two powerhouses had grown to respect each other. If not for his actions, it would have been impossible to see such a sight. It would have been nice if the lad was here too. Perhaps Romantica had a similar thought. I felt a chill in the corner of my heart. Desir Arman, my one and only teacher. He was the man who made me who I am today, and the greatest magician in history. He single-handedly saved the world, sacrificing everything in the process. Ding! As I was caught reminiscing, the signaling bell echoed throughout the palace. The gathered guests quickly grew silent, fixed their posture, and stared towards the front of the main corridor. The gallery's gates slowly swung open, and a jest strolled forward, the crowd respectfully parting for her. She was beautiful. The pure white dress Romantica made and her platinum blonde hair harmonized together and emphasized her beauty even more. I thought I was used to her stunning looks, after being around her for so long, but today's Adjust looked especially extraordinary. Every person gathered, man and woman, were absolutely stunned by her beauty. A few even failed to keep their mouths closed. Soon, Miss Adjust stood in front of Giltian, the Emperor, who held a glass of consecrated oil. "You're here, Adjust. Your Majesty." Giltian looked at Adjust with sentimental eyes. "Thank you for coming all the way here. I did what I must." There was a brief silence between the father and daughter. What broke the silence after a while was completely unexpected.
I'm sorry.
Miss Adjust widened her eyes. "In order to raise you to be strong, I chose to be indifferent. In order to keep you safe, I chose to suppress your freedoms. When I did what I thought to be the right course of action, I coerced you into taking a path you never would have chosen for yourself." His Majesty Giltian did not hesitate at all in disgracing himself in front of the crowd. He treated his absolute dignity as the Emperor of the Empire as worthless and said unbelievable things. "I don't know if I've been a good emperor, that's for history to decide, but I know I was a failure of a father. Despite that, you grew up perfectly." His Majesty Giltian blessed Adjust while sprinkling holy oil over her head. "My daughter, I'm so proud of you." Miss Adjust lowered her head without saying anything, taking a moment to collect herself, before eventually raising her chin and responding in a teary voice. "I will do my best to be the daughter you're always proud of, and try to be an empress that the Empire can rely on forever." Now, with the holy pledge and the crown presented to her, the succession ceremony was over. The only thing that remained was for Adjust to pledge her vows to the people of the Empire. Whistle. An ear-splitting ringing echoed out before reddish mana appeared as space itself distorted. Teleportation magic. The side guard quickly readied their shields to protect the guests. Lord Raffaello also moved quickly to shield His Majesty, the Emperor, and Miss Adjust, while I pulled my sword loose in preparedness. This was an unprecedented event. For someone to intrude upon the imperial succession ceremony, where people of international importance were gathered, was nothing short of ridiculous. The quiet hall suddenly became uproarious. "That idiot!" But Romantica seemed displeased at the scene, and some of the dignitaries looked excited instead of afraid. In fact, the other knights and I had only moved to guard those present as an extra precaution. The chances of an enemy appearing in the middle of the ceremony was extremely unlikely, especially when there was only one person who could cast that kind of teleportation magic. Whistle. Soon someone walked out of the distorted space. "I'm not too late, am I?" It was a man with black hair as dark as the night sky, Desir Arman. As he showed up, the hall was filled with raucous applause, surprised murmurs, and even a few screams of admiration. His Majesty Giltian smiled bitterly at his appearance. "Though you are later than the time I informed you of, the ceremony has yet to conclude, so it is fine." Even though Desir had interrupted the middle of an extraordinarily important succession ceremony, Giltian didn't seem too offended. After all, when you considered what Desir had been busy doing, his sudden arrival was understandable. "Sir Desir." I threw myself in Desir's arms, forgetting my role. Wait. You're pushing into me too hard. You're heavy, Pram." "I know. I'm doing it on purpose." It was his punishment for being late. His Majesty, the Emperor, might have forgiven him, but I could not. "Fool. How could you be late for something like this?" Romantica felt the same as I, and she slapped Desir's back forcibly.
Sorry.
Things ended later than I thought. Desir grinned awkwardly. Then he turned his head to look at Adjust. Adjust wore the warmest smile she had ever shown anyone when they made eye contact. The corners of her lips turned up slightly. She did not say anything, but it wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. "Thank you for coming." Desir responded to her silence with his own. "It's a matter of course." Once the crowd finally calmed down, the ceremony continued. I held Desir's and Romantica's hands in mine and looked at Adjust in front of me. We stood in silence for a while, watching the ceremony unfold, when Desir suddenly broke the silence. "This is it, Adjust. Now I'm happy." "What are you talking about?" Don't worry about it. Just a little inside joke. Hey hey hey. Desir chuckled to himself before ruffling my hair. I gently closed my eyes and basked in the warmth of his hand. I used to be lonely and sad. I thought that was because I missed my family, despite never knowing them. I always wanted to find them, to fill that hole, but now I realize that's no longer necessary. Because now I am no longer lonely nor sad. While the northernmost point of the continent was ravaged by blistering cold, the southernmost point was host to a chillingly indifferent hellscape. Reddish sand stretched beyond the horizon, like flaked of rusted iron. Within this barren desert, it had not rained for hundreds of years. And yet, for some reason, this place was referred to as the Green Sand Sea. It was a place no sane human would venture, a physical manifestation where neither humans nor monsters could live. However, there was one man traversing this hellscape. From time to time, clueless explorers would challenge themselves to cross the hellscape. Of course, they only took off after many months of thorough preparation and utilizing tens of camels. But he was different. He was walking in the desert in black full-dress uniform and without any obvious supplies. Though he appeared extremely reckless, he couldn't have been more prepared. His clothes had a feature to regulate his body's temperature, which helped him endure the extreme heat, and he had a dimensional pocket that stored a vast amount of food and camping equipment. The man, Desir Arman, was not aimlessly strolling about with a small fortune in equipment, but was clearly searching for something. According to the records, it must be around here. Desir unfolded his hand in front of himself. Spread wind. Bluish mana scattered in front of his eyes before it could even gather. Such a phenomenon would occur when someone attempted to invoke a spell without possessing any mana circles. Desir let out a bitter smile. Though he lost his mana circles years ago, it was difficult for him to overcome a habit built over decades of having them. Ah, got it. Though it had taken a long time, he had finally found what laid hidden within the extensive desert. It was not an oasis, some rare creature, or a valuable treasure buried years ago. On top of the sand lay a dense black fog. Despite being directly exposed to the air, it did not dissipate or spread. It simply sat within the ground, as though it was perpetually bound to a confined border, staining a dark patch on the surface of the planet. This was the result of a failed attempt at clearing a shadow world, or more specifically, the erosion the failure left behind. Based on the size, it had to have been a level 2 shadow world. Desir tried to look inside but could not see anything. Nobody knew what it was like inside an erosion zone. No one had come back alive after passing through one. Desir Arman stepped past the invisible line, the point of no return. Whistle. Once he went in, the sunlight disappeared. He could not feel the dry temperature that plagued the desert air. He could no longer feel the coarse sand he had grown accustomed to wading through. There was only darkness after losing his senses. Nothingness. Desir remembered seeing a sight like this before. Back in Divide, Skull Mask had dragged him into a shadow world before the world's boundaries had been established, when only fragments of space existed. Though this place was not quite the same. The void that encompassed it was exactly the same, but the fragments of space that survived within this one had come from what remained within its boundary. The world had been eroded in the truest sense, corrupted by a damaged Artemis system. Having arrived, and now trapped within the confines of the world, Desir stretched his arm out before him. Clying. Ominous reddish mana flew out of him, not the clear blue mana usually associated with magic spells. The mana increased in quantity by several fold and soon formed a tidal wave as it spread out in all directions, trying to fill up the endless expanse of the dark space. I must say, I didn't expect this to happen. Desir assimilated his mana circles with the dragon heart in order to control it. Fortunately, he succeeded in regulating the mana of the dragon heart, but his mana circles, which could not handle this strain, were entirely destroyed. It was the worst thing that could happen to a magician. However, something unexpected occurred. As the dragon heart replaced the broken mana circles, it became a part of his body. It was an unexpected boon. Desir expected the heart to be uncontrollable, but instead he had been left with a nearly limitless amount of mana. Looking back at where he started, he found the twist rather ironic. That alone was enormous, but it was arguably the least notable thing that was occurring within Desir's body. Whistle. Countless particles of light floated, reacting with the reddish mana. They were the elemental fragments that made up the shadow world. Kingdoms would vie to clear shadow worlds to get the crystallized form of this mana stones. So this is how the land used to look? Desir murmured after he received a vision of the past world. Restore. He spoke softly. There was an enormous vibration as the scattered mana moved all at once. A white light then began to thoroughly mix with the red mana. This was the second power Desir received after assimilating with the dragon's heart. He was able to control the Artemis system. This won't be enough to apologize, but Desir briefly remembered the faint voice he heard before he blacked out. It came from someone who had given up on this broken and shattered world and wanted to start anew. Desir denied her idealism. As they fought, she never gave in. She truly believed that the world was fundamentally broken and needed to be fixed, even though it was a fruitless endeavor. But now, Desir could only guess what had happened in the end. Did she believe in the potential of humanity? Rumble. The violent stream of mana skimmed against the edge of the dark fog, forcing it to part and dissolve into the air. The world began to restore itself. A cool breeze brushed past him, and the feeling of sand began to encompass his feet. Dark smoke wrapped around his body as the once achromatic nothingness began to turn to color. Done. Blue waves filled the world. After the dark fog had fully dissipated, emerald-colored sand surrounded a sapphire lake as large as the sea itself. This natural beauty had been consumed by the shadow world, and the surrounding terrain had been turned into a home befitting a devil. Once the restoration process was complete, it was finally an area befitting the name Green Sand Sea. Desir resolved himself to return the world to its original form. If he continued to restore the encroached stretches of land, one by one, then maybe one day nature would look like how it used to. It clearly would not be easy. Half of the continent had been claimed by the shadowy erosion. No one knew how long it would take him, but that was not what mattered to Desir. He did not do this out of a sense of justice, but for a much more personal reason. How many more places are there in the world? Even though this was not the first time he had done it, Desir was once again amazed by the scenery before him. The sensation of discovering an extinct bit of the planet that no one alive had seen was indescribable. Magicians were the type of people who researched whatever struck their fancy, and Desir was no exception. Being the sole person capable of discovering what secrets the erosion held had absolutely captivated him. Ding! At the communication pad's alarm, Desir was stirred from his reverie. It was his reminder alarm. I should get going soon. As Desir opened his hand, reddish mana seeped from his palm and raged in the space before him. It began to distort, and he stepped into it, his vision blurring into an incomprehensible mess. After a few moments, it began to restructure himself, and an all-too-familiar group of people unfolded before him. I'm not too late, am I? How is Professor Bridget doing? As far as the Ministry of Education is concerned, there's nothing to worry about. It seems to suit her. She works even harder than when she was a professor. It's her true calling, really? Inside the garden behind the Leonhardt Palace, there were lilies of the valley in full bloom that resembled the color of a jest's hair. She strolled through the quiet garden, accompanied by someone else, both having fled from the crowded ballroom after the ceremony subsided. It's a shame. I know that Professor Bridget is excellent, but I wished you would have taken that position. The Ministry of Education was established according to Desir's request, so he was supposed to be the minister. However, after he set up the organization, picked out the right people, and set some preliminary policies, he delegated everything to Bridget and quit. I thought it was too difficult to focus on the Ministry of Education while also taking care of Magic Tower business. I suppose so. It's understandable, but I still wish you took it. After Zod's death, Desir became the master of the Magic Tower. Being the master of the Magic Tower was an extremely busy position. His role was to oversee all of the branches around the continent. Hence, there was a never-ending amount of work. He often questioned how Zod managed to do everything. I heard you founded a scholarship foundation. You never change. That was my goal for this year. But it's not as selfless as you think. I'm just investing in humanity's future. The Magic Tower made enough profit that their unclaimed budget rivaled that of a small country, and Desir had gotten a reputation for investing a fair share of that into education systems. After the Hebrion Empire system had been such a success, other countries had taken notice and followed suit. As a result, there were academies with state-of-the-art facilities not just within the empire, but all over the continent. With a little more time, everyone who wanted it would have access to free education. Desir had managed to actualize his ideals, and not in a one-dimensional manner like Priscilla's world would have. And soon enough, other people could begin to do the same. I still think it's a shame. Am I being too greedy? Greedy. I don't want to lose you. What? Ajest turned her eyes away at Desir's question. Literally, I mean, losing someone as talented as you would be a big hit to the Empire. Wait, you were complimenting me? You're embarrassing me. Desir chuckled and indulged in his own thoughts. I didn't expect at first it would be like this. Ajest. In the Shadow Labyrinth, her name was both a legend as well as the last ray of hope for humankind. She was a commander who rallied a mankind that had split apart and collapsed in the face of the worst catastrophe they thought possible. Without her strength, they never would have reached the deepest part of the Shadow Labyrinth. She was a woman who was admired as a heroine by all. But ironically, she was always alone. She had never grown close to anyone, nor did she show her emotions freely. She was never shaken by a comrade's death because she never made friends with those she led. She suppressed any feelings of regret and continued to command without so much as being agitated by the state of the world. The stronger the threat, the more feelings she repressed. In order to save lives, that was the choice she had to make. Even after the 10 years of deadly combat had finally subsided, and the final 6 heroes of the world believed they could genuinely relax, she did not smile. She had forgotten how to smile. While everyone was discussing their futures, she had remained silent. All she knew was a life filled with the screams of the dying. Seriously, how dare you? Though the contrast was jarring, Desir greatly preferred the Ajest next to him, who was currently whining like a child. Did you really have to draw all the attention away from my one moment of glory? Actually, calling it whining was inappropriate. Even though she complained, her voice was full of spirit. Desir dramatically knelt down on one knee, placed a fist on the ground, and hung his head in shame. I was too inconsiderate. Please have mercy, Empress. Ajest grinned and played along with him. Very well, I shall pardon you of your sin. Instead, devote yourself to the Empire, for the good of citizens everywhere. Hey, that sounded pretty dignified. It was exceedingly difficult to acquire. Ba bang. A loud noise could be heard from a considerable distance away, proof that the festival to celebrate the Empire's new Empress was in full swing. The two stopped speaking and glanced up towards the sky, reveling in the firework display. Ajest was the first to open her mouth. I remember when we first met. You told me I was weak, right? I gave you some advice because I was worried. Turned out it was just my arrogance and prejudice speaking though. Ajest grinned, reminiscing of the past. Now that I think of it, it was so satisfying. You delightfully crushed my skewed thoughts and the gaudy atmosphere of the academy. Both of them kept talking, looking back on the bygone days. Looking back, every single thing was an unforgettable memory. After I got the center of ice, you piggybacked me. That's slightly embarrassing. Suddenly, Desir found it marvelous to talk with Ajest like this, without her usual indifferent expression. He never thought he would be talking with her in this way, someone who used to show no feelings. When Desir first met Ajest, she was not that different from the version of her he had in his memory. She was like a sharp blade. Then, at some point or another, that blade had been blunted, as if the ice in her heart had melted. Do you happen to remember the Foundation Day celebration? We went to this fortune-teller's shop and, we did a song fortune-telling. They made eye contact and recited the divination in sync. A thing that still exists even after everything in the world collapses. Either of you will be this pillar when the other faces a downfall. You do remember it. Agest put on the brightest smile. It was dazzlingly beautiful. Even at the end of a terrible war, that smile had remained hidden. Is this another change I've made? Agest's current life was completely different from her previous one. In this world, she was no longer alone. She was surrounded by people with whom she could speak in earnest. She could smile because she was willing to open herself up to a reason to do so. She did not have to hide her feelings just to live. That was enough. Even if everything else had failed, that smile was worth all the effort and hardship Desir had gone through to get to this point. But how come? The corner of his heart ached. Why do I feel this way? Desir questioned his own emotions. The prophecy was indeed accurate. What? The reason why I could be Agest was because of you. The sky was filled with tens of thousands of stars. As the wind blew, the lilies of the valley fluttered like a wave. I'm the same. Could I have gotten this far without her? I existed because you existed. Every time he was frustrated and was about to collapse, she was by his side. Now that the world was at peace, now that there was not a terrorist organization or impending apocalypse, Desir finally allowed himself to slow down and be human. He finally looked at himself and realized what some part of him had felt for a long time. He glanced towards Agest, only to see her staring at him, and the two hurriedly looked away from each other without speaking. You're going to make me say it, aren't you? Crack. The atmosphere began to freeze calmly. In the peaceful center of the Lily of the Valley garden, an ice palace that reflected the radiant moonlight was built. I care for you, Desir Arman. Agest reached out her hand with a flushed face. Would you like to be with me now and forever? Desir carefully took her hand with a smile on his face. The white, soft and very warm back of her hand. Forever. He kissed it,